on that mountain, he was fasting. It wasn't as if he was eating. When Jesus went to the desert fasting 40 days of fasting. So if someone was to do a 40 days water fast, for instance, just say someone was to do that and do that every year, maybe under medical supervision, right? Do you think anything will come of it, right? You know, so I'm thinking, like, is that the kind of, I mean, the intention would be to seek God's face, to get clarity, to to worship him, to, you know what I mean? Like, because nowadays what I see is, I mean, and this is how I think about it, maybe because I've done a lot of investigation, I've done a lot of readings onto all these mad idol worship, why God doesn't even like idol worship. I kind of like wanted to know, is it because they carve something that looks like a goat and then God is vexing because the thing is made of? No, it's because of what these things can make people do. Because once they see he's not talking to you, before you know, they want to offer their children. Before you know, they want to do things that are abhorrent. And that's what the worship of Molech and Baal really is like. And that's what irritates God. So if people are worshiping Baal and sacrificing children to on the hundreds, even to this day, right?
Yeah.
What would it matter if on the Christian side we do what God has always, wanted, or God has always looked at as per, this is the kind of thing that I accept when it comes to sacrifice. If say someone fasted for 40 days, would it be acceptable, or would you say, maybe it doesn't work in this day and age? Just asking.
Yes, exactly. Exactly, it does, except for maybe animal sacrifice, right? Because of what
No,
Jesus
no,
did.
no, no, no animal sacrifice. So just
Yes,
fasting, like you fast, you
yes.
stay on water for 40 days and 40 nights. Would that really move God? I'm asking from a Christian perspective, from pastor's perspective, and would that really move God? Because I want to believe there was a time in our history we used to do these kinds of things.
Yes, yes.
As even before we had the tag Christian, as descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, there must have been a time where we actually fasted, where we offered something to God and it was acceptable to God, something that pleased him. You understand? Is this something that would, move God? Because what I see nowadays, like these people that we are calling now, we're saying, oh my God, all these people, Americans, all that. If you know what they are committed to doing for this, their gods, these gods that are not greater than our God. If you know what they're committed to doing, 40 days on a fast is might not be anything. So, what do you think? What do you think about that? I'm just
Yes,
asking.
yes, of course. There are two answers that I've got, which have more or less said it all. The first is that if anybody, there's so many things in this life that applies, that follow this principle of if any man, right? If any man, whosoever, right? There's many things, you'll be surprised how much, more or less, for lack of a better word, energy you can generate as just a human being. Just for the fact that you are here, you are living, breathing, you've got a spirit, soul, and body. Some don't even have spirit, so less beings. But let's not get into that. So, but the fact that you are here, even if you're an illegal human immigrant, in the sense that you're not supposed to be here, but you're a test tube baby, right? Cabbage patch,
Yeah.
and you engage this physical realm with some principles, you will generate results. You don't need God, you don't need the devil. So spirits have to respond to you. Okay, that is why this live, for example, we are doing every day. It's not like I have, well, we're led in our ministry to do it, but when you constantly do something in the physical, right? Just be steady. You have a tendency to it's like electromagnetic induction. If you take a magnet and a ferrous metal or a magnetic substance, and you take a magnet and a metal and you keep rolling it like this, one is a magnet, one is not. After a while, is electromagnetic induction, if I'm right. The other one begins to act like a magnet. You see, so if you keep doing something consistently is literally a spiritual thing, and because this physical realm is literally spiritual, it's just a form of the spiritual that the physical we can interact with. You will generate some power. Usually, you begin to attract spirits. Spirits like consistency. They like cycles. You see, good, bad, or ugly spirit. They like, these are some of the languages in the spirit realm. Cycles, consistency, sacrifice. So they like those things. You see, so when you do things like that, sometimes God didn't even instruct some people, and they just gave him some sacrifice. God is like, wow, not like he's surprised, but like some level of wow, and he does something. You see? So, and it does, which is similar to probably what Solomon, how he stumbled into this in
Yes.
the first place, you see.
Yes.
Yeah. So we engage that principle of sacrifice. Spirits like sacrifice, you see. So
Mm,
sacrifice, consistency, cycles, persistence, those kind of things. You stay on it, you just keep doing it, keep doing it. A spirit will visit you.
mm,
You see.
mm.
And that is
Yeah.
for
So
anybody without even any covenant with God. So to answer your question, if you then take a pattern from the Bible, Jesus fasted for 40 days, Moses did the same thing, and say, you know what, let me work with this 40-day thing. And you do your morning to night or all day, those that do this stretch is usually very, 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 very dangerous. So it's not advised. So with water,
yeah,
someone
that's
asked,
why I said under medical supervision, because now what we are having in medicine is that people that are sick, if you hear someone says, oh, they have terminal cancer, they are now having facilities where they are doing water fast, and in that 40 days, that cancer either
the cancer
reduces
dies.
drastically or dies.
Yeah.
Right? So this is just someone, because he was sick, oh, that's why he did it. And someone
Yes.
is here saying that, can someone survive on water only for 40 days? If they say something that is wrong, something is wrong with someone's body, right? You will see them do things that they never thought. But how much more something is not wrong with you? What
Yeah.
about if you are giving this to God? So I'm just asking because I've been thinking about it, and this is me, just keen or learning about, and for anyone that has the time or think they are bold enough, go deep and sit down and Google things like Baal worship. Go things like Molech worship. You'll be fascinated at what these people are ready to do. Some of them even kidnap women, breed them to get pregnant, so that when the moment they give birth to the children, they are offering it as sacrifice.
Which is terrible.
And then
So
they'll tell someone, fast 7 days, their mouth is shaking.
yeah.
Their body
And
is shaking.
what you discover again is that this, I don't like calling it hyper grace. I call it pseudo grace. This pseudo grace thing in Christianity, they use every scripture they can find to just prevent anything that will make them fast, or they will prove it. They will say, Jesus has fasted for you, Jesus has prayed for you. Okay, what you can't do then? Just be
You
looking at
haven't seen pastors that tell you, pay me, I'll fast for you and pray for you. You haven't seen them. The
so
pseudo grace extends to
yeah.
pay me and fast for you. So that's what I'm just asking. I'm just asking because I have the knowledge. I have seen. I have read extensively, and there is a real life precedent where child trafficking is one of the biggest industries in the world. By the hundreds of thousands, children go missing, and most of them are going into these channels of sacrificing to this, giving to that, and they are doing it live, and they've been doing it for hundreds of years. Now they are not telling Christians, lift your hands and pay your tithes, and God will. So you're a child of grace. You don't need to fast. God understands. when you do nonsense, God understands. Because
This is
why? You're a child of grace.
quick
You
one.
know?
I hope we didn't what's the word? Interrupt Chioma. I don't know if she's finished. She was trying to
Hey, I'm
land.
so sorry. Oh, hey,
Sorry, it feels
ma'am, let
like
me
it's
shut up. So I'm sorry, Mrs. Chioma.
Ma, you
I'm
were trying to
sorry.
say
I'm
something.
having fun. I'm enjoying this. Yeah, it makes
Okay, but I
it's
think
all
we sorted.
reflecting, right?
Yeah, but I think we sorted the Nimrod thing and possible reasons. And indeed, the British must be some Edomites. Okay, you know, although there is this Israel United guys who just threw the Edom blanket over every single Caucasian-looking person. But I again don't think that is true.
I'm suspecting
Otherwise,
it's the Rothschilds, actually.
yeah, to be precise, if you want to nail it down, because they tend to interbreed. The moment they got rid of
Yeah.
one, they just
Because
interbreed.
don't forget the Horites were not fully human too. The
Yeah,
Horites were
exactly.
like a hybrid race, right?
By the way,
So
where did you get that from? To see if it's the same that I got now. The
I beg
horror.
your pardon.
Do you have any reference for that?
Well, I'm into all this Nephilim stuff. So this is my sphere. This is my fun. This is what I do for fun. So I'm always on the lookout for who is not fully human in scripture, of course, right?
Mhm.
So the Horide, when you dig deep, it's like they were like this hairy kind of people
Very
because
shaggy
remember,
caveman.
yeah, exactly. Because remember, Esau did not exactly look human either. He had
Exactly.
that, he was covered in fur, because how we know was when the mother had to tie goat skin on Jacob. So that
Yeah.
kind of gives you an
That's
inclination
why I
that
said it must be at least this head.
exactly.
So there's no
Thank
way the
you.
person will be like that.
Exactly. So he was able to gel more with the Horites because he kind of looked like them. And then when you now add that thing of the sheep, the magic, let's call it the magic sheep clothes, and he became this mighty hunter and superseding even Nimrod, who was the great man, right? And he was the giant slayer of the time and was a local celebrity. So when you add all that, so and how the Horites were so able to bow to him and allow him to take, to be their leader.
Yeah,
So
eventually.
add all that stuff.
I don't want to forget this. Have you placed your hand on anything that made Esau come out that way as a child?
Sorry, could you say that again?
Do you have any idea why Esau came out that way as a child and not?
I have a feeling there was a manipulation, because remember, like we always say, in the shadows, there's always there's that force of good and evil, right? So I have a feeling that Satan must have manipulated what was going on in Rebecca's womb, and which was why they wanted Esau to come out first. It was a kind of a usurp, because it's like, okay, we know that one of them is the giant, is the dragon slayer, right? One of these two children is the dragon slayer, but we have to get our champion out first, because whoever comes out first is the firstborn, and usually the firstborn is supposed to have the blessing. So if we can get our champion out, I'm talking about the kingdom of the devil, right? If we can get our champion out, he becomes the one who gets the blessing. What they didn't realize that, of course, we are playing a chess match between the Most High and Satan. So you had your move. He grabbed the heel, the rightful heir grabbed the heel, because he was supposed to come out first. No problem. We are playing this game. And unfortunately, your champion is not that bright, because he sells his bright light down the line. Right?
Yeah.
Right? And then
are you aware? You remember that he was just coming from the slaughter of Nimrod when he saw
Nimrod, exactly, Telly. Yeah, right. So it's when you are looking at it behind the scene rather than just the characters. You are seeing the two forces playing that chess match. Then everything now suddenly makes sense. Right?
So yeah, exactly. I suspect that, and women, the devil hates women so much.
Right.
So I suspect that maybe the seed inside of
Rebecca
was just polluted.
Was messed up. Yeah.
So you must be very prayerful when you're carrying children. And they will tell you in Yoruba culture, there are places you don't go as a pregnant woman. You don't walk in the night. You don't walk. It seems like superstition.
Right.
There are people, like I said, there's a lady that has come here before, and she was telling us of how she died at age 3 months. She was already born, right? I think she was born already. How a spirit came to derail her, because there is a spirit in the soul and the body. So a spirit, which I think is a Nephilim spirit, came to derail her and told her that she was going to die, and after she dies, that spirit will enter into her and she will continue to live. And that's exactly what happened. So she died when she was about 3 months, and she can remember that. Why? Her soul was awake, okay? Because the soul remains intact, the body remains intact. So she can remember that thing, but the spirit has been swapped. And I told her, you need.
Yeah, because there are these people who are talking about entities changing bodies.
Yeah.
Right? There's this guy on YouTube who was talking about it, how they have sometimes the person talking to you, that's not the actual, he's not the original owner of that earth suit.
Of that body.
Something else has taken it over. Yeah. I don't know if you saw, there was this series on Netflix, in Her Eyes, where somebody was able to enter somebody, they're using this astral projection. So he was able, two of them were playing that game. And they were able to swap bodies.
Yeah.
So what that guy did was that he killed the girl because he wanted her life. So he's going around in an illegal body.
Yeah.
Right? And so you're hearing people who are having trying to do deliverance sessions, and they have to ask, find out from the spiritual realm, is the person in this body, is this the original? So yeah, you're right, where they are actually switching bodies. Yes. They're actually taking, but
I just didn't want to sound too direct yet, but which I told her then, meaning now, so that she's gonna need deliverance, and that is when you start to understand, like I used to say, what it means to be born again, because Nephilim spirit needs to be removed. You get it? So being born again is a very serious supernatural miracle. It's not Jesus, I love you. Jesus, I love you. I love you. Thank you. Thank you. Bye bye. I start eating pop after church service. It's a serious thing. You see, if you really do it from the heart, it's not just something on the surface. Anyway, so let's get to hear from Amara. This person. I'm seeing a man's picture. Amara, are you ready? I think you're already unmuted. Can you say hello? Are you there? While we're waiting for Amara, let's quickly do the reason I turned this off is to oh, why is this shaking like this? Let's turn that. Okay. Right. Yay, chicas, good morning. Happy New Year. Let's see. Yes, I think we can do that. So let's not let's swap that. Flip the camera. So I'm sure everything we're reading, I mean, most of us would agree that it's good to put this in a movie, which we have done. It's just part one. So let's just watch the trailer of that and we can go by it. It's good to watch part one while we're working on part two. Part two will be out this year by God's grace. And I think there might be a part three. Okay. So let's watch the part one if you have not. So when we release part two, you can move on to it. So let's watch this. Let's go.
Ọ̀kan nínú àwọn ọmọ ogun Lámúrúdù ni Oòduà jẹ́ kí ó tó wá sí Ilé Ifẹ̀ ní ìhà yìí. Son of Nahor. What? My lord.
So that Yoruba language is more prevalent because that's the story of the people that we could get much detail, that we have most access to, and we see the way it literally overlaps with the scriptures. So we're seeing things in the book of Jasher, which we're reading from, that you find in some of these African stories, and we've pulled them out. We have about at least 5 African languages speaking in that movie, spoken there, and so it's not just putting African characters in Jasher Bible story or the book of Jasher. Is mapping it, as you can see. It's showing the thing, shows you the timeline, shows you spaces. So this is literally a battle of races at the end of the day, and the African people need to understand that. It's very important to understand that. So go get that movie like right now if you have not. abraimomovie.com is a good day to watch it, New Year's Day. So let's get that running. Chika's home, good morning. We will let Shola speak, Shola Eniton, sorry. Then after Shola Eniton, Chika's home is going to go ahead. Chika's home, good morning first off. Are you there? Chika's home. Happy New Year, it's been a while. Yes, let's hear from Shola Eniton. Let's give him some 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, sir. How are you all?
We're fine.
I've been watching everything you've been doing, and I'm so elated, Minister, because you are flowing in my direction. And, when you are somewhat of a different mindset, and you now see somebody who is flowing in that same direction. So I've been watching, listening to you for months, and I think you are doing a good job. The Lord will bless your work.
Amen.
I'd like to say that there is something that, we seem to have missed. And that is the fact that the essence of Christ running out of crowds, nobody has ever sat back to say, look, why is it that when the crowds come, Jesus always tries to separate himself You know, what is it that is taking him away out of the crowd? And, you know, if you look at it deeply, you would see that the body of faith is actually focused at spirituality.
Okay.
You know, and if a man does not sit back and identify that there is an art and a science of spirituality, the person will just be going to church from January to December
For decades.
and he will be doing the art of spirituality, which is religion. Now, the science of spirituality is what makes Jesus always separate himself.
Wow.
And so when the lady was talking about fasting, you know, there are things that are attached to fasting that a lot of people don't even know, they don't even do. And they don't even know how to even manage or use their fast. You are generating energy, for example, and your energy is not plugged to anything, you know, it's just, you know, the engine is just revving up,
Yeah.
you know. So they will get into unnecessary dreams, thinking, oh, okay, I had a dream when it's not, we've lost a lot of things.
I see.
You know, the esotericism, which is the science of spirituality,
Yeah.
we have lost it virtually 99%. So you see everybody is involved in the art, going to church,
Yeah.
you know, doing congregational prayers.
Yeah.
Some people cannot even pray on their own. They don't know, you know, what to do when you separate them from the crowd. They can't, their Christianity fizzles in isolation. Whereas isolation is expected to expound
Yeah.
your,
You're supposed to thrive
you
in
know,
isolation, really.
yes, you know, and this is a social construct, okay? It came to a time when
Let me add
powerful
2 more minutes.
interests.
Because I feel like I have a lot of things to say. Let me add
Hello?
2 more minutes. I'm adding 2 more minutes. You exhausted your 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Oh, let me just stop. Let me just stop.
Okay. No,
Let me
please
just
go
stop.
ahead. I've said the time already. This thing is that gifting suspended, live visibility restricted. This behavior is not in like what behavior? I don't know. Okay, maybe
Yeah.
because of the screen I'm showing. Okay, just go ahead, please.
Okay, so you see, people have gotten lost because society demanded it. Because
Yeah.
society needed to be able to control. And when I say society, powerful interests came into the spirituality of man because they saw that man was enraptured by the art, the display of church, you know, what spirituality should be like. You know, so the mindset of many became ensnared and they followed the so-called social construct. If you go back in time, you will see that all major spiritual bodies, they always secluded themselves, you know, and that is why the power is missing. Seemingly, it is not missing, but it is seemingly missing in society because there is no re-infusion of power. You know, people just go and spend themselves every day. They spend going to church, they spend praying, they spend fasting, they don't even know what to use the energy for. And we now have society in a total mess, you know.
And then
It's a lot of work that needs
not
to be
just a
done.
social control. It's like a social political construct nowadays. The Christian thing.
Oh yes, it is. Oh yes, it is. So
Anyway.
people have gotten into like Constantine, you know, and so many others who came before him saw the power of, you know, spirituality, and they had to separate religion from esotericism. And anyone that is separated from the esoteric aspects the lady was mentioning about books. What happened to the books? The books have been taken into environments where you will fear to go into. It is when you go into such environments that you will see all the books. All the books exist. They are not even in bookshelves. Some have been duplicated, replicated, and they all exist. But they have been taken into environments where only angels, even the angels, fear to tread.
Wow.
Pardon me. Okay. So there is nothing that has been lost.
Again.
Okay. Let's leave it. Let's leave it. Let's leave it.
But
Okay.
then,
I'll keep watching.
Yeah, thanks so much for that. You might still come back on again. Just want to get to Chikazo real quick before so we can get the cycle complete. So that's true. Although I'd like to give a one general disclaimer, which is this, that if you don't know what you're looking for, it's almost impossible to find it, even when you find it, okay? So I want us to be kind of careful also for those listening that you're not just constantly looking for stuff. This is how Adam had everything. And he thought, wow, there's this special something I've not gotten yet. And that's how it got to fall, you see. So we need to define what it is we're looking for, so people don't just end up on constantly learning, never coming to the knowledge of the truth, you see. I really believe that, honestly, there's hardly anything, even in the Vatican archives, right, that we have not touched in some of these live sessions and the interviews we've had, etc. Now, the details, maybe we don't, but the basic thing, like, okay, this has happened, this Jesus return is this time, this is that time. What I think makes the Vatican archive that much is that I think maybe 50, 70, 80% of what you have there is what happened during the millennial reign, the details. Excuse me, it says that if everything Jesus did, and that was even in the past, was to be written, even I suppose that all the books of this world, right, cannot contain, or it's not enough to contain, or this world is not enough to contain the books if they're written in books, something like that. And it was John that said that, I believe. So I think it is the details of what happened in the millennial reign and perhaps some of the technology and all that you have under that Vatican archives there that they put under their stuff, okay? But I think we've got it. The most scary part, or the most important part, I should say, I think is what we are beginning to read. Enoch, Jasher, and Jubilees. And people used to be scared of these books, okay? And now we've brought them out and we checked them before we read them. We've read them, it's fine, and we've been reading them all this while, and it's eye-opening. So, and the second thing I want to say, like a disclaimer and a kind of guide, in my own opinion, okay, is that rather than looking for some artifact, some statue somewhere, some rod somewhere, some garment somewhere, I think the greatest of the greatest artifact you can have is literally inside your own blood. God put it in your DNA. So when you are a son of the soil, in fact, I suspect there are some powerful things. If a Nephilim handles them, if a Neanderthal handles them, the thing can hurt him. It won't work in his hands. It is when it gets into the hand of the owner that the thing will work. Exactly what happened to Moses. There was a rod. This thing is in the book of Jasher or perhaps Jubilees. But I think it's Jasher, and we'll still get to it as we read. But there's this rod, the literal rod that God used in creating, not just after He created the world, the rod He used in making the things on the earth. It was a literal rod that He used, that Moses used to cross the sea. So because we don't have the book of Jasher, many preachers, sincerely, they have assumed that he used to use that to guide the sheep, and then God made it into a special rod. No, the rod was actually a special rod. It's a sapphire kind of rod. That means it must have this bluish colored glowing thing on it, and it was put in the ground somewhere in the house of Jethro. Jethro himself was a kind of wise man, or one of those wise men that stand in front of Pharaoh in that time. So he took that rod when he left Pharaoh's house. He put it in the ground. He himself could not remove it anymore. Okay, so different men tried and they could not lift it. Very similar to what you see is in Thor, right? When there was this hammer, nobody could lift it. It was the Thor, the guy that lifted it. Okay, so and why did he lift it? He was chosen. Very, very similar.
Sorry to interject, but there's so many stories that revolve around something like that. Somebody that is chosen having to pull out like British folklore talks about King Arthur and the sword Excalibur, and it's only the bloodline of a certain, that can pull out the sword from a rock. Or something like Lord of the Rings, where you have all these wizards that will have these rods with, maybe an emerald on it, and that emerald was the root of his power or something. I didn't know that was in the Bible.
It is.
Wow. That was
Chioma
in
too, I
Joshua.
think
Wow.
Yeah, Joshua. Chioma, am I right? Is it in Joshua? Can you remind me quickly, please, Chioma?
No, I don't remember.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's either in Joshua or in Jubilees, but I'm very sure.
Jubilees. I think it's Jubilees, right? Because the angels are the ones giving that account, right? Yeah, so it's Jubilees.
Yeah, it could be. So, but is that Joshua? I can literally search it, but I just want to digress too far. So they literally stole these things, right? The Bible is like more or less the most plagiarized document there is in the world, okay? Especially by Hollywood. Anyway, so Jethro himself that put that thing in the ground could not lift it anymore, okay? So I don't think there is any super extra special books we're looking for. There might be, and I would just say you can take the risk, because it was very risky for myself also to start searching these things. I stumbled into some funny books too, okay? So it can be risky. If you've got extra ones, bring it to us. We'll check it. The ones I can't read, I'll tell you I can't. Right? But Moses lifted that, and it was that rod. It wasn't just an ordinary rod he was using to get what's it called, sheep all about. It's a special rod God used. And that is to tell you again that Satan is almost just about always copying stuff, because using a holy wood, which is what Hollywood is the wood from the holy tree used to do magic, you see. So using the stick to do magic and magic wand, it was God that started it. He did wonders with that stick, you see. And then Satan copied that. He's got nothing original, you see. But anyways, Moses took that rod, and that is the rod with which it parted the sea and did all of the things that it did. But I said all that to say this, that the most powerful artifact you can ever find is inside your DNA, okay? Especially because you're a child of promise, you are a descendant, and that is exactly that melanin, that thing is what they're trying to get. So if you're a descendant of Adam like that, it puts you, maybe 70% already on top of the whole thing, right? So there are some things that after the fact they would even have, they can't use it, won't work for them until it gets into the hand of he who really owns it, and that's when the thing begins to work. All right. So let's just be a little bit careful in looking for things, looking for books and all of that. And especially when you then align yourself with faith in Jesus Christ, then, you're more or less a Superman, right? So I just thought of mentioning that, so we're not always looking for things outside, and before you know it, you get to an apex and you start declining, diminishing return, because you don't really know what you're looking for. Let me hear from Chikazo. I'll give Chikazo 3 minutes. Let's see how it goes. But let me give him 5 minutes. Chikazo, how many minutes do you need? Let me ask first.
Apostle, I can hear you, sir. Just give me 3 minutes. It's okay if I exceed. Me, I'm a supernatural being too, and we talk in a different dimension.
But I want you to keep your eye on the time. Should we make it 5 so that we know that you check?
Okay, let's say 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Let me just type.
Yeah, because people have spent a lot more than that, so more than 3. So I thought of. So let's go.
So Apostle, one thing why I want to talk, man speaking for people. We say, so many things, just like the last time we spoke, when I told you about that most of these top leaders I explained to you, some of them are the god of war, some of them are supernatural beings, they are just coming in human form. I told you about Netanyahu, I told you about some other top leaders. You remember?
Yeah, I remember.
Netanyahu. I told you to go and check. I told you to check. There are a lot of conspiracy theories that they know that these people, I told you about how different set of gods came as human now, because part of the Nephilims, the bloodline, the men of those renowned, those men,
yeah,
they are not coming back as human to rule men. And a lot of people no go believe.
The sound is gone.
Because they feel like, okay, first of all, let's look at, we'll take back from 2001, come forward. The rate at which technology they grew very fast, rapid. People are pushing this stuff. pushing the AI concept. People are pushing it to that fast level, and they want everybody, because they are creating a kind of awareness, make everybody mind day for them, make everybody believe in them, and a time will come, because they are pushing for the end time agenda. You understand me? They're pushing for that end time agenda, and they are doing this. That's why you hear constant rumors of war. Every minute you hear this. Why? Why? Every minute, every year, every beginning of the year, you must hear. 2025 beginning, you hear about the rumor of war between this and this. 2026 now, from tomorrow, next tomorrow. See, I tell you, I had a vision that America will be striked. I don't know. No, the last time I told you, I had a vision that water, very big water, it happened. Now I had a vision this last year that America was strike, and I don't know exactly, but this strike was very heavy, that the whole world will hear about that something happened to America, that somebody struck America, and this stuff became one of the biggest stuff that brought about a kind of strange being coming in.
Wow.
And this strange being, it was as if these people were looking for precious stones, diamond, all this. I don't know, but this thing is very, very. And after that period, they started looking for a precious stone. As of 4 or 5, let's say last week or last 2 weeks, if you notice, China stopped selling silver.
Okay.
And the value of silver went up automatically. Ask yourself this question. All these things are happening in a strange way. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so the thing is, the end time agenda is already happening. All the things, just like you know that the end time is already here. The only thing we are waiting for is just to take the mark of the beast. And they are doing this thing in the sense whereby people would end up taking it at free will without even thinking. They will feel that's part of civilization, that's part of life, that's part of everything. People thought it was the vaccine. They use vaccine as a normal test because they know their time is short. The day you hear that they strike America, know the world is about to end.
Something is, wow, I see.
The day they strike America, know the world is about to end.
And even though what we think is that the actual return of Jesus had happened before, but I see things being very cyclical, such that they are about to still repeat the same thing that happened then, now, And speaking of this rod of Moses, I think I found a scripture for those who are looking. Oh, let me let you finish your 1 minute. Did I interject completely, or you're gonna?
Yeah. So let me just finalize. There was a time I also told you that Satan needs to be born to this world again, like the Antichrist. No, Satan needs to be born. I told you about that. Satan will be born as a human, just the same way Jesus Christ was born to this world. Satan will be born. Satan will manifest the same way, like repeating exactly what Jesus did and every other thing. And at the end of the day, you find out that people
that
with
that
will be the deception. That's the deception. Yes. And to tell you the real truth, it's already born.
Wow.
Satan is already here on earth, like presently on earth. That's why you see most time you see all this catastrophe, the things happening all over the world. He's already presently here on earth as a human being.
Interesting.
And the agenda, that's why you see, if you watch most of these people, they are pushing more to AI, because they know at the end of the day, people are talking more about the neural link to attach to the brain, to become human and cyborg.
Yeah, cyborg, yeah.
You understand me? And if you're looking at all these things step by step, this is the biggest deception, because Satan is already here on earth. I'm telling you, fact and plain. And people are they are bringing themselves closer. They are pledging their allegiance to this Satan himself.
Yeah, and Satanism itself is getting more blatant, more bold, There's this thing they did in France where they brought so-called Lilith, this animal-looking human scorpion hybrid, very big statue they made, just out of the blues. Was it Halloween? It was not even Halloween. They just did the thing, and Lilith was speaking funny, naughty stuff, and there's this other beast, and they came together, and they were smoke, and they were just doing stuff, and excuse me, it was just literally open, blatant, satanistic thing they did. They're not hiding it as such. And it's part of what is written in that Albert Pike's letter, you know. Anyway, where they wrote about 3 world wars. Let me read the scripture. Chema, I found it in case you're looking for it. Thank you so much for that, Chikazo Media.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, Chema, I found the scripture is in, where is it? Joshua 77 verse 38. So we're still going to read it over time because we're in Joshua 45 now, 46. Are you there, Chema?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so let's read it to everybody's hearing. And Reuel commanded Moses to be brought out of the dungeon. Between when Moses was 40 and when he was 80, he was a king, he was a shepherd, he was in prison all through that time. You see, that's in the book of Joshua. We'll get to it over time. So, and they shaved him and he changed his prison garments and he ate bread. And afterwards, Moses went into the garden of Reuel, which was behind the house. And he there prayed to the Lord his God. At this point, he had become super terribly humble, to where he says he's the most humble person in the whole world, according to the book of Genesis or Exodus. Okay, but God will usually humble anybody he wants to use. You will be very, very humble. The same thing that happened with Joseph. And what Moses was about to carry is just too heavy. It's just, humans don't even carry things like that. He's about to move a whole nation out of Egypt. It's a transgenerational stuff. You see, so he was going to be so humble. And even at that, he still had some mistakes before he could finish the assignment. Anyway, so he there prayed to the Lord, his God, who had done mighty wonders for him. By the way, speaking about humility, I've heard that, God's people are always going to prison, usually. Always, just about. And in this day and age, if you speak truth to some extent, you get locked up. That's just the thing. There's a man who prophesied something in Nigeria. He was locked up. He's still there now, I think. Locked up in prison because he prophesied that, I think that Tinubu there will be a coup that would remove Tinubu on 29th of May. So they went and arrested him. And they lied that he's blah, 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 just some lie. I don't know if he's out, but at least he was arrested for giving that prophecy. Okay, let's proceed. So, speaking about humbling yourself, by the way, I heard that this wicked movie that this Ariana and this girl, dark skin and light skin girl, did, that they only ate eggs through the time they were acting the movie. I don't know how long, 3 months, 1 year, I don't know. But they only ate 3 eggs per day throughout the time. It's probably how they came out so skinny. Of course, that's definitely a witchcraft kind of thing, movie and all. Okay? So they probably ate maybe 1 egg in the morning, 1 at the afternoon, 1 at night. And that's what they ate for maybe many weeks, maybe even months. Okay. All right. So, and it was while he prayed, he looked the opposite him, and behold, a sapphire stick, okay, was placed in the ground, which was planted in the midst of the garden. And he approached the stick, and he looked, and behold, the name of the Lord God of hosts was engraved thereon. Wow. So that name is really powerful. That's the one that doesn't change. You see, written and developed upon the stick. Do you imagine that in English? So that means it likely was embossed like a relief. But although it says engraved again, but it says developed again. And he read it, meaning that is the language of God. That's how precious your Igbo language is, your Yoruba language is, your Swahili. All those languages that are linking to that tree, real Paleo-Hebrew. So, and of course, this is the stick of God. And he wrote Hebrew on it that Moses could read. That's how precious that language is. He said the Hebrew was restored back to Abraham, as written in the book of Jubilees. After this, we'll close for the day. It's about 2 hours already. Thank you, Father. So, and he approached the stick and looked, and the name was written and developed upon the stick. And he read it and stretched forth his hand, and he plucked it like a forest tree, right, from the thickest. And the stick was in his hand. Wow, so he had to pull it out. And we don't know how big that is. I don't know. But at least something that he could maybe hold. Someone is saying Yoruba is the original Hebrew. I'm not bold enough to say that. But I know it's very close, without gainsaying. Very, very close. Because of the lot of etymology we found. Okay, and this is the stick with which, now watch this. Joshua 77 verse 42. And this is the stick with which all the works of our God were performed. It was Joshua writing this. Joshua is supposed to be the child of Caleb, the colleague of Joshua, the servants of Jacob.
So God's own magic wand, right?
Exactly what I was saying, you see. So you see this Hollywood, which is where they got.
Right?
You see what I'm saying? So Satan is just a copycat, copy rat, copy whatever, copy snake. So this apparently is the original magic wand.
Wand, right? Mm-hmm.
And this is the stick with which all the works of our God were performed after he had created the heavens and the earth. So he made the heavens and the earth, excuse me. So it's like a pure canvas, and then the magic stick came in. The wonder stick started.
Oh my God.
And all the hosts of them, the seas, and he used that to make. So we don't know whether it was drawing them. It would speak and do the stick.
And
So
then wave it, yeah? Like, oh my God, oh my
Yeah.
God.
So she's high on stickers. They will think you are smoking something. You are smoking.
My goodness.
So
Right? You
it's
see when they wave it, when you watch it in the Harry Potter thing. So they're copying it from somewhere.
110%.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And he created the heavens and the earth and all the hosts in them. So now we know that he was speaking words and he was using the stick.
Incantations like spells, right?
Exactly.
Light be, land be, and
Exactly.
wave the magic wand. Oh my God.
Exactly. So when you watch that Harry Potter, although I've not watched it because I usually won't watch things like that, but you hear him say something,
Right? He would say an incantation and then wave the magic wand and presto. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
So that's why I'm telling you that there may be no need to search for some extra super extra.
Right?
Everything is here. Is here. And he created the heavens and the earth and all the hosts of them, seas and rivers and their fishes. And when God had driven Adam, watch this. When God had driven Adam from the garden, okay, of Eden, he took the stick in his hand. Now, who took the stick? Let me read
Who
that
took
again.
the stick? Yeah.
So, and when God had driven Adam from the garden, I think it's Adam that took it. Had driven Adam from the garden of Eden, he took the stick in his hand and went and tilled the ground. That's Adam.
Oh wow.
Tilled the ground from which he was taken. So he was sent out from Eden or Idunu to Elda or Ileda, the land of creation. You see, he went there and he started. So that's the stick he was tilling the ground with. Because I'm wondering, how do you just till
Right?
the
Yeah,
those
right. There was no
things? God started to
fertilizer.
crop out for you.
Yeah.
So he had something. God gave him something. That's powerful.
Protect him too as well.
And that's
yeah.
merciful of God. He didn't just leave him like that. You know.
Oh.
That's very powerful. So, and the stick came down to Noah, of course. Adam is the first, Noah is the 10th, and was given to Shem. You see how the thing has been going.
Passing it down, yeah.
You see? And his descendants until it came to the hand of Abraham the Hebrew, the 20th guy. Because Hebrew is the 14th. Now he's with Abraham the 20th. So you see, even the garment was supposed to continue to Abraham, but this guy has stolen it, Ham, until it came back to Esau. You see? So that rod is one of those artifacts, you see. That one was still got to Abraham. And when Abraham had given all he had to his son Isaac, he also gave it the stick. Okay? He also gave him the stick. So now he's with Isaac the 21st. And when Jacob had fled from Paddan Aram, that's when he was leaving Laban from the north, you see. Jacob is the 22nd. See, he took it in his hand. And that is what he was saying, that I'm leaving this place with this staff. With this staff now, I'm returning with a host. That probably was the staff he was holding.
Okay, that was the staff the Bible talks about. He bent over the staff before he died, right?
I believe so. He said he leaned over his staff and he was blessing his
Yeah, exactly.
It's not impossible. And imagine what you are saying standing on that kind of stick. Imagine it's
Right?
so it is possible. Now, this is like an inference. We are extrapolating.
Right?
Not
Yeah,
what-
definitely.
But it is possible that is why he blessed Jacob, and then Esau came and he said, oops, I've done something. I can't reverse it. Bro, just reverse it. Is it not the same mouth? Maybe he was standing on that staff. You see?
Right?
Or something like that to make those pronouncements. And the staff know the year now go in the year, the year come. So, and when Jacob had fled to Paddan, he took it in his hand, and when he returned to his father, and there's a suspicious place I think the staff might be, but of course I can't say that on TikTok Live. And when he returned to his father, he had not left it behind him. Okay. So he took it with himself and was coming back from Paddan Aram back to Hebron. And when he went down to Egypt, he took it in his hand. So he took it when he was going to see Joseph, and he gave it to Joseph because Joseph had the birthright after Reuben lost it. So one portion above his brethren, for Jacob had taken it by force from the hand of his brother Esau. So Esau also was going to steal that, you see. But Jacob had taken it by force from his brother, because I knew at the time everything was taken from Jacob by Eliphaz when Jacob was going to. Yeah. So, it's
Sorry, I just want to clarify. Is it a staff or a wand?
It's a staff.
I have a feeling it can come. It's possible it can actually get small.
The reason we are trying to compare it with the wand is because it's the same kind of thing the witches do when they say stuff and move a stick. And we know that God created the heaven and the earth with his word, according to Genesis. But Joshua is telling us that there was a stick involved. So, what you get what I'm saying, Shadi?
Yeah, makes sense. Because what I've, because I like to be visual, I've Googled wizards and staffs. Yeah, and so there's, if you go to like Google images and just go wizard staff, you see lots of wizard images with a staff that has a blue sapphire stone on top, a giant one. Something like that, right? Yeah. And there's this term in for those that watch too much cartoon like me, like in magic they call abracadabra, right? If you check the literal meaning of abracadabra, it means like it's basically when you watch cartoons, they wave the wand and blah blah blah, and it ends with abracadabra. It basically means I speak, I create. Wow. Basically that term, but I don't know what language. Somebody was asking me what language. I have no idea what language that means. But it's quite uncanny that everything has its roots in the Bible, right? And it's it's too coincidental, and it's crazy because when we watch it, we'll say these things are not African; they are Western. What are you doing abracadabra? But it's crazy how it's almost as if they were taken from Africa. Or at least some knowledge that we've lost, right? Change and repurpose to make it look like why? Because most of these wizards wear a long robe, they have a giant beard, and they have a hat. If you look at Oduduwa's pictures or the ones that you showed, those pictures you showed, he has a long beard. He doesn't have a giant coat, but he has a wrapper. He has a rod that he's holding, that sort of thing. So I'm really beginning to get, I don't know. I think I'm learning and relearning. I'm shocked. Yeah.
And then from that,
don't remisk on it, right? So besides I said Satan has to put his own remisk on it, right?
Yeah, remisk.
He needs to remix the thing, Abby. He needs to remix. It is a remix.
Yeah. So, and then if it is really true, someone is popping up to us. Chika's always saying is Druid language. Maybe he got that off of TikTok, off of GPT, real quick. So Druid, I think Druid is German, if I'm right, something European. But if it's really true, Celtic, yeah. If it's really true that abracadabra or something means I speak, I create, that's exactly what we've been saying, right, Chioma? He has the stick, he's speaking with it, and he's creating stuff.
Exactly, yeah.
Now, let me tell you something I discovered.
Let me say something. I'm very sorry. The thing is that English itself is a magic word. English is a magic word. So English, if you search about English, this English we are speaking is a magic word. Even good morning means something in magic.
I see. Yeah. It's not impossible.
You understand me? So that Druid language is here already in England. You understand me? It's part of the England tradition. They call them the Druid, the Druid. They were the part of. If you search for like the different tribe, just like you hear about Camelot, King, this and that, down to Merlin, all those things. They were Druid people who practiced magic here in England,
Yeah.
They were as far back as time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just the same way we have the Vikings and the other districts, they worship
Exactly.
gods like Thor and the rest.
Merlin and the Dragon, all of that. I just heard it off of someone. I've not watched
Yes,
it. Just some.
yes.
So
So most of those language that they speak, that they say good morning, most of this in reverse,
They
it
almost
has
like
a
spells
meaning
or
in
stuff.
magic. Yes.
So that's what they call it, spelling.
Okay, can I just before we get off this particular topic, I just remembered something. Queen Elizabeth, before she became queen, was initiated into something called the Druid Order.
Of course.
6 years before she became queen.
Of course.
When she died, there was something that they did that was very significant that, because I read so many dark things I should not be reading, but here I am.
That's why I say,
There was a certain wooden, like a wand of some sort, that they broke. They literally broke it and laid it as part of her casket. There was something that people just are like, for me, it was quite significant. When she literally died, as she was in a casket, they put the casket on display in a certain place for a while before they actually buried her. There was a certain thing that they did on the way to burying her, that they broke that wand and laid it on her casket. Right? It was more like a stick. It wasn't anything significant. Of all the royal, very gang things that she's got going on, all the crowns and jewels and whatnot, that particular item was broken. And somebody was trying to interpret it. There was, they always call different experts and people that, they just thought something about her. The scepter of power has finally broken. She's dead, blah, blah, blah. It's time to pass it on. So for me, I think these things are quite interesting, quite connected, right? Anyone that can Google, you can Google Princess Elizabeth initiation into the Celtic Order. It's on Google. You can see the images. Yeah. So just wanted to say that.
Yes, and to help that is even you need to start interpreting. That one is difficult. The simplest one, Victoria the First, if I'm right, was plainly working with this guy John Dee, who was a wizard, 100%, not interpreting, nothing complex. You see, John Dee, which apparently is who John D. Rockefeller of America was named after. He was literally a wizard, point blank. And he would write letters. He would be a spy for the Queen of England, right, the Victoria. And then he would write there, watch this, for your eyes only, and put 007. Guess who 007 is today? James Bond. Right? And then when the Queen of today, of yesterday, the Queen of Elizabeth, was going to enter into the Olympics, guess who she entered with? 007, James Bond. So they've put the whole thing, they've broken it down into, everybody now can enter into witchcraft. Or just watch movies, you're good enough, you see. So 007 for your eyes only, you see. And that was how he would close the letters when he goes to spy. And of course, these were destroying nations by witchcraft, right? And all of that. There was a time there was going to be a storm. I think it was England and Spain or something. And he told them that just don't enter the sea yet. Wait for a while. And while the enemy ship was still advancing, and like, we need to attack this, we like, just hold on. And there was a terrible storm, and all of the ship of the enemy capsized, right? And then the English then proceeded. And that was one of his major breakthroughs, and when they started bringing him close to royalty and all that. So the original James Bond was a wizard. His name is John Dee, working with the royal family. It is in this times and era they started drawing maps, mapping out Africa and all of those things. You see. So I think if English can be a spell, then your Yoruba, your Igbo should be a deeper spell, or whatever positive equivalent of spell is. You see.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
According to those that study languages, English is the lowest vibrational language in the world.
The fifth child. Yeah. I've heard that.
Of all the languages spoken on earth, we're even talking, the closer people that click in their tones and whatnot. Of all the language, name it. Even the animal languages, English is still the lowest vibration. Animals communicate, especially monkeys and whatnot, dolphins and sea creatures. Of all the languages, from the expert to, we're talking science-backed, English is the lowest vibrational language. Yet it is the language we are told that we must master, we must learn, and we must speak it.
So it's
Yeah.
been watered down to the very worst tiny. I mean, it's just something, and it's always changing. Fifth child from Twitter wants to say something. We are live on Twitter at the same time, by the way. And if you're here, if you're also on Twitter, as we close in the next maybe 10, 15 minutes, you can please cross over to Twitter and join us from there. We want to push Twitter space so that we get the thing moving also. Thank you. Please, fifth child, go ahead.
Well, the thing is, I think they are actually trying to water it down because I know.
Just a moment. Just a moment. Are you able to hear him from TikTok?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Please go ahead, fifth child.
So truly, I think they are just trying to water it down into a wand or whatever, because I think it's naturally a staff. Because even in the picture of Oduduwa and even in the picture of is it that the one that's in
Exactly. Obugad, statue of Eri. He's got a staff also.
Yeah, Obugad. So I think all of them naturally is with a staff. And then our Igbo people there have happened to imbibe in that culture of, when somebody is growing old, he'll go to the forest and then look for a staff to use and be supporting himself. Even my grandparents and most people, I think they do that, whenever they are growing old, they go to the bushes and look for a particular tree or whatever and cut out the tree and use it to do a staff that will be supporting them in their movement. So I think it's naturally a staff and not a wand. I think the wand is just they trying to,
It's the fake one.
the deception and all that.
Yeah, very true. I really agree with that. By the time Satan starts copying and doing all that, he would usually leave out some detail and mess up the thing. So Satan has absolutely no power that is original. And I've said this also, that even when it comes to matters of sin, as we know it, 95% of any sin you can talk about in this life is just doing something that is maybe actually right, but you're doing it with the wrong time, in the wrong place, or with the wrong person, wrong circumstances. That's what makes it sin. To tell you how organic of the things of God are, such that if you live life the way God inspires, puts in your conscience, and live it out, you're literally living righteousness. You see, so it's so natural. So if English can be maybe the old English or Druid or whatever can be a magical language, I mean, then your Igbo, your Yoruba, your Hausa, Kosa, and all that, and Swahili must be a miraculous language. You see, so you must train your children. Go learn it again if you're beginning to lose it. You see, it definitely will carry power that. If your parents speak to you in Yoruba or speak in your native mother language, Igbo, you can tell it carries a different power. You see. So let's just wrap up that, then we close for the day. Also, when he went down to Egypt, he took it in his hands. He gave it to Joseph, one of the portion above his brethren. After the death of Joseph, the nobles of Egypt came into the house of Joseph. So watch this now. Oh yeah, for Jacob had taken it by force from the hand of his brother Esau. So after the death of Joseph, the nobles of Egypt came into the house of Joseph, and the stick came into the hand of Reuel the Midianite. I don't know why they did not give it to an Israelite, right? Because there were still Levites there. All these guys were there. So this is more like a stealing they've done here. Because the Midianites, they are still Hebrew, but they are more like Arabic, more like the Arabians, in the sense that I think the Midianites are one of the children of Keturah that Abraham married. Okay, Muthoni, you're welcome. It's been a while. So the Egyptians took it and they gave it to Reuel, which is the same person as Jethro. Okay, and when he went out of Egypt, Choma, you want to say something?
No, I was agreeing with. I just said Jethro. We said it together, but there was a delay. So
Great. So Reuben is Reuel is same as Jethro. So he's a Midianite, and when he went out of Egypt, he took it in his hand and planted it in his garden. By the way, it might interest you also to know, like I've said before, that this Reuel, who is the same as Jethro, he, along with Balaam, the son of Beor, the guy who wanted to curse Israel and they could not curse them, etc., and later got them to do fornication and they were destroyed for that. So this Reuel or Jethro and that Balaam and Job, the same Job that Job, right? That had persecution, his family dying and all of that. The three of these mighty men were wise men in front of Pharaoh in those days. The three of them, they were contemporaries. See, it's when you read the book of Joshua, you'll be able to tell these things, right? So it becomes a very small world in that sense when you start reading these this apocrypha, right? So that's just by the way. So they gave it to him and he put it in his garden. Excuse me. And all the mighty men of the Kenites, which some said are Kenyans, but all the mighty men of the Kenites tried to pluck it out, and they endeavored to get when they endeavored to get Zipporah his daughter. So they wanted to marry Zipporah by plucking it out, and they were unsuccessful. I don't even know how it came about that idea to pluck it out to get his daughter. So the stick remained planted in the garden of Reuel until he came who had a right to it and took it. You see, that's the person that had a right to take it. Even Reuel shouldn't have gotten it, but somehow I don't know where all the Israelites were and the descendants, so they gave it to Reuel instead. Maybe because they
Maybe
were
God allowed it because they were going into slavery anyway. And they would
yeah,
have
it could be. It could be. So the last verse in that chapter, anyways, chapter 77. And when Reuel saw the stick in the hand of Moses, he wondered at it. And he gave him his daughter Zipporah for a wife for free. Automatically. Anyway, so that started about that. So it's been a wonderful day. What a beautiful way to start the year. So there's a very high chance we'll be doing this throughout this year, very likely. Okay? I'm not promising that, but it seems so. All right, but we're not doing it forever. We have gotten a leading as to how long to go to do this thing that we're doing. Okay, but God will help us to keep it like that. And I think it's God's spirit that just direct these conversations. It's like yesterday's live was also wonderful, being the last one of the year as we know it, at least the calendar we're using. And then the first one of the year is also looking, it's so wonderful so far. So we're here again. The next 5 days is going to be a little bit random. I'll try it around 10 o'clock. If it goes through, then it's fine. It might be short, but just keep the thing, just keep posted, stay connected. Then you'll see when we come up. It might be a little bit random, but it's difficult to predict. So that's it. Let me appreciate those who are on the live. I'm muting Chioma at the moment. So let me appreciate those who are on the live. We'll start with those on Twitter. Thank you so much, Fifth Child, for coming, and thank you, Olinze, for coming also. God bless you. Yeah, thanks for the like. So effortlessly Shade, thanks for coming. Monserrat Joker, thank you. Celebrity Manager, V Helubi, thank you for coming. Jojo, Neil Fox, Rakiba, Baba. As I'm calling you, just follow the account so you know when we come up live. Nikita, thanks for coming. Makasan, KK, Stitch, Yamaha, DJ, Adisa, Akin, Lolu, Samaoku. Okay, Samaoku 1. Then user 578, Tuli Sanga, Emmanuel, Flagshi, Verol, user 272, Hormoth, Majomeji, CC, Lawayne, Black Scorpio, For Real, Hurty, Big Josh, Common Sense, Colsey, T-Boy, Amara, Clifford, Tilly, Paul Leku, Tosan, Ibrahim, Baba, Babi How Cliff, Ade Damola Abdullah, Emmanuel Dams, Oshio Zokai, John, Peter, thanks for coming. Go Ye Evangelical Ministry TV, thanks for coming. Ose Global, Nora, Kenny, Rosaline, Giang, Eze, thank you. Muthoni, thanks for coming. Happy New Year to you, Muthoni. Felix, thanks for coming. Black Ibri, Newman, Consensus Objector, Tech Spect, Liberation, Mr. Ice, Jermal, Koye, Adolf Gold, Oba Deoto, and Phenomenon. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Follow the account if you're not. Download the Chatroad app. Watch the Abrahamo movie. Go on YouTube right now. We're on YouTube 24/7, 7 days a week, okay? Constantly on YouTube every day. So you can go there and find interesting conversations like this. You can ask questions. There's somebody there to reply you. What else? I think that is all. So we'll see tomorrow by God's grace. We'll definitely find time to come, but we're going for something connected to ministry in some way. So the live might be a little bit random. So at worst, we'll have videos posted. So when we post, like the videos, send them, and we get this moving. Thank you so much. Happy New Year to everybody. You can go ahead, spend time with your family, and have a nice time. God bless you. Love you all. Thank you, Fifth Child. Thank you, Olinze, for the likes and the waves. God bless you. All right. Bye. Thank you, everybody. Love you all. All right. Let's get started. You can tap the screen to get the likes up so we can get started this morning. So let's tap. It's tap to get started. Let's tap the screen to get started. Just tap the screen. So I think it will be best to just do conversations today. If you can hear me, you can let me know. Just let me know if you can hear me. So let me know if you can hear me. We're also live on Twitter. So we're live on Twitter. Loud and clear. Okay, thank you, Amara. So we're also live on Twitter. Thank you, Liberation. So let's start the screen. Today will be for discussion. If there is no guest, we'll just cross over to read scriptures. I'm just trying to block off the sun. Let's keep tapping. So we can start. Well, actually, if anybody has a question or a comment, you can just come up straight away and ask a question. And then I'll respond to your question immediately. Okay, we've got a guest. How do we do this today? Okay. Sorry, excuse me. My phone is going to be on speaker for a while. Speak English. Little noise, okay? Sorry for that. Just little noise. Thank you. Okay, Liberation, how are you? Liberation, let me know if you can hear me. Liberation, you have a question?
Yeah. Hello. Minister. Yeah, yes, please. God bless you for
I can't hear you, Liberation. Try to speak louder.
Am I clear? Am I clear?
Sorry?
Hello. Am I clear, please?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah. God bless you for, first of all, God bless you for all the nuggets you put out there. They are very inspiring. They are revelational. And I want to especially say, God richly bless you. They've actually enlightened us, even the younger generation. Yeah. So please, there is this question I want to ask. Um,
I'm also
I
younger
think
generation. What's your age range? Sorry, if you don't mind.
okay. I'm 25, please.
Okay. So you don't need to make me feel
Yeah.
old. Go ahead.
Oh, but I believe what you are sharing is even though you are young, but then it's the
Yeah.
wisdom of the age, wisdom of the ages. Yeah. So yes, please. My question is that I think I watched one of your presentations, and then it was like concerning Israel's spending 400 years before 30 years in slavery was not fulfilled as we actually knew before. So I wanted to find out when was that prophecy fulfilled. If you can help my understanding, please.
Okay. But first, do you understand how it is not 400 or 430, right?
Yes, please. I clearly
Were you
understand.
able to
Yeah,
catch that?
very well.
Okay, good.
Yes,
So
please.
the most likely time, what most people will say anyway is that is the transatlantic slave trade straight away. Okay.
Okay.
And I can try to scan in my mind again. Let me see. The time when they went into Israel was about 1500 BC. So after that, they went into the land. About 720 BC was when they were taken captive to Assyria. 520, 580 was when they were taken to Babylon. So
Okay.
Babylon was just exile. After exile, I mean that's the most likely. To be fair, is very likely to be that transatlantic. That's what I've heard. I'm
Wow.
just trying to think afresh because what I like to do is I don't just answer questions based on memorized answers. You get what I mean? I try to think
Yes,
afresh.
please.
So from what I think, 580 BC is Babylonian captivity. Then Jeremiah prophesied 70 years. After 70 years, then the prophecies of Daniel started. Daniel said, "I understood by books." Okay, so after that, then it was 490 years unto Yeshua, but then they already came back to the land. It wasn't up to 400 years. 490 years they were in their land all through. Jesus came, and after that, we think the millennial reign happened immediately after, which brings us to around 1770 or whatnot.
Sure.
Then
Sure.
immediately the
Yeah.
slave trade started. So I would say it's around the transatlantic. Are you trying to get here, madam? Yeah, so that's just about it. So that's the most likely. That's the most likely time.
All right. God richly bless you for that. I think I'm
Sorry?
settled for now. Yeah, I say God bless you for that. I think I'm settled for now.
Yes. Man, thank you very much. Let me use my headphones to make it much better. I'm trying to get the you guys also here, but apparently there's a lot of noise. So let's try to get that connected. Yeah, so if anyone has more questions, they can come up and ask. We just make today about conversations, 100% conversations. If there is no much guests like that, I'll probably be here till about 10:10 UK time. Okay, just about 10:10 UK time. Or I try to push it further. Let me see, 10:10:10, maybe 10:20 max, thereabout. Okay, 10:20, 10:30, thereabout, so that we can push it further. So that those that are not even aware, they can at least, yeah. So if there are any other questions, they can come up. If not, I'll try to double do scriptures. I try to run scriptures. Those in on Twitter are also welcome. Let's tap the screen to 1,000 likes. Okay, and let's click share and repost. Share and repost. You like the rain that falls to me to pray for this hour. So let's keep tapping towards 1,000 likes. So Liberation, if you are there, Liberation, I sense you're from Ghana. Oh, nice, very nice, very, very nice. Okay, Akwaba, or you don't speak Chi. Or is it? But I think you don't tell me Akwaba, or I don't know. How does it work?
Akwaba means welcome.
Welcome.
And then
Okay, so
I've
either way.
responded Yeja.
Yeja.
That means that it's like
Yeja.
if
Did you know
you're a
that,
man, that's the response. Ija is the
okay. So how about if it's a lady? What's the response? Is
okay,
it
so that one we
Yeje
see
or Yejo?
Yena when
Say what?
it's a woman.
Yena.
Yena.
Na. Okay, na. Yeja, Yena. Actually,
Ija
what
is,
does na mean in?
yes, Enna is for that mother figure, female, as in mother, female
Yes.
figure, and then
Okay.
Ija is the father figure. Yes, please.
Can I say na on its own without adding anything, without adding a year to it? Will
Yes,
it make
please.
any meaning in Chi?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
So what does
Enna is, you are
na
referring to
mean?
mother.
Enna. Wow.
Enna means mother.
Do
Yes, please.
you know that some people in Ghana say that they came from Ileife?
Wow.
Have you heard it before?
I'm hearing this for the first time.
Yes, the Gadangbes. The Gadangbes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very likely.
Say they came from Ileife. Yeah, they came from Ileife. And again, what the way you say welcome in Yoruba, you know, Ileife, the language is Yoruba, correct?
Mm-hmm.
The way you say welcome in Yoruba is Ekwabo. So
Wow.
very close to Akwaba. Yeah.
Wow, very close. Very close. Almost.
Yes. Yeah. Another one is when you want somebody to leave the way. Is there a way you say leave the way in Chi? Maybe you're sweeping, you're asking somebody to leave the way.
Okay, home free hall, something like that.
Okay. I think there's a way they say ago or yago. Have you heard that anything like that in Chi before?
Ago. Yeah, ago.
What does ago
like
mean?
as in you are trying to get people attention to, maybe you want to give announcement, you want to say something, and you want their attention. Then you use ago so that the place will be quiet for you to communicate whatever you want to communicate. Or maybe when you enter a house.
That's nice. It still follows. Yeah. Yes. It still follows.
As you enter a house.
Yeah, because. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then you want to call the attention of whoever is in the house, entering the house for the first time. You use the ago so that they will respond. Yes.
Good. Do you know ago in Yoruba means excuse me? It means like, can you excuse me? Can you give me some space? You see?
Wow.
Ago for me. Yeah.
Wow.
Happy New Year, Sao. So it means excuse me.
Beautiful.
So in fact, the Chi expands it more. In Yoruba, we don't use it for getting attention, okay? Necessarily. We use it for getting physical space. But if I say yago, it means just give me some space so I can pass through. You understand? But in this case, it's expanded in the Chi. Yeah, it's expanded in the Chi, like give me some space so I can pass some information or so I can get your attention. Wow. Yeah. And another one, the inna that you said, or ina, is it Ina, you call
Enna.
it the woman.
Enna.
Yeah. In Igbo, now Igbo is a little far towards Cameroon, okay, so that is a little different from you guys in the Ghanaian there. But the word for female, for mother, is nne. Okay.
Nne.
Nne, yeah. So
very similar.
Very similar. So the inna is like man, so that flips it upside down.
Wow.
So
that's amazing.
Yeah, so those languages are not so far. And I think the core central thing that connects all of them is that old ancient Paleo-Hebrew, such that if you go far enough, all these languages were one. But as time went on, either because of the Tower of Babel that happened within that space that they call Sudan, they also call it Ethiopia, they also call it Negro land, that whole space from Guinea all the way to South Sudan. And I think that's what they call Ile-Ife. They used to call Ile-Ife. Okay, you know.
So the Ile-Ife
So
is not just one
it's
particular
not just one
country.
spot. No, it's not one spot. So
Okay.
yes. So territories, fifth child, you're welcome. I need to put this on speaker now that there's a guest on Twitter. So territories expand, territories and kingdoms expand and collapse over time. Some collapse, some expand, some contract. So there was a time it was Benin. Benin was almost all over the place like that in West Africa. There was a time it was Biafra was also big at the time. There was a time it was so it doesn't matter like they're saying Yoruba owns everything. No, those names they expand and they contract over time. So that's what's going on in that place over time. There was a Ga kingdom at the time, which is of course here back to Ghana. You know.
Oh, okay. I
Yes, there was a
was
Ga
trying to
kingdom.
relate. I beg your pardon.
Go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, I was trying
Go
to
ahead.
relate one of your presentation to, I think with the family that family tree or that table of nations or however
Yes.
you term this as. Yeah, these people Iber, that 14th generation, is it a 14th generation from Adam also? If that my
Okay.
memory
Is it the God?
serves me well. Iber EBER.
Is it the God?
Is it that?
Ibar,
No,
yes,
no,
Ibar
no.
14th.
Iber. Yes, I
Yes,
was
Ibar
trying,
14th.
and that was where we had the Hebrew from.
Yes.
The people who call the Hebrew, and I was relating it to these people in Ghana. We call them Ever. So I was like,
Yes, exactly.
could there be some relationship between that Iber and this Ever that we have in Ghana here or something?
Yes, that's
Yeah, but
exactly the thing it is. It is that Evwe or Ebre that became that Ebre. That's what we heard also.
wow,
Okay. Such that God, Eber is the 14th, the 20th is
sure,
Abraham, the
Abraham, yeah.
22nd is Jacob, the 23rd
Okay.
is Gad. That place where you have 12 of them, that is the 23rd, okay? Where you have Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Naphtali, and all of that, the 23rd. So that Gad is part of the father of the Gadangbe. In fact, that's why they call them Gad and Dan. Gad Danbe. Do you get it? I see the liberation. It's muted. Let me bring just before the other guests. Let me read the comments so we get to know. Fifth child, let me know if you can hear me on Twitter. Okay. Oops. Can you hear me now, fifth child? Fifth child on Twitter. Let me know if you can hear me. Fifth child, let me know if you can hear me. So we've got comments saying, what is that saying? Celebrate your emoji. Yes, Otumba T-Bam. Thank you very much. Happy New Year. Yeah, Happy New Year. Thank you very much. Thank you for an impactful 2025. Yes, it was really great. 2025 was great. And it's like the way yesterday started. If you were here, Otumba, yesterday, it's like 2026 is going to be more powerful. I'll join your fan. Okay, thank you for fan club. I'm not even sure what the thing does. This TikTok, I don't know. Happy New Year, yes, sir. Sorry, you're like Onile Mokago in Yoruba. Onile Mokago Kinto. Okay, Onile Mokago Kinto Wole. Wow, I didn't know that. Saoyero, see, that's a deeper Yoruba. That's why I'm saying that apparently, you see that Sudan, all right? That Sudan, that place they call Ethiopia, that place they call Negro land, that whole region, okay, which I think is in Ife at a point, right? That they must have had an ancient language. That from that language is where the core came from, and they started breaking up. In fact, the Tower of Babel was apparently happened around South Sudan. Okay, like we'll show you on our map. We'll check that. Okay, around South Sudan. So I mean, the places where the language got scattered is not too far from there. Okay, so it makes sense that you have all of those languages. So there's a core one that seems to separate into all these ones. But with due respect, without gainsaying, the Yoruba language is very, very central to most of them. Very central. Hello. Very central to all of them. So, someone was trying to come up the other time. Ago can also mean can mean bell for attention. Exactly. But that's also getting into English. Okay, because in the Yoruba, the word for time is also the word for clock, which tells you a lot. It suggests to you that when there were major time for clocks, okay, there would probably be a ringing of a bell, ding, 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 to tell you how that these guys must have had, I mean, quite something where they would have times when they hit the bell to signify major times. So the word ago is also the word for bell, is also the word for time. So that's what we found. Hello. No, you can't do that. Go to daddy. She wants to peep. No, don't go there. All right. Yeah, morning, Harley. Sorry, I had network issues, Minister. Okay, so just come up anytime when you can. Have you changed the time? No, we have not. Naomi Winters. I'm literally in transit, so I this is the most convenient time to come up. So, but I would careful. But I'll try to extend it, push it past 10 o'clock a little bit. 10 o'clock UK time. So the time is not changed. Okay, so today is mainly for discussions. It's a little bit difficult to pop up scriptures, but it's not impossible. If we don't have much guests, we might just do scriptures, but if not, we can just continue conversations. Because we may not finish the chapter before it's time to go to the next thing. I mean, for me to move ahead in the journey. Okay. Okay, Mrs. Winters, you can come up. So Step Works at Ola, come up. So we're also live on Twitter. If there is anybody that if you are on Twitter, then just go to Twitter. We prefer you there, so we can push the Twitter space. So Stepworks, let's go. We may not put stopwatches today. I don't know this radiation thing. Let me just try to hang it here. Okay.
Good day, sir.
Okay, so yes, my brother. Stepworks, good morning.
Yeah. I'm just scrolling. I just busting. So I need to listen for a while so that you pick me up, unfortunately, but at least I'm glad to be here. And I'm still here at the same time to learn, because I've been following you and I always love what you are doing. I applaud you, my brother. God bless you. God is your strength, okay?
Man, thank you very much.
Thanks. Yeah.
Okay, Maku is here. So we'll send out a broadcast request, but just before that, let's hear from Miss Naomi, Miss Winters. Looks like
good morning, my brother.
Fine. I can't tell you where I'm at. Sorry, it's a public space.
I'm just guessing.
I know.
I'm just guessing. I said, at first I said, I mean, you don't start teaching. Yeah. But when I look properly, I say, no, this place, I think I can guess. Anyway, Good morning.
Good morning.
My question is, when you talked about the place where Babel probably happened.
Okay.
So the languages that were disarranged, whatever, scattered. So could it be that even the Europeans came to Sudan to build the Babylons? Was it a spiritual thing?
No, I think it's very literal and physical. But well, Noah gave birth to Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Okay,
Yeah.
and Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and the land of Japheth is the lands in the north. It says the lands of Japheth is cold. The land of Ham is hot. The land of Shem is neither hot nor cold. Okay, so the land of Japheth is in the north. It says 5 great islands in the north. So the land of Japheth is where Europe is and Russia. Okay, so now there is no guarantee that the people you have in the land of Japheth now are Japhethites. It's not likely. Are you still with me?
Yes.
So lands, people can migrate, but lands don't move. You understand?
Yes.
We know where the land of Japheth is not confusing. We know where the land of Shem is, which is most of sub-Saharan Africa. We know where the land of Ham is just that line, just where Mitzrayim is Egypt. You see, so he gave the land to Cush, Mitzrayim, Put, and Canaan. So just around that line, roundabout, that's just about where the land of land of Ham is. Okay, so lands don't move, but people can migrate. They can repopulate a whole place. Like we have said before, one of the most renamed places in the world is so-called Middle East, where you have present-day Israel, where you have around where you have Turkey, places like that. There was literally 28,000 names. After the First World War, there was 28,000 names. These were renamed, and they were not naming shops and barbing salons. They were naming mountains and rivers and villages. 28,000. You see. So I said that to say that physical locations don't change, but people can wipe out a whole people and it's reoccupied by different people. So to answer your question, the people that are in the land of Japheth now, were not. It's different from people that were in the land of Japheth then. Okay, that's an easy way to put it. Do you speak any other language other than English?
A little bit of French.
French? No, African language.
Of course.
Which language do you speak?
I speak Yoruba very fluently. I speak Yoruba.
Àwọn arábí tó wà ní ilẹ̀ òyìnbó, àwọn tó wà ń bẹ̀ ń sìn, àwọn kan ló wà ń bẹ̀ níbẹ̀rẹ̀. Àwọn tó dàbí ọmọ àwọn awoni ló pè wọ́n, which is watchers. Okay, the children of the watchers are called Nephilim. Okay.
Àwọn áńgẹ́lì àbí?
Ọmọ áńgẹ́lì ẹ̀. So àwọn ọmọ áńgẹ́lì yẹn, èèyàn àkọ́kọ́ tó kọ́kọ́ dàbí tó fẹ́ kó láwọ̀ funfun tó láwọ̀ funfun tó dẹ̀ ní irun gígùn bó ṣe níyẹn. Irú èèyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, ọmọ àwọn áńgẹ́lì yẹn ló jẹ́.
Wọ́n wá lé àwọn kúrò ń bẹ̀.
Ọmọ áńgẹ́lì yẹn ló fi wé kílẹ̀ wí.
Wọ́n wá lé àwọn ọmọ Japheth kúrò ń bẹ̀.
Nǹkan tó máa fẹ́ jẹ́ nìyẹn torí pé Japheth fúnra rẹ̀.
History gan sọ pé àwọn èèyàn dúdú wà ń bẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ rí.
Exactly. Tẹ bá sì wo orí fọ́nrán tẹ yẹ̀wò kẹ́ ni pé àwọn ará òyìnbó bá máa ṣe sọ òyìnbó yẹn, àwọn ará British tó dúdú, Black British family, ẹ sì máa rí ń bẹ̀. Ó sì wà mẹ́lẹ̀ rí ń tẹ̀. Kò dẹ̀ tí ju bí 100 ọdún sẹ́yìn lọ, just 200 years ago, you still find a get.
Oh my sure.
So it's a massive. That is the most likely thing you are finding.
Wọ́n dẹ̀ ṣe continue wàhálà yìí o pé títàn o. Ẹ rí i pé wọ́n fẹ́ lé wa wọlé Nàìjíríà báyìí.
Wọ́n lé àwọn èèyàn bí. Wọ́n lé àwọn èèyàn bí. Depopulation agenda, many things like that. So sorry for those who don't understand. We just had to quickly answer a question because of some things. So that's it. So yes, àwọn èdè yẹn ibẹ̀ ló ti túká, and it's written. It's not something hidden. In the book of Jasher, it tells us there was about 70 languages. Okay, that was dispersed.
Is the book of Jasher different from Japheth?
Yes, it is different.
Wow.
Jasher is the son of Caleb, apparently, and Caleb is a colleague of Joshua. Both of them were the proteges of Moses, if you remember, right?
Yeah.
So that's like if you're counting, that is like the 23, 4, 5, 6, 26 generation from Adam. But Japheth is like the 11th generation because Noah is the 10th, and they gave birth to Shem, Ham, and Japheth. So that's the 11th. So that's how you can easily map it and know who we are talking about. So Japheth is like 11th, Joshua is like 26, thereabout. So that's what we have. Joshua 10:19, and the children of Ham and Cush and Israel, Put and Canaan. Yes, those are the children of. So someone said Cush is connected to Ethiopia. Yes, but I suspect there's been a swap. I suspect. I can't prove it yet, but I suspect. Why? Because the place where the land that was actually given to Cush, because the lands were usually divided from right to left. Cush, Mitzrayim, Phut, Libya. Sorry, Phut is Libya. Phut and Canaan. Okay, Canaan blatantly stole another person's land. It came to sub-Saharan Africa and took the land of Shem. Okay, that's why it's called Canaan's land, and that is why people were sent to go take that land back, and they did after a while. So God didn't just ask Abraham to go start unaliving people for no reason. Okay, that's the land given to Shem, and over time, the land had to get back to the person who owns it. And Abraham was descendant of Shem. So, but the land that was given to Cush, right? Cush is the first son of Ham. Cush, Mitzrayim, Phut, and Canaan, from right to left. We know where Mitzrayim is. It's a landmark. It's difficult to move. That's Egypt, okay? Cush is supposed to be just to the right of Egypt. Are you still hearing me, Mrs. Winters? Are you still there? Or stepwatch, anybody? I want to know if I'm being heard.
Yes, I'm there.
I hear you.
Okay.
But then,
Okay, good. So you will notice, watch this now. You will notice that the land that was given to Cush, because I'm saying this because there's many landmarks that are in so-called present-day Ethiopia. And present-day Bible will tell you Ethiopia is the same thing as Cush. I doubt if that thing is true. Okay? And the reason is because there's too many landmarks in present-day Ethiopia. And of course, there's a lot of Hebrew people there. A whole lot. Okay? And in fact, we even suspect that it's probably that's where the real temple would be, in Yeha, Ethiopia. Okay? So how come then that the land that was given to Cush is where you have Middle East Israel today, 1948? And the land that is supposed to be part of the land of Israel is now Cush. I don't know if stepwatch gets what I'm saying.
yeah.
So
Yes.
swap. It feels like a swap. There's too much of the real land that was given to Cush is very clear in the book of Joshua. It's to the right of Mitzrayim, because it's Cush, Mitzrayim, Phut, and Canaan. So now the land given to Cush, part of it now is called so-called Israel, 1948 Israel, and then the land we think should be the beginning of Israel, just at the borders of Egypt. Because when Solomon had this big party, he said it stretched his tent all through and it got to the borders of Egypt. Okay, so
The
that
question
land
I
we think should
asked
be
you yesterday, somebody is asking you again. Prince
I just want to
Adewon.
know.
Yes, I'm clear.
Yes, I want to know if truly Adam and Eve are the first creatures. Yes, they're the first humans. Apparently, they are. We don't have any scriptural indication that tells us otherwise. Okay, there is none. And the question is, who did Cain marry? He married Lulua, if I'm correct. Because when Cain was born and when what's the guy? Abel was born, they were born as twins, girl and boy. And you find that in the first and the second book of Adam and Eve, which we are going to read this year by God's grace, after we finish Joshua.
Oh,
So
please,
you need to hang on.
another question. This book of Jareth and Japheth and the rest, where can someone find them to buy?
You don't need to buy it. If you go to coleministers.org, go to the book section, you will get it for free.
As in download?
So you see that, So you see that knowledge is literally free. It's everywhere. Thank God it's getting warm. So you download it like an app. Okay, so it's there for free.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So stepwatch, let's hear from you real quick. By the way, Snow
Ross.
Multimedia, can you hear me? Yes, my brother. Snow Multimedia, can you hear us? Can you also hear the guests?
Yeah, good morning.
Can you hear the guests
Yes.
also, Snow?
Yes, I had
Okay,
that.
good. So step wax, let's go.
Yeah. My question is, I googled the land of what do they call it? The Sodom and Gomorrah,
Yeah.
and also I googled other places that it was shows that it's from Iraq. They are in Iraq,
Okay, of course. That's what
and
mainstream
I'm
will
very
tell you.
surprised. I'm very surprised. Iraq is desert and hill. There is
Okay.
no. And again, Garden of Eden also pointed Iraq.
That's what they'll tell
So
you.
how
Yes.
the two? Yes, how the two relate? Please just enlighten me.
The easiest way is to watch the 4-part interview with 91 podcast, because most people on the live would already, they already know. How will I put it? It be like you're taking them backward. But to answer briefly, of course,
Yeah.
what we have in mainstream, if everything I'm telling you today is in mainstream and you can Google it to find it, I won't be here. In fact, nobody will be on this live, and we're almost
Okay.
50 now. You understand? So you won't find it in mainstream. Okay. But then it's just how do they start this thing? Well, the main problem started, I think, around 135 AD, but that's a little bit too deep to touch. I'll just start it from. Let me just speak from point of location. The moment they tell you Euphrates is in Iraq, and Tigris is also in Iraq, that's what made the mistake. And that claim would just have, would not hold water, would have just dissipated if people had the Book of Jubilees. Okay?
Okay.
So the Book of Jubilees, chapter 8. Jubilees chapter 8, it describes to you how the earth was divided in the days of Yoktan. Is it Yoktan?
Yeah.
Yes, Yoktan, right? For in these days were the earth divided. So when it tells you in the book of Genesis that the earth divided in the days of Yoktan, it's not telling you about continental drift. Do you know what continental drift is? It's a big science word. If you don't know it, no issues. But do you know it though?
Yes. That is when the earth is moving or rotating of the earth.
Something close, not exactly rotation, but continental drift is when the scientists say that the whole world was in one land called Pangea, and then it started breaking up and continents started forming. That's what they call continental drift.
Okay, breaking apart. Yeah.
Yes, something like that. So, but some scholars, Bible scholars, try to say that the days of Joktan, in his days was the earth divided. That okay, just a moment. Okay, so that in his days was the earth divided, was talking about continental drift, but it's not. That's the time when Noah divided the earth. So when he divided the earth, the way he described the land, he gave the land from the distance between Tigris and Euphrates is very close, right? It's like literally within the same country, Iraq. Okay, just a few 100 kilometers apart in some part of the Tigris and Euphrates. So imagine if the land from Iraq, just the Euphrates all the way to Nile in Egypt is given to one person, right? And then still from the same Iraq all the way to India is given to another person. It now tells you that the land between just those two rivers, just a few kilometers apart, right? A few 100 kilometers, is now given to another person. And that person is supposed to be Shem. It's disproportionate. It does not make sense. And when you see the way it describes it, it just messes up the thing. It wouldn't work. But what I'm telling you is in part 5 of our World History series, part 5 and 6 of our World History series, but that's a long one because it's 22 parts. But if you watch the interview with 91 podcast, you can get it from there. So that's easy to say. So mainstream is definitely different from what we've got. But to answer your question, or rather to give you a bonus, so to speak, Sodom and Gomorrah is very likely in Ethiopia again. And which other one did you mention? Garden of Eden. Yeah, Garden of Eden is likely to be East Africa. where you have the so-called Lake Victoria today. Now, lands must have shifted a little bit or cracked and earthquakes and many things, okay? But very likely, boarding. So, what were we saying? So, that space between. Okay, Snow, you want to say something? Just a moment. Snow, you want to say something? Okay.
Sorry, it's me, sir.
Okay, my brother, fifth child.
So I was having this discussion yesterday with an elderly person, and then I overheard the conversation that you were having with I forgot somebody guest on
Step wax.
TikTok. So you were discussing
Yeah,
something
I'm with
about
you.
So on that discussion that I had yesterday with the elderly person, he said that Ile-Ife, and then there is one other one, either Odu-Ife or something.
Okay.
It was originally founded by an Igbo. So I just want
By
to know
an
if
what?
that is actually correct. And I think I overheard you said something about Ile-Ife's there are many Ile-Ife or something like that. So
Originally founded by who? Sorry.
he said that it was originally founded by Igbos during
Okay, Igbos, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that probably Ile-Ife was originally founded by Igbos, right?
Yes,
Okay.
Ile-Ife and Odu-Ife.
Okay, I see. Do you remember who it was that said that? Was it myself?
No. It was a discussion I had with
Okay, with somebody.
yesterday,
Okay.
an elderly person.
Okay. The way to put it is this. I think just like how do I put it? Did you know that the midpoint between red and blue is purple, right?
Yeah.
Because red plus blue will give you purple. That's the same way that it appears that there is this people that were just central, right? Language wise, culture wise, they were just central, such that you can't fully call them Yoruba. You can't fully call them Igbo. They're like the father of both of them. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Yes, I'm hearing what you're saying.
Yes. So if this person gives birth to, let's say, 5 sons, and those 5 sons go to 5 different places, all of them, and for some reason, they speak 5 different languages. When they will be telling those stories in their languages, did you know they will just tell you their father founded it? And all of the children after that would think that, well, everybody that speak their language along each of those 5 is supposed to be the person that founded the place. Do you get what I'm saying?
Okay.
So that is the most likely thing what happened. And if I try to be more technical about it, the way I would explain it is there is Obugad, okay, and there is Ileife, okay. And if you have watched our video about Ephraim being Ife, you remember that we said that apparently, the coincidence, Ephraim is more or less Joseph transferred his birthright or whatever to Ephraim, his son, Ephraim and Manasseh. So you hear Ephraim and Manasseh as though they were tribes of Jacob or tribes of Israel, but they were grandchildren of Israel. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So the way you have Obugad, are you Igbo? Do you know what Obugad means, literally?
Yes, I know what Obugad means.
What does it mean?
Obugad. Hello?
Yeah, do you remember?
I think I watched this series, but I forgot most of it.
Obugad means, well, it means compound of God or house of God. In fact, I think that Obu is like the short form of Ibudo, which means house. The same thing with Yoruba, another word for house, Ibudo. Okay, but the point is, the way you have. By the way, do you know who Gad is relative to Ephraim?
No.
Gad is one of the sons of Jacob. And just give me a moment. Let me mute. Just a moment. Yeah, sorry about that. So the sons of Jacob, right? Simeon, Levi, and all the rest. One of them is Gad, and Joseph is also one of those people. Good. Gad is an uncle to Ephraim. Thank you, Saoyero. But Ephraim has been upgraded in a way such that Joseph divided himself into two, so to speak, and like he has a double portion or something like that. And Ephraim and Manasseh, the children of Joseph, were upgraded to their uncle's level. Okay, so Obugad means house of God. Ile-Ife means house of Ife, and we have checked that Ife. That Ife is more like Ephraim for many reasons. I don't know if you're getting the stepwise.
Yes, I'm understanding you, sir.
Yeah, so apparently some Yoruba seem to be Ephraim, but to be fair with you, without trying to be, what's that word, to gainsay, the Yoruba, or let me put it this way, the people that are speaking Yoruba today, they are wider. That tribe, that nation is bigger than that of the Igbos. Okay, for some reason, because apparently there are some Yorubas that are bigger uncles in that sense, that are from the levels of who I would call Abraham, almost. So I don't know if the reason is because the Yorubas retained the language, or they had a more accurate version of the story. Did you know, like I said, the analogy I gave, that the father that has 5 children, if one of those children just somehow knows that father's language better, and the other 4 children's languages are not so strong, are you there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yeah, and then that child happens to hold all the stories, all the artifacts, and somehow he's the one that is speaking the Yoruba language. To look as if he's the one that created everything, because within the Yoruba language you have the etymology even for Adam. Because you can take Yoruba and say, okay, what is Adam? It is Edamo, which means creature of clay. So that makes you feel like, duh, Adam is even a Yoruba man. But I think that would be too much. So I think what rather happened is that they happen to be the ones that held that language, right? And maybe also the story, okay? And I think the reason is because if you check even Joseph, right? Joseph, I spoke about 70 languages the other time. Joseph supernaturally, we're going to get there very soon, because Joseph is about to get out of the prison from the readings we are doing. So you will see maybe tomorrow when we read, or whenever it is, that when he was about to come before Pharaoh, he supernaturally began to speak 70 languages literally overnight. So almost like an anointing of languages came upon him, so to speak. So I'm not surprised that some people around Ephraim happen to hold that language and they are kind of strong with it. So that's the way I can explain it. Where is the house of David? That would be Judah. That would be Judah. So the house of David will be Judah. From Judah to David is about 10 generations. And who are the Judahites? I don't know. Maybe Lego.
Okay, sir.
Maybe Legations, but it's on the southern side. But then, to be fair, you see, Yaoundé is the it sounds like the capital of course, it's the capital of Cameroon. Okay, so just a moment. Yaoundé is the capital of Cameroon, so it sounds like the word for Judah, Yahudi. Okay, it sounds like Yahudi. Okay. This guy is trying to find his daughter. I don't know where the girl went to. Okay. Okay. So anything towards the south is Judah. Okay. So that's a bit tricky, but definitely. And you will see the football also. They tell you the Taranga Lions of Senegal, right? Indomitable Lions of Cameroon. So maybe that's where the the tribe of Judah is. Okay, but definitely towards the south like that, around Yaoundé, from the Calabar into Cameroon like that, you are beginning to touch Judah, at least the land of Judah, perhaps the people also. Okay, but there's also Kingdom of Judah in Ghana. Yes, I know. You see, but it could have been renamed, but all those regions. By the way, I suspect that what's it called? That South America was joined to Africa at a point, to West Africa. I need to wrap up in like 10 minutes or so. So apparently was joined to Africa at a point. So so that's about as far as we can go about trying to find Judah. Trying to find Judah. So that's it. Any more questions? We're ending soon because we started early because apparently I'm in transit. So that's it. Let's see. So any other questions? Olinze, you're welcome. Twitter. Any other questions? Let's see. Any other questions? Okay, let's begin the close gradually. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I have a question today.
Okay, yes, August 14. Let's go. August 14, you can speak on.
Sorry, I was accidentally cut off. Okay, so I was studying an ancient map of West Africa, and
Yeah.
I discovered that at some point the western part of Nigeria, then Benin and Togo were all referred to before as Yoruba land. The Yoruba
It's
land
possible,
covered
very
part of yes, West Nigeria, then Togo and Benin. Then also the entire region along West Africa was also named in the past Guinea. And I don't know why they did that. I think subsequently
Yes.
it was named Guinea. Then the top part, the Saharan
Yes.
part, or is it the sub-Saharan part? I think the Saharan part was referred to as Negro land at some point. Then it was now referred to
Yes.
as
Ethiopia.
I think Ethiopia, exactly. Ethiopia, all the
Yes.
way down to even the middle part of Nigeria.
The voice is
up
fading,
to
though.
the northern
The voice
part
is
of
fading
Nigeria.
back and forth.
Okay, sorry about that. Northern part of Nigeria, middle part of Nigeria was all Negro land, Negro land and Ethiopia, and then it cut across the other parts of Africa. I think Chad as well, and
Yes.
and all of that. So there were modifications I think that were made to the maps and whatever. So my problem is now the boundaries that we have. Are they
Yes.
political? Is it just set so that they can just put heads to lord over those particular portions? And I think our history was lost the minute boundaries were set, and so-called countries were now named and the leaders put in charge of them. And I think as it progressed, we sort of lost our identity, so to say.
Yes.
I don't know. I
Apparently.
just wanted maybe if you can just comment on that. Yes.
Yes, two quick things. The first is that territories expand and contract or even close down or start up with time. Okay? So there was even a time when most of those land was called, some part was called Benin. Okay? And the Yoruba that you said, did you know that you mentioned Togo and Benin as Yoruba land, correct? At some point, yeah? Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Did you know, just like we said this morning, that there are people from Ghana that say that they are from Ile-Ife? So if you check the map, you've got Nigeria, you've got Togo, you've got Benin, you've got Togo, you've got Ghana before you get to Ghana, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So if people from all the way Ghana, when you have Togo and Benin between Nigeria and Ghana, people from Ghana can say they're from Ile-Ife, then definitely that has sandwiched Togo and Benin. Do you get my point? Are you getting my
Definitely.
point, August?
Definitely.
Yeah. So
Yes, I can.
so that's what we've got. Yeah, that's what we've got. So 10:50. Okay. So that's what we got. So those sometimes it's called Ethiopia, sometimes Sudan, sometimes Negro land. That's about the most recent. So that's it. So now talking about the way the lands were divided. Now, apparently the lands were intentionally divided to cause division and confusion. Apparently, it seems. Now, if we can harness it, it can be used to leverage diversity and unity in diversity. Okay, but it appears that the intention was division. Are you still there, August? Are you still
Yes,
there?
I am.
Okay.
Yes, I
So
am.
it's like that's the intention for those divisions because it's like they even made it patches such that Cameroon is French speaking, Nigeria is English speaking, crossover to Benin or some other one, you patch with French again, then the other one becomes Belgian, this one becomes German. It's just all over the place like that, you see, so that they can be back to back to each other, you know. So you will see also that Bornu, for example, Bornu means the Sea of Noah, okay? And that's what Bornu means. And you find a little lake there, Lake Chad. That apparently was one of the waters that was left over from the whole flood of the earth. Must have been why it got that name, Bornu, which means Sea of Noah, okay? Sea of Noah, Bornu. Okay, so but you will discover that Borno is shared with 4 countries and very unnecessary. Of course, the Lake Chad rather. Okay, you see Nigeria, of course. You see Niger. You see Chad itself, and then Cameroon. And there is no reason, you can check that map and zoom it. There is no reason why Cameroon should go all the way from almost Central Africa, and they made sure that one tiny tentacle of Cameroon gets to Lake Chad. Right? It becomes unnecessarily difficult to govern. You see, it becomes unnecessarily difficult to govern. Right. So, and again, one of the places that was done like that is Nigeria. Nigeria should not have been merged, the North and the Southern Protectorate. They knew that you cannot progress that way because that borderline that you call that you call Middle Belt is apparently that's the border between the real Arab, okay, which is the northern people, and then the real Israelites, which is just south of the Middle Belt, okay. So, in fact, you will see that on the 1917 coin. 1907 coin of Nigeria British coin, right? I think it's 1 penny. You see Arabic on one side, you see the Star of David on the other side, because they knew what they were doing. There is a merging of 2 waters that just will not mix, and there have been battles over those regions over millennia, literally. So, so they shouldn't have been merged that way. They should have perhaps, just like you mentioned, I'm wrapping up soon. They should have perhaps merged maybe Yoruba land as we know it, southwest Nigeria, with Togo and Benin and Ghana. That's what we should have done. And leave the northern part with Niger, okay? And link Biafra with Cameroon all the way like that, you see. That would have been a much, if they intended to put the same people together, that would have been better. In fact, they have merged Yoruba and Igbo, there wouldn't have been any issue. But the merging with the North was very intentional. If you go to the Western world, just give me a moment. Anyway, so even if they merged the Yoruba and the Igbo, there would have not been any issue because they are much closer. They are towards that south. They are more or less, you could pick the tribes. Now, there are some scattered to the north. We still have maybe Levites to the north. And Levites don't even have lands anyways. Okay? You have Levites to the north and things like that. But when you begin to enter those territories in the north, you're entering the real Arab. That's the problem with that. So it was apparently linked together. And check the way Nigeria is. You will hardly see any northern Nigerian that is taking CVs all about the streets of Lagos. There's no Hausa man doing that. Is that they are fully Almanjiri or they fully have their money and they know what they're doing? Okay? So you don't see them rushing for Canadian visa and doing American visa and going to study masters in UK. Have you not noticed?
Yeah, I noticed. Another thing I wanted to add is if you've ever, let's say, if you've ever been to Kano and some parts of the core north, there's a way they look, right? You can distinctively tell that these people are different from maybe somebody that comes from southeast or southwest. They are very, very different, like facially, and I think even structurally. Yeah, they look quite different. Like there was a time my team and I went to Kano for something, and then there are people that don't even leave their homes. Like there are women that don't leave home. So that day, they let them come out for an NBC trade fair. There's something my bank organizes. So when they came out, we were looking at these people like they were not even from Africa, but they are fully from Africa. Yeah, their skin was different, their eyes were different. It was like pure white. Their teeth, the dentition was quite different, and everything. And then they were saying, "Oh well, these people don't come out in the sun. They're always indoors and everything." They look distinctively different from the average Nigerian. And that's people in the core north, that are not really exposed to hardship. So you could tell that.
Were they looking? Were they looking
No, they
Caucasian?
weren't looking Caucasian. No, they weren't. They had the normal black features of our nappy hair and whatever, but just that there was just something different to the way they looked. Like you wouldn't see this person and say, "Well, this person is an Igbo person or this person is a Yoruba person." You know this person is from the north, but
Yeah, I guess what you're saying.
this person looks very different from the average Nigerian. I don't know how I can paint it.
I get what you're saying. It happens. So, but then, when we are trying to separate nations like this, so we close by saying that they look like around there. I like to closing by saying that what Jesus did, okay, he opened the door for almost anybody, and indeed perhaps everybody, to even the so-called Nephilim to be grafted, so to speak, and to get their names in the book of life. So it's always good to mention that. Okay. So that being said, one way you can still further distinguish them is circumcision. You understand? Are you there? Can you still hear me, August?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I am here.
Yes. Circumcision, you discover that as you go towards the north, first the dates of circumcision start to change. Okay? The dates start to change from
Exactly.
8 days, it started becoming 13 years.
Group 3, no one group 3.
Exactly.
Group 5.
Group 3 can come.
All right, so you will notice that the date of circumcision starts changing from 8 days to 14 years. And that apparently is the time that this guy got circumcised. What's his name? Ishmael. Okay? He was 14 years old when Isaac was born. So that of course is why they do that. And you notice that far southern Africa also, that circumcision is also around 13 years of age. That's how they enter into so-called manhood, whatever that is. So they do it at age 14. It's a teenager. Okay, so that's what you have. So that's what you have with that. Sorry, I've blocked those on Twitter. So so that's it. So let's just let's wrap up already, so I can focus on what I'm doing, so I can get into move already. True, circumcision is above 8 days in line with Ishmael. Yes. He has the started time change. No, it has not. Yoruba and Igbos are not neighbors. Does the host kind of look alike? I understand what Mori is saying. Mori, I think, is a core hyper Yoruba person. Mori. But let me give you an instance. Looking alike is a relative word. Okay? Looking alike is a very, very relative word. I'll use August's observation as an example. You are more likely to mistake an Igbo for Yoruba than you mistake an Igbo for Hausa, or mistake a Yoruba for Hausa. So if Mori will be sincere, he would acknowledge what I just said. Am I right, August? That's basically what we're talking about the other time, right?
Yes, you're right. You're very right.
So if Mori on TikTok can be sincere, you will see that what I just said is true. You are more likely. I myself have mistaked. I'm supposed to be Yoruba. I've mistaked some. I mean, you would have started speaking Yoruba with a friend because, oh, sorry, you're not Yoruba. Sorry, and vice versa, right? You would have. There are people that would have started speaking Igbo with me. Although maybe I can understand, but then I'll just be like, I'm not. Because they say, but you can hardly just bump into a Hausa person and start speaking Yoruba. No, it's a different thing. You're not likely to make that mistake at all. So that's the thing. So if Mori will be sincere, he will get what I'm saying. Okay, so the start time has not changed. So I just said from today till the next about 5 days, it's likely that our live time will be very randomish, so to speak. On Sunday, I think it's going to be in the night. Okay, I can say that. On Saturday, I can't tell. Today is Friday. We are having a live already. So tomorrow, I don't know, but we'll find time to come. Whenever you see us is when you see us. Okay. So that's it. But today's one is a little bit lucky in that it's overlapping. Okay, so that's that. Let's see. So we are sorry for those on Twitter. We're just blocking their face. So we still have a long queue. So okay, so and I'm pure Berom. Yeah, Giang. Giang is towards the north. And there's this middle belt we are forgetting. I suspect the middle belt probably is Manasseh. Okay. And I have reasons for that. I'm not able to show you because I need to show my screen to do that. And my screen is not here. So the middle belt is very probably Manasseh. Okay. For many reasons. You know. It's almost as if you can see a lot of tribes in Nigeria itself. It makes you feel as if Nigeria is the only land, but it's not so. It's not so. So another thing I'm suspecting is that they resettle there and maintain the same formation. This one stays on the right, the same formation Joshua gave them when he was dividing the land when they got the place. Okay? Or is a core place and the central place in the whole thing. Is what I'm suspecting. So if Giang now I think is from Giang, are you as far away as Kano? Yes, the Middle Belt language tone. For example, the Igala, when they say Omi is water, it's too Yoruba, it's just too Yoruboid. About 40%, minimum 40% of Igala is Yoruba. When they say Olugbe is still thirst, Yoruba will say Ongbe, they will say Olugbe. Some other things like that. So many Igala words. Many Igala words are just as good as Yoruba, and that's Middle Belt. Yes, you are 280 kilometers from Kano. But what state, present day state are you, Gian, if you don't mind? Are you in Sokoto? Yes, good morning, Timothy. Plateau. Okay, Gang is Plateau. Yeah, I remember it's your friend, your brother. So yeah, that's that. So that's the Middle Belt. You see that Plateau, Jos, and there are people in the north too that are still Israelites. And by the way, you know there's a difference between Israelites and Hebrews and Jews, and it's just a concentric circle. At the core of it is the Jews, right? Which the children of Judah, 23rd, right? The Israelites are the children of Jacob. Jacob is the 22nd, right? But the Hebrews are a lot much wider. Hebrews are the children of Eber. Did you know that Arabians are actually Hebrews, technically? Because Arabians are the children of what's this guy? Of children of Ishmael and what's the second person with Ishmael? The sons of Keturah. Okay? Yes, Abraham. So Abraham has 8 sons. He had Isaac apparently. He had Esau, that's 2. Then he has 6 sons with Keturah. Those 6 sons are like, there's amongst them you find the Midianites. Okay? So any child of Abraham that is not Isaac, okay, apparently became the what's it called now? The Arabians. That's in scripture somewhere. But if I'm missing it, someone can show me. But I think that's what it says, especially in Joshua. Okay. Okay, so
I have a quick question. Can you hear me?
Is that Twitter or TikTok? That's Twitter. Okay, Olinze, let's go.
All right. I just want to ask if you can help me confirm if this book by R.A. Charles, the 101 Apocrypha, is it a good book? Would you recommend it?
101 Apocrypha, what's in it? Have you checked it?
R.H. Charles, that's the books of Enoch, Jisha, Jubilees.
Of course, that's what we've been discussing all the while.
It's just that there was an app on your website, but I just couldn't download it, so I decided to get this one. I just want to be sure that it's okay.
Yeah, it's the 81 books. Yes, so the Apocrypha is the same thing as the Ethiopian Bible generally.
Okay.
So yeah, so it is good. Yes, it's right. So the most popular amongst those and the most relevant to our topic, most interesting to be fair, by far, is the Book of Enoch, Book of Joshua, Book of Jubilees.
All right, thank
Yeah,
you.
so it's
I'm
one
from
of
the middle belt, meanwhile, so I'm just listening
Oh,
and
nice.
smiling and
Yeah,
and gleaning.
I know.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so that's it. So let's begin to wrap up. I need to move. So let's appreciate those who are on the live. Let's disconnect. So go watch the Abrahamo movie if you have not. We've put these things in a movie, and we can easily interact with the movie, and that's part one. And part two is coming soon this year by God's grace. And it's like there's even going to be a part three. So um, so that's that. So watch that. What else? Go on YouTube now. We're live. We're live on YouTube now. We are broadcasting the live. We're always live on YouTube 24/7, 7 days a week. So you can go there to ask questions. Someone will be there to answer your questions. Um, yeah. So that's it. What else? Then we can Happy New Year, Lucia Yakumbi. Then what else? Yeah, you can download the Chatroad app. Okay, you need to have that app also moving because we're on another person's space. Twitter, TikTok is not it's not by the Africans. So let me appreciate this one.
Please, what's the app again?
Chatrod, Chatrod. So just Google it, you find it. That's a green logo. Okay, that's a green logo. Just give me a few seconds. All right, so let me first appreciate those who are on Twitter. Then I can close Twitter. Then we'll continue with, we'll wrap up with TikTok also. Okay, Mana in Angola, yes. We have that in the interview also. Apparently it's true. Okay, so thank you, Olinze, for coming. God bless you. Thank you, Fifth Child, for coming. God bless you. So let's end the Twitter part. So we'll come randomly tomorrow. Please put it on again, the app Chatroll. Someone can type Chatroll. The real chatroll.com. Okay? The real chatroll.com. So just hang on, give me a minute. Let me try to check this. So give me a moment. Okay. So let's just appreciate this one on the live, then we close. Let's see. Okay. So user 790, thank you. Obiora, thank you. Nisa Cat, thank you. Billy Jack, Danny L. Willis, user 449, thank you. David Ifeanyi, thank you. Tash, thank you. D. Oka, okay, Okwa, thank you. Big Chris, Son of Grace, Life of the Revolutionary, Charles Elvis, Astrology. All right, let's get started for the day. Let's get started. Thanks for joining this morning. It's kind of hot, so all right. Let's tap the screen as usual to get to 1,000. It's like for now, those who are on Twitter, we have to depend on TikTok to know the times when we're coming on. So let's keep tapping to hit our 1000 as usual. So let's tap the screen to hit 1000. Okay. All right, let's keep tapping. It's like we're not tapping the screen. Please let's tap, guys. That's how we get started on time. So let's get started. Let's get tapping, please. Power tap so we can start on time. We're also trying to connect those who are on Twitter. Let's power tap. So let's power tap to get started. So we can do 1 hour quickly, but today we will be able to read scripture. So we'll start once we have 1000 likes. And if you are watching from YouTube, or we are live on Twitter though, but if you're watching from anywhere, you can also like and share the live. So that the time is worth it. CV way. Let's keep tapping. All right. So we're also live on Twitter. Let's tap the screen so we can like the live and get started. I want to activate the camera on Twitter, but it's like once you start, you can't add cameras anymore. I'm not sure. Okay. So let's tap the screen to get to 1,000. Yeah, Odette, thanks for tapping. Let's tap some more, please, so we save the time. It's already 10 minutes past. Let's keep tapping. We have 500 now. It's like we need to restart the Twitter Spaces. So that we can turn on the camera. This Twitter will be a little bit revealing. Let's do it this way. Guys, let's tap the screen. Maybe we are not understanding. Let's tap the screen. We need to tap the screen to push up the likes so we can start. Let's tap. Let's like the live. So TechSpect, let's like the live. Let me call the names of those that are there, so we know that you are there and that you are not tapping. Okay, Matoke, thanks for coming. Can you tap the screen? Matoke, can you tap the screen so that we move forward? And Annie Lifestyle, Sheen Bingale, thanks for coming. Ralph, let's also tap. As I'm calling your name, you tap, then you follow the account. Mrs. Mseleku, just tap the screen. So we'll push the likes up. Once we reach 1,000 on TikTok, then we reach 1,000 on TikTok, then we get started. Israel, thank you for joining. Olushey also, please help us tap. Thank you for joining. Sheon Cole, thanks for coming. Tap the screen. Thank you, Giang Z. Also tap. P.S. Curtis, TechSpect, thank God James. Let's tap. So we hit 1,000, we get started. Okay. So I think we'll be reading Joshua chapter 48. Joshua 48. That's what we're reading. If you're on Twitter, you can go to Twitter Spaces, especially if you prefer Twitter. Okay, we have 1,000 likes now, so we can start. We can also try to share. And try to share the live. Just click share and repost. Let's have about 10 shares at least. Or 10, let's say 5 more to make it 16 shares. Because I'm about to do like 3 shares myself. Okay, let's start. We thank you, Father, for another day, for this day of rest, this Sabbath. We bless your name. We say that you are God, you're glorified in all the earth. As we read these words, cause them to change us, strengthen us, cause us to be obedient to your word, so that we can be inclined in our hearts to honor you and to live our lives for you and to fulfill the reason you've brought us to this earth. We give you thanks, Father. We pray for those who are in captivity, those who are in pain, those who are held captive, especially in Africa, in Nigeria, victims of kidnapping and things like that. We ask that by your hand, you bring them out and you cause them to be restored back to their families. And then your hand be strong against those who are perpetrating the kidnapping and the evil. We give you thanks. In the name of your Son, Yeshua, we pray. Amen. Okay, let's start. Joshua chapter 48. In those days after the death of Isaac, the Lord commanded and caused a famine upon the whole earth. He commanded and caused a famine upon the whole earth after the death of Isaac. So this is like the second instance where we see God causing something. Sorry for the sound. Yeah. Causing something not so pleasant to happen after the death of a patriarch. It's similar to how the flood came in the year that Methuselah died. For that one, it tells us the reason, point blank, that it didn't want Methuselah to experience that, and he allowed some of those fathers to die before the flood came. But it was in the year that Isaac died that this famine started. Good morning, Shadi. It's evening there. So I think she's asking why of the reason for the famine. I'm not sure, but the book of Psalms says it in a very funny way. It says because of he whose feet was bound with fetters and iron. He said he sent his word and his word found him, and he caused a famine because of Joseph. So I don't know where to place that. That is a famine in the whole world because of one person, just so as to fulfill prophecy or something like that. That sounds not so nice. But God is not always nice, because niceness by definition is trying to please everybody. Trying to make everybody happy, and that God is not about to do that. Okay, we have a guest request. Okay, let's try to merge both. Okay, so this is Sade.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know I put my my finger touched it by mistake. No, sorry, it's fine. I'll be silent. Don't worry.
All right. Okay, so as we're saying, in those days after the death of Isaac, the Lord commanded and caused a famine upon the whole earth. And when they say the whole earth, they're not mistaken. many theologians, etc., try to explain it, and that's because they let's see too. It's because they are confused with mainstream history. Okay, they're confused with mainstream, so they try to make it make sense, right? That most of the world was not discovered in the Bible days. That it was who? Maybe even Alexander, the first king of the Greeks, did not even discover Africa fully. And who was next after him? Okay, Dark Ages. Okay, maybe that's when they started seeing some things about Aksum Empire, the Ga Empire. And in fact, I suspect the reason they call it Dark Ages is because that's when first Europe was dark anyway for most of those time, especially just after the millennial reign. Okay, towards the end of the so-called Dark Ages, and again, maybe that's when the dark-skinned people were reigning, so it's called Dark Ages. So, so that's that. So anyway, so at the time, Pharaoh, king of Egypt, was sitting upon his throne in the land of Egypt, and lay in his bed and dreamed dreams. And Pharaoh saw in his dream that he was standing by the side of the river of Egypt. We're likely to extend today's live and take our time. So, but of course, depending on a few things, maybe it won't last more than 2 hours anyways. Okay. So he dreamed dreams, and Pharaoh saw in his dream that he was standing by the side of the river of Egypt, which is probably the Nile, with things the same as Hiddekel and same as Tigris. And whilst he was standing, he saw and behold 7 fat-fleshed and well-favored kine, okay, came upon the river, and 7 other kine, lean-fleshed and ill-favored, came after them, and the 7 ill-favored ones swallowed up the well-favored ones, and still their appearance was ill, as at the first. So we can also have ideas about interpreting dreams as we read scriptures, is to give you clues as to how dreams could be interpreted. So this kind, I think, is talking about cows, okay, cattle. Okay, so there was fat ones, there were lean ones. The lean ones swallowed up the fat ones, and there were 7 each. Okay, and the lean ones remained lean. Okay. So, and he woke up and he slept again, and he dreamed a second time. And he saw, behold, 7 ears of corn came up upon one stalk, rank and good, and 7 thin ears, blasted with the east wind, sprang up after them, and the thin ears swallowed up the full ones. Okay? And Pharaoh awoke out of his dream. And in the morning the king remembered his dream, and his spirit was sadly troubled on account of his dream. That's also another thing to note. Like we also noted the last time we were reading this scripture last year. It's now last year. Okay, the last time we were reading it. So, he felt troubled after the dream. So, and he hastened and sent and called for his magicians of Egypt, for all the magicians of Egypt and the wise men, and they came and stood before Pharaoh. And the king said unto them, I have dreamed dreams, and there is none to interpret them. And they said unto the king, relate thy dream to thy servants, and let us hear them. And the king related his dreams to them, and they all answered and said with one voice to the king, may the king live forever. This is the interpretation of thy dreams. The 7 good kine which thou didst see denote 7 daughters that will be born unto thee in the latter days. And the 7 kine which thou sawest come up after them and swallowed them up are for a sign that the daughters which will be born unto thee will all die in the lifetime of the king. Okay. And that which thou didst see in the second dream of 7 full good ears of corn coming up upon one stalk, this is their interpretation, that thou wilt build upon thyself in the latter days 7 cities throughout the land of Egypt, and that thou wilt build unto thyself in the latter days 7 cities throughout the land of Egypt, and that which thou sawest of the 7 blasted ears of corn, that's the bad corns now, springing up after them, and swallowing them up whilst thou didst behold them with thine eyes, is for a sign that the cities which thou build will all be destroyed in the latter days, in the lifetime of the king. Okay, so if you know the interpretation, you can tell these guys were wrong. You can tell that they were just wrong. And I'm trying to show us the principles of dream interpretation. It's not a special thing like a... Now, there are people that are literally in the prophetic gift altogether, okay? So that's a different... that will tell you the dream you had and tell you the interpretation of it. And I'm not speaking about just Daniel in the Bible. I'm speaking about people in present day, okay? So that's definitely a different ballgame. That's another level altogether. But I'm speaking about things you can still know by yourself in case people like this are hard to reach, unavailable, and stuff like that. By the way, if you're on TikTok and you're also on Twitter, if you have a Twitter account and you prefer Twitter Spaces, you can go to Twitter, or you are part of the team somehow, please go to Twitter so we can push it. You can co-host with you and let the live go further on Twitter. So please go also to Twitter and join. Thank you. But this is only for those watching on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, this won't work because it might be a rebroadcast you're watching, so it won't fly that way. Okay. So they said it is 7 daughters, and then 7 cities, you know. So that was wrong. Okay, it is the 2 dreams are supposed to be one and same, which I think is closer to what the matter likely will be. That is just a repetition of the same dream. Dreams tend to be repeated. Thank you, Lindsay, for joining on Twitter. So dreams tend to be repeated for emphasis than to, in such a short time of just a few hours, show you 2 completely different dreams saying 2 completely different things. I want us to learn these things, okay? If you can, if you don't mind. These are principles to help you with your own dream. It's not like there's no point making oneself some guru and professor that everybody comes to learn everything. You can learn the principle yourself. Only to take you some effort, but then it's doable. Okay? So when you see dreams that are repetitive, especially just a few hours, he said he slept and he woke up, slept, had a dream, woke up, slept again, had another dream. So when dreams are like that, in fact, sometimes the same dream will repeat over 3 months. Okay? Sometimes, no sound on Twitter. Oh, sorry, Lindsay. Thank you, Odette. Oh, you have a different name here. Okay. Thank you for that. I forgot. Okay, so yeah, so it's more likely a repetition. So that's the first mistake they're making. Okay. Okay, and that which thou see in the second dream, we have read that, verse 11. And when they spoke these words, the king did not incline. The king did not incline his ear to their words, neither did he fix his heart upon them. For the king knew in his wisdom, you see, that they did not give a proper interpretation of the dreams. So the king is not so much of course, they've got a spirituality also, the kings, but it wasn't so much of a prophet like that, but you can tell, that's not the thing. This is not, and there's a way you can tell when you have properly interpreted a dream. Okay? So, and when, from the start, he just stopped listening to them. And when they had finished speaking before the king answered them, saying, what is this thing that you have spoken unto me? Surely you have uttered falsehood and spoken lies. Therefore now give the proper interpretation of my dreams, that you may not die. Like we said the last time when we were reading this. Killing people then was like equivalent of a £200 fine in the UK or £500 fine. Any small thing you would die. Any small thing would unalive you. So that's why, I mean, human life was just not of so much value then. You don't interpret the dream, otherwise you have a £1,000 fine, aka you die. Verse 12. And the king commanded after this, and he sent and called again for wise men that came and stood before him. And the king stood before the king, and the king related his dream to them, and they all answered him according to the first interpretation. I don't know, maybe they spoke to each other. Although we'll later see, there's no sound on Twitter. Okay, it's back on. Okay, that's an old post. So, so they get the same interpretation, but you see later that it's God that is withholding this thing from these wise men, so that it can be Joseph that will get it. Okay. And the king's anger was kindled, and he was very wroth. Right. And the king said unto them, surely you speak lies and utter falsehood in what you have said. He could tell that it was wrong. And the king commanded the proclamation. Thanks for the coins, for the gift. You can go to the website to really support if you want to. But thanks for the gestures anyway. Because we hardly, take any money off of this Twitter and all of this kind of thing, TikTok. Hardly ever. And the king commanded that a proclamation should be issued throughout the land of Egypt, saying, it is resolved by the king and his great men that any wise man. So it's usually both ways, and which is kind of fair. If you don't get the answer, we unalive you. If you get it, we exalt you. So it's not like you get the answer and they leave you like that. No, which I think is fair. You see, so if you don't get the answer, it's unaliving. If you get it, then it's promotion, which I think will strengthen the desire of anybody who wants to try at least. Okay. And it is resolved to the king and his great men that any wise man who knoweth and understandeth the interpretation of dreams and will not come, oh, there is no reward yet, and will not come this day before the king shall die. £1,000 fine. So if you could understand dreams and somebody knows somebody that knows you, that you are an interpreter of dreams and you're not coming out, you'll be unalived. So that's to further strengthen the desire of anybody who wants to try. And I don't think there will be any punishment for wrong interpretation. I don't think so. I mean, especially if you're not part of this core wise men, okay? And the man that will declare unto the king the proper interpretation of his dream. So here comes the reward. There shall be given unto him all that he will require from the king. And all the wise men of the land of Egypt came before the king, together with all the magicians and sorcerers that were in Egypt, and in Goshen, and Ramses, and Tahpanhes, and Zoar. So Zoar definitely was a kind of subset of Egypt then. And where we have placed Zoar in our map, let's do this. Okay, I can give everybody a full experience. Okay. Let's try to show Zoar, because it's not going to show with that background, because too many times we have been not showing the background because of not showing maps, etc., because of stuff. Anyway, so let's show you where Zoar is. Let's switch that. So from our maps, we just place Zoar somewhere here. Okay, Zoar. So you see it's further sides, like upper Egypt. So apparently, just a moment. So apparently the kingdom of Egypt was doing so fine then that they expanded all the way from here. And you always hear from this Neteru people, this southern, what do they call that thing? Neteru, yeah, Neteru and, Kemet, basically. That there was a time the southern and the northern king were merged into one. You're trying to download the Abrahamo movie. Yes, it's going to cost you some money. Okay. Although if you can't afford it, you can let us know. But it's going to cost you about $5 because it costs money to make it. So, but it's not downloaded like that. You get a link first and you can watch it anytime you want. Well, within a certain time. But so far, it's just been left open anyways. So that's for Lolu Damola on the comment in TikTok. So anyway, that's where Zoar would be. The person I was talking about Sodom and Gomorrah yesterday to be somewhere here also. Now, these are very approximate. We put references there to show you why we think that will be there, etc. Okay? So that's where Zoar will be. So these things, they expand and shrink over time. That is why that's the only reason why I am kind of flying for this Jerusalem in Southern Africa. Some people said they saw Jerusalem here. It's not impossible that they moved the capital once or twice. Then another problem with putting Jerusalem here, though, is that it's just too far from, where's the place? From Egypt, okay? Simply too far. But if you think again, okay, I can't avoid. You can't afford it. Just it's about 5,000 naira in naira anyway. But Lolu Damola, you can do a DM. Well, just give me a moment. So, yeah. Anyway, so that's why I believe this might be there. But that's Zohar. So let's continue reading. Well, as we read, let me quickly attend to Damola. Damola, please come up as a guest very quickly. Let's see if we can give you a free movie on the live show immediately, instantly, because 5,000 Damolas can chat me after we are done with the live and say they are the Damola that needs a free movie, and I'm not going to know which one for sure. Okay.
Okay. Good morning.
Damola, good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, sir.
Bros, you are a big man. You can't afford 5,000 naira. No.
For now. Just finish festive period.
And your voice is festive period. That's the more reason.
That's why I spend a lot.
And your voice is sounding thick. You spend a lot.
Yes.
Should we wait? You see, you can afford it maybe next week. Let's wait.
Well. I can't say. I can't say for now.
I need to get just a moment. Let me try if you can try to get you the movie.
Okay.
I need to connect this device to the internet here. Just give me a moment. Okay. So we're giving only Damola, by the way. So don't let anybody
Thank you so
come
much.
and say me too. I can't afford.
Thank you so much.
So
okay.
M_H at M_H. Can I see what I'm typing? So let's quickly sort that very quickly. Okay, _H at CM. I just joined. Please watch movie. Which movie is that? I can afford mine. Just curious to know. Sabraimomovie.com. So that's the movie that puts most of the things we are teaching and explaining in a movie, basically. Okay, next. Do you want to be discovered now? So that's the movie that puts most of the things we are saying in one flow. Okay. So it tells you we don't have a flyer here. Well, yeah. So let's quickly attend to. You need to tell me what your email address is, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Damola.
Okay. I know.
I don't think anybody should spam me anyway, but they.
Okay. Let me type it.
So just try to dictate it first, if that's fast.
That's the email, sir.
Or is it complex?
That's the email. I've sent it.
It's gonna pop up very soon. It's not here yet. I'm not seeing it.
Okay, I know Thai 569.
Try to dictate it.
Okay, I know
Thai.
Yes, I know Thai.
Okay.
I know Thai.
AINATAIYE.
AINATAIYE.
At
gmail.com.
Okay. AINATAIYE gmail.com. So okay. So let's give one more person. Make it but then most of you can afford this thing. But let it be somebody who probably can't. Okay.
Have you seen the
probably
email?
Can't at the moment. And most of these things. I've typed it. There's really no way to tell if it's
okay.
valid or not. Maybe Google or what's the name? Gmail will still come if they're smart. I don't know why Yahoo is intentionally making the email more stupid, so that you are typing something, link, they just made it worse. And they do things like that sometimes when they want to reset stuff. They want everybody to force to go to gym. I don't know what they do.
Okay.
Anyway, so let's have one more person very quickly. Could we have a watch party? I don't know. Let everybody just watch when they're ready. We tried that. We had a release date. I think we've done that technically, speaking. Well, thanks for the idea, tech spec. We can try that with part 2. It's coming out here by God's grace. So anybody else who really can't afford at the moment, I would like to purchase. So Eagle Prince, I'll show you how to purchase very shortly. And Olu Nigeria, Olu.Nigeria if they are not. Okay. So one more person very quickly that maybe can't afford at the moment. So we give them for free now. Just one more person. But you need to come very quickly. If there is none in like 15 seconds, then we show people where to get it, to order it. It's just $5. We made it cheaper for Nigeria, for Africa generally. They'll pay like 5,000 naira, something like that. Okay, let's get it across to the Ebola. So let's see. So let's quickly do the trailer so that people can see, since we're already talking about it. Okay, show people the trailer. Our TikTok guest has gone. Twitter guest has gone. Maybe they are. So Lindsay. Okay, so let's watch the trailer since people are asking, and I'll then show you where to get it.
ọ̀kan nínú àwọn ọmọ ogun lámúròdù ni Oòduà jẹ́ kí ó tó wá sí Ilé Ifẹ̀ ní ìhà yìí. What are you saying in essence, Itara, son of Nahor? What, my lord? Ẹ ṣeun, orúkọ ọmọ náà ń jẹ́ Brahima.
So that's where to get it. BrahimaMovie.com. Excuse me. Someone can help type that so that we can continue. All right. So have you got it, Damala?
Yes,
Just
I've seen
check.
it.
All right. So
Okay, I should check my email, right?
yes, please. I thought
Okay,
you would have seen it.
let me check my email now.
Please. And if you don't find it, you can take it to junk mail. Thank you so much, Olu.Nigeria, the Nado of Gold for that. So that's the website. Yeah. Have you got, I need to confirm if you have got it. Lulu Damola. If you're off the app, we can't hear you, but come to confirm so I don't have to go back and forth with that. Okay, so we call for magicians and sorcerers that were in Egypt. So Egypt was in Egypt in a way, because everywhere is called Egypt, but you can imagine some countries are like that the capital is also the name of the whole place. So that are in Egypt, in Goshen, in Ramses, in Tahpanhes, and in Zor, and all the places on the borders of Egypt.
I've not gotten it.
And they all stood before the... You've gotten it, right?
No.
Send a mail to kunleministers@gmail.com so that I can reply you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's easier. Maybe I missed the email address.
Yeah, that's
kunleministers@gmail.com.
Okay.
Yeah. So Help Nation, good morning.
Hello.
Yes, good morning.
Good afternoon. Well, okay, this morning.
Good
Good morning, sir.
Yes, my brother.
Okay. Seriously, I've watched a couple of your videos about most of the things you you explained. Like seriously, I'm really happy to be in your life today, Omo. These things are things that we are not taught. These things are things that cannot be taught in church. These things are the truth.
Yes. Yes, it is. I mean, it is. And the interesting thing about it is just the way you are surprised, you are impressed, you're happy. That's the way you keep being happy every week, every
Need to
2
know
weeks,
more.
because new things will be popping up every time, you know.
Sincerely
And
speaking, there are a lot of
yeah,
things you talked about. Even when you talked about the people of Israel, whatever, as in you link them down to Nigeria, most of those things. Jesus Christ, I was like, wow, seriously,
yeah,
it's well.
yes, it is. So there's a lot of work to do. That's why we're asking people, and we also speak to whether people are you are in government, because the people in politics and people on the pulpit need this thing. Very important. People
Yes, actually.
in politics and on the pulpit. Yes. So we are saying you don't have to necessarily invite us to come to your church. If you invite us, maybe we can come. I'm not sure if I like traveling very much,
Okay.
but maybe we can come. But you can just read the thing and understand it, then break it down to your people. It's easy for people
Okay.
to understand it from you. It's faster and all that, rather than having
Yes.
to yeah. So pastors can listen to these things. We're not planning to close down their church or take their members. Okay. There's no way I'm
It's
gonna
well.
keep there's no way I'm gonna keep 10, 20,000 people, at least not for now. So
Yeah.
let them learn these things and tell them, because if they don't teach that Bible thing as though it is an African story, even if they disagree, let them come watch and let them come see what we have said.
Yes. Yes.
So
Yes.
let them come
So
see that.
is there
Yeah, go ahead.
any special handles, like apart from the short videos I bomb it on TikTok? Is there any special handle you have where I
Yeah,
can go
someone can
through?
type it for someone can type it for him. So the name is Kunle Ministers on every platform. Kunle
Okay.
Ministers. Okay.
Okay. Kule Ministers.
You
Okay.
type that on Google, you get all the handles. But there is this set of interviews that is like a major mid-level course, so to speak.
Okay.
Normally, we should maybe make it a course and you pay. Is it 20? Did I say £20? You pay like $5,000 to learn those things,
Jesus.
but then they are free for now.
Okay.
So that's the website.
Okay. No problem.
But there's
Okay.
like I said, there's a quick, like a crash course, not too easy, not too quick, but you can do it in one day, 5 hours or so. We might still make it a course eventually, but we are trying not to be
Okay.
over structured, over institutionalized. I mean, otherwise we can fall into the same mistakes that some of the institutions we have fallen into. We don't. If something is out there, let it just be out there. But sometimes people don't value things if it's not paid for.
Yes. Actually.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Yes.
the
Yes.
time might come, to be fair,
Yes.
but of course that'll be based on God's direction and a few things, so that we make it into a proper course
Okay.
and stuff like that. But anyway, so
Yeah.
search for Kunle Minister's interview with
Yes.
91 podcast. Okay.
Okay. Okay,
So
sir.
we have
Okay,
this
sir.
kind of
All right. Thank you so much.
temporary partnership with them. Let someone type it for you so you don't forget it. You can easily copy and paste it. So it's a 4-part interview.
Kule Ministers.
You can so you can check that on YouTube.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my
Okay.
brother. Asoleze, good morning.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, my brother. Asoleze, good morning.
Minister, Happy
Okay.
New Year.
Yeah. Yes, Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Lulu,
Sorry,
I
I
think I'm
requested
still
by
expecting you.
mistake. My hand was
Okay.
my
Sorry,
hand
sir.
just touched the request button. But let me just say
Oh, I
Happy New
see.
Year and go down. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
All right.
So Lulu, I've not so Lulu, actually I've seen the delivery issue
Okay.
because the wrong mail. So can you tell me again?
Okay.
AINA T any dot any underscore
See, okay. This is A, doing small letter A. Okay, let's start from the beginning. Small letter A.
Is it case sensitive? I don't think Gmail is case sensitive.
Can I read it again?
Okay, you're taking our time.
Small letter A.
So yeah, read it.
AINATAIYE 569 at Gmail.
I think I got. Oh.
You missed it.
You didn't tell me about that. You tell me about 969 now, bro.
Okay, 569. That's what is there. 569.
It's even 569. Okay, let me.
Yes, 569. AINATAIYE 569.
Okay. And the way I'm looking at it, actually, if you have left your Gmail as just Ainotaye, I think you might have. It might still be available, but that's just by the way. Because it is giving me something that is the wrong thing. Muthoni, good morning, you're welcome. AINATIYE 569 at gmail.com, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I've sent it again, you can confirm.
Okay, let me confirm.
Yeah, just. So they stood before the king, and all the nobles and princes and the attendants belonging to the king came together from all the cities of Egypt. They all sat before the king, and the king related his dreams before the wise men, and the princes and all that sat before the king were astonished at the vision. 16. Yes, Happy New Year, Muthoni. 16. And all the wise men who were before the king were greatly divided in their interpretation of the dream. Some of them interpreted with the king, then to the king, saying this. Good.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yes, you're welcome. Saying the 7 good kind and the 7 are 7 kings from the king's issue. Okay, will be raised. So there are 7 kings who come out of this king, raised over Egypt, and the 7 bad kinds are 7 princes who also will stand up against them in the latter days and destroy them. And the 7 ears of the corn are the 7 great princes belonging to Egypt, who will fall by the hand of 7 less powerful princes and their enemies in the wars of our land, in the wars of our Lord the King. That can be it. But at least they are good enough. I think there's something making. So at least they are wise enough to at least understand that the dream is not a good dream, because and you keep seeing that the interpretation keeps getting worse as the time went on. So next, and some of them interpreted to the king in this manner. If you're here and you're on Twitter, please go to Twitter and join from Twitter also. The live is a little restricted here, maybe because we showed that primal thing. Like we're showing another screen. So, but I think it will be lifted soon. So, and some of them interpreted in this manner, saying the 7 good kinds are 7 strong cities of Egypt, and 7 bad kinds are 7 nations of the land of Canaan. Okay, who will come against the 7 cities of Egypt in the later days and destroy them. And that which thou sawest in the second dream of 7 good and bad ears of corn is sign that the government of Egypt will again return to thy seed as at the first. That's also another not so smart one. 20. And in his reign, the people of the cities of Egypt will turn again against the 7 cities of Canaan, which are stronger than they, and they will destroy them. And the government of Egypt will return to thy seed. That's not it. And some of them said unto the king, this is the interpretation. And these are details you won't find in Genesis, by the way. This is the interpretation of thy dreams. The 7 good kinds are 7 queens, whom you will take for wives in the later days. And the 7 bad kinds denote that those women will all die in the lifetime of the king. And the 7 good and bad ears of corn, which thou see in the second dream, are 14 children, and it will be in the later days that they will stand up and fight amongst themselves, and 7 of them will smite the 7 that are more powerful. Okay. And some of them said these words unto the king, saying, The 7 kinds, they know 7 children that will be born to thee. They will slay 7 of thy children's children in the latter day, and the 7 good ears of corn which thou didst see in the second dream are those princes against whom 7 other less powerful princes will fight and destroy them in the latter days, and avenge thy children's cause, and government will again return to thy seed. That's like good dream at the end of the day. So it's beginning to look like they're just playing Banza or just guessing and doing lottery. And the king heard all the words of the wise men of Egypt and their interpretation of his dreams, and none of them pleased the king. And the king knew in his wisdom that they did not altogether speak correctly in all these words. For this was from the Lord to frustrate, right, the words of the wise men of Egypt, in order that Joseph might go forth from the house of confinement, that he should become great in Egypt. So that's the plan at the end of the day. And the king saw that none among all the wise men and magicians of Egypt spoke correctly to him. And the king's wrath was kindled, and his anger burned within him. How many wise men does he want to kill now? And the king commanded that all the okay. And the king commanded that all the wise men and magicians should go out from before him, and that they all went out. And they all went out from before the king with shame and disgrace. And the king commanded that a proclamation be sent throughout Egypt to slay. So he was ready. He was serious about it. To slay all. Okay, Gang is trying to come on. To slay all the magicians that were in Egypt, and not one of them should be suffered or allowed to live. And the captain of the guards belonging to the king rose up, and each man drew his sword, and they began to smite the magicians of Egypt and the wise men. So maybe some people died, really. Good morning, Gian. Okay, maybe he wasn't planning to come on. Okay, he wasn't. So they began to smite the magicians of Egypt and the wise men. And after this, Merod, the chief butler to the king, I think this is the first place we got to know his name. The chief butler to the king came and bowed down before the king and sat before them. And the butler said to the king, May the king live forever, and his government be exalted in the land. Thou wast angry with thy servant in those days. Now 2 years passed, and this placed me in the ward, and I was for some time in the ward, and I and the chief of the bakers, and there was with me a Hebrew servant, belonging to thy captain of the guard, that's to Potiphar. His name was Joseph, the name of the Hebrew, and his master has been angry with him and placed him in the house of confinement, and he attended us there. And in some time, when we were in the ward, we dreamed dreams in one night. And the chief of the bakers, we dreamed dreams in one night. I and the chief of the bakers, we dreamed each man according to the interpretation of his dream. And we came in the morning and told them to that servant, and interpreted to us our dreams, to each man according to his dream. Did he correctly interpret? And it came to pass as he interpreted to us, so was the event. There fell not to the ground any of his words. So maybe it's when he started seeing they started cutting people's head that reminded him, oh, this beheading is familiar to how they beheaded his friend, the butler, or the baker rather. And now, therefore, my lord and king, do not slay the people of Egypt for nothing, for naught. Behold, that slave is still confined in the house by the captain of the guard, his master, in the house of confinement. So Joseph didn't hear the job application because he was in prison. He was not on the internet. If it please the king, let him send for him, and that he may come before thee, and he will make known to thee the correct interpretation of the dream, which thou didst dream. And the king heard the words of the chief butler, and the king ordered that the wise men of Egypt should be slain. Okay, should not be slain, rather. And the king ordered his servants to bring Joseph before him, and the king said unto Joseph, Go to him, and do not terrify him, lest he be confused, and will not know to speak properly. Like I said, and I usually say, these are the details you will not see in a kind of wishy-washy story that is just there to deceive people, like some say that Europeans wrote the Bible to deceive Africans or to enslave Africans. Rather, what they meant to say was that they interpreted the Bible to try to enslave Africans. That would be more accurate, actually. So you will see some more interesting details here. So he said, just don't let him be confused, because he understands, and you will soon see that the glory of Pharaoh is actually very great. His throne is wonderful. So taking someone from the prison all the way straight to the palace can be a little bit quite a shock for the individual. Okay, so don't let him be confused and will not know how to speak properly. 41. And the servants of the king went to Joseph, and they brought him hastily out of the dungeon. And the king's servants shaved him, and he changed his prison garment, and he came before the king. 42. And the king was sitting upon his upon his royal throne. You will notice that the description of the throne is about to start. Perhaps because, okay, the restriction has been lifted, so the live views will keep going back up. So you will see that the description of the throne is about to come, and I think that is because this is when the writer of at least this part of Jasher is about to see it. So it makes sense that that description is coming at this time. And the king was sitting upon his royal throne in a princely dress, girt about with a golden ephod. So they had ephod too. Okay, and the fine gold which was upon it sparkled. And the carbuncle and the ruby and the emerald, together with the precious stones that were upon the king's head, dazzled the eye. And Joseph wondered greatly at the king. He was impressed. And the throne upon which the king sat was covered with gold and silver, and with onyx stones, and it had 70 steps. And he will explain to you the reason for the 70 steps shortly. And it was their custom throughout the land of Egypt that every man who came to speak to the king, if he was a prince, and like I said, well, let's just read. If he was a prince or one that was estimable in the sight of the king, he will ascend the king's throne as far as 30 steps of the 70. And the king would descend 36 steps, okay, and speak with him. So there will be 4 steps between that person and the king. If he's a noble, he will go up 30 steps. The king will come 36. That's 66, to leave about 4 steps between them. And I think there are seats at those steps, okay, where they could sit to continue the conversation. And it was their custom throughout the land. Okay, we just read that. And if it was one of the common people, they ascend 3 steps, and the king would descend to the 4th to speak to him, and as their custom was. I think we later figure out which 4th it is, because I'm thinking, is the 4th to the ground, or the 4th there? But I think it's the 4th to the ground. Otherwise, the king will have to keep shouting and all. But interestingly, it makes him closer to the peasants, to the common people, but he's relating to them in a lower place. Okay. Sorry about that. So, so he will come to the 4th to speak with them. Let's tap some more. Let's get it to like 4K likes, if this would correct the way the live was dropped down the other time. So let's push the live up. Let's power tap the screen. Let's tap the screen. Okay, and their custom was, moreover, that any man who understood to speak in all the 70 languages. So there was more or less 70 languages in the world then. And that matches what we read in the same Jasher. I think he stated it directly that there was about 70 languages the division came in the Tower of Babel. That there were about 70 languages that the things were scattered in. So I think the 71st language would be the Hebrew, because the Hebrew was taken away. Sorry, there's something in, I think there's something that is making that just affecting my throat or something. Just give me a moment. Jesus. Sorry about that. Okay, we'll just try some fresh air. The light may be different. Thank you, Father. All right. So moreover, that any man who understood to speak in the 70 languages, he ascended the 70 steps. So you see what the 70 represented. It was languages. And went up and spoke till he reached the king. So he will keep speaking in those 70 languages. Happy New Year, Tenuma Mofe. So it's not just that you see, you show them a certificate, I can speak 70 languages, and you come up to the king. No. I think the king himself understood those languages. How? I don't know. Maybe it's part of the trainings they give them as princes. Perhaps, okay? That's more likely to be the case. But the way you do it, you start speaking the languages. Maybe you speak Egyptian first, then you speak Horeb, Goshen, the Goshenite language, then you speak Zoar, then you speak whatever, speak that until speak Canaanitish until you get to the king. So it's not just word of mouth. That means 70 languages metamorphosed into several dialects. Yes, if this is exactly what it is. That's what it's suggesting to us. But again, I think the Hebrew is not part of the 70. But let's do this. If I can crave your indulgence, language. Lindsay is back on Twitter. Let me type 70 so that we can try to find that scripture. So we are not quoting it. Oops, there's a lot of 70s. What do we do? Let's try languages. But it might say tongues. Let's try languages. Okay. Let's see if we can find that scripture that this is page 239. That scripture that talks about languages. Okay. Let's try tongues. All the earth was of one tongue. Okay. Okay. The earth was of one tongue. The earth was of one tongue. So they could not understand each man his tongue. So this is just about what we're looking for. But let's get the actual verse. They could not understand to speak in one tongue. When the builder took the stone, okay, he cast it away. They did so, they killed many. And the Lord smote the three divisions and punished them. Some were like apes. So the Lord confounded the language of the whole earth, and Behold, it was east and toward people. I'm not sure where we got that 70 from, but I'm sure we got it somehow. I'm not sure how we got it, but we have it somehow. If we want to be, this is how research takes time, you see. 72. Okay, good. I think this is what we're looking for. So it wasn't directly languages. We had to infer it. There was 70 years old and he begat him. Terah called his name Abraham. Okay, just a moment. 72 men. Okay, so this is what we're looking for. So let me read it. Let me show you on the screen since we're already here. Just to show you how we infer. So it's an inference, not a direct text. Okay, we have to infer that to answer or to respond to in line with what Giang is trying to say. So, and when we have things in text like this, it's easy for us to tell what is inference and what is actual text. Okay, so this is more like an inference. I just linked it together. Okay. So, what chapter is this? This is Joshua chapter 70. Oh, sorry, Joshua chapter 9, verse 32. And God said to the 70 angels who stood foremost before him, to those who were near to him, saying, come, let us descend and confound. Wow. So it's interesting because it's 70 angels and the Lord himself, or whatever entity or form he decided to take. That will make about 71 of them. That's Adorin. Adorin Lekon. That's what they call it in Yoruba. So if I'm right, someone can let me know. Maybe I messed it up. But I think Adota is 50, Adorin is 70. So Okonlela Adorin. So they come, let us descend and confuse their tongue. That's the main thing they're going to do, and there are 71 of them. Okay, so that one man shall not understand the language of his neighbor, and they did so unto them. 70 angels gave them 70 languages. And then the one language of God. The only one language of God remained intact, which is like the Hebrew language. Okay, it remains intact. But there were 70. So it's the reason. So I needed that other scripture to be able to make this conclusion. It doesn't say there were 70 languages, but there were 70 angels. But then if we get to 70 men, 72 years, 75, 79, 72, 70 men, 70 steps. Yeah. So when we get here, right? Look at the way it says here. So it doesn't say just 70 languages. It's the way he said it. And their custom was moreover that any man who spoke in all the 70 languages. That suggests that that is all the languages that they are at the time. You see, also linking with those 70 angels that came. So that's how we sometimes make some of these conclusions. But we usually make it clear that it's an inference, not a direct text, you see. So he ascended 70 steps and went up and spoke till he reached the king. So that's that. So Giang, you can unmute if you are there, if you're trying to speak. Okay. So, but let's watch the miraculous thing that happens soon, shortly. Okay. And any man who could not completely watch this problem now. So God had to go the extra mile, so to speak. So any man who could not complete the 70, he ascended as many steps as the languages which he knew to speak in. And it was customary again in those days in Egypt that no one should reign over them, but who understood to speak in 70 languages. So it's one of the things that must be on your CV. Okay. So, and again, it's suggesting to us that it may not necessarily be the child of the king, since they have this criteria. Because if they have a lazy prince that wouldn't study these languages and do these things, then what's the point? And when Joseph came before the king, he bowed down to the ground before the king, and he ascended to the third step as a regular people. And the king sat upon the fourth step and spoke with Joseph. And the king said unto Joseph, I dreamed a dream, and there was no interpreter to interpret it. And I commanded this day that all the magicians of Egypt and the wise men thereof should come before me, and I related my dream. Okay. And I related my dreams to them, and no one has properly interpreted them to me. And after this, I this day heard concerning thee that thou art a wise man and canst correctly interpret every dream that thou hearest. And Joseph answered Pharaoh, saying, let Pharaoh relate his dream that he dreamed. And surely the interpretation belonged to God. So of course he's humble now. A lot more humble than before, I should say. Interpretation belonged to God. And Pharaoh related his dream to Joseph, the dream of the kine and the dream of the ears of corn. And the king left off speaking. Okay? And Joseph was then clothed with the Spirit of God. Something came on him, you see. You won't see that in Genesis. Joseph was then clothed in the Spirit of God before the king, and he knew all the things that will befall the king from that day forward. And he knew the proper interpretation of the king's dream, and he spoke before the king. So God's Spirit came on him. God's Spirit came on him. And he probably wrote this by himself to be added to this book of Joshua. And Joseph found favor in the sight of the king, and the king inclined his ear, okay, and his heart. And he heard, inclined his ear and his heart, and he heard, all the words of Joseph. And Joseph said to the king, do not imagine that they are two dreams. That's the first thing. Do not imagine that there are two dreams, for it is only one dream, which I would suspect also. Okay, but again, God took away the wisdom of all those wise men. So there are only one dream, for that which God has chosen to do throughout the land, he has shown to the king in his dream. And this is the proper interpretation of thy dream. Verse 54. The 7 good kind of ears are 7 years. Boom. So you see, one thing it did there is most of them took all those sevens as, they took them as numbers, as items, but he could catch that it is not talking, it's not describing space, but it's actually describing time. That's the first thing he did. In fact, the second thing, the first was to tell you that both are same, and the second is to tell you that it's describing time and not space, you see, or a measure, or any other measure. You see. Fabulous, are you requesting? Fabulous, are you requesting? We can muted him, he can unmute, or they can unmute when you're ready. So he could detect that it is time he's talking about. So this is 7 good kind, 7 bad kind, 7 good corn, 7 bad corns. The first thing it did was to take this sheet, and you see some of those things flow with natural intelligence sometimes, but natural intelligence is not enough, because if you are facing a situation where there are spirits involved, and the spirits have blocked everybody's understanding, the intelligence won't work. But 7 good kind, 7 good cow, 7 bad cow, 7 good corns, 7 bad corns. The first thing to do is to take the pair and superimpose them first. That's the first starting thing. And then it tells you, see this 7 good and 7 bad, 7 years space, or immediately 7 years. That's it. That's very brilliant. So, the 7 good kind of ears of corn are 7 years. I don't know. 7 good kind and ears of corn. Oh, exactly, indeed. He has superimposed it already. So there's no need to go in all the way. So he's categorizing the 7 already. The 7 good kinds and ears of corn are 7 years, and the 7 bad kine and bad ears of corn are also 7 years. It is one dream. 55. And the 7 years that are coming, behold, the 7 years that are coming, there will be great plenty throughout the land. And after that, the 7 years of famine, okay, will follow them, a grievous famine, and all the plenty will be forgotten from the land, and that famine will consume the inhabitants of the land. You see, so it's giving that interpretation. I'm trying to turn off a light. Just a moment. I think that will just give me a moment. It's flickering into the screen. Sorry about that. Okay. So the king dreamed one dream, and the dream was therefore repeated unto Pharaoh, because the thing is established by God, and God will shortly bring it to pass. So when you're beginning to see dreams 3 times, 5 times, some of you 7 times, then you need to be careful. You need to be careful. Or rather, you need to pay attention. It might be something good, although most times it's not something good. Because most times good things, well, so you don't miss it. Sometimes they tell you, but most times it's something not so good. Okay. Thank you, Father. All right, so he said it's repeated because God is sure to do it, and God will shortly bring it to pass. Now, therefore, I will give thee counsel and deliver thy soul and the souls of the inhabitants of the land from the evil of the famine. You see that it's like I stopped coughing once we opened the window. So I think it was the something in the room that was making me cough the other time. All right, so now therefore I'll give thee counsel and deliver thy soul and thy soul of the inhabitants, okay, from the evil famine, that thou seek throughout thy kingdom for a man. Go and look for somebody that is very discreet and wise, who knows all the affairs of government. Okay, go and look for that person and appoint him to superintend over the land of Egypt. And let the man whom thou place over Egypt appoint officers under him. Okay, you're already describing this thing now, like you can do it. And they gather all the food of the good years that are coming, and let them lay up corn and deposit it. And that's brilliant, because do you notice in the dream also, which skipped my mind, we described it the last time when we were discussing these things, that did you notice that both of the dreams were connected to food, right? It didn't just come to the mind of those interpreters. Both of them were food related. There was none that said, I think I can use just to give soft light. Okay, soften the light. So there was none that said anything like none of the dreams that said anything like 7, I don't know, like 7 stones, for example. They were both related to food. None says things like 7 stones or 7 human beings. Is food. Kind is talking about food, right? And corn is also talking about food, right? And that just tells you how the thing, worked just like that. Okay. So let them store the food for 7 years. Let them keep that food for the 7 years of famine, that it may be found for thee and thy people and thy whole land, and that thou and thy land may not be cut off from the famine. Let all the inhabitants of the land also be ordered that they gather in, every man, the produce of his field, all sorts of food during the 7 good years, so that they can also have stuff. Can you expand more on why you believe dreams mostly have negative interpretations? No. I'm not saying dreams are usually negative. No. There's dreams that are just because you watched some of these demonic witchcraft movies, then you get to have demonic dreams. So that's based on the activities of the day that you've had. Okay, that's basically ordinary. And there's dreams that are, of course, God trying to tell you something, and sometimes the devil tries to mess up dreams also. But it's normal to it is the exception that the devil is manipulating your dream. And in fact, indeed, if the devil is manipulating your dream, it's even more reason to pray. Okay. So, but it's not usually that. If you're having an attack in the dream, that's a pure attack that they came through the dream world to launch at you. Okay. So that's a pure attack. That's not interpretation. I mean, people that they were stabbed in the dream and was bleeding when they wake up. Things like that happen. And there was no sharp objects on the bed or anywhere around. So that's just a full-blown attack. But I'm saying if a dream is repetitive, it might even be positive. But then the reason why I'm thinking it might be negative sometimes is because, I mean, what needs that kind of alarm and loud alarm is something that is negative and you need to stay off of, okay? And sometimes if it is something good, the dream keeps coming like that so that you don't miss the good thing, you see? So that I don't miss the good thing. So you don't miss the good thing. And as I'm speaking myself, I'm getting, some things that I need to also stay tight on. Okay, so but then, so you don't miss the good thing, which means if the person misses the good thing, then it becomes like a bad dream in that sense. Okay. So the dream is usually something maybe negative you need to avoid or something good that you shouldn't miss. Otherwise, if it is something good that you probably would not miss, there may be no reason to set up that facility to inform you in the dream. You understand? If, for example, just regular everyday stuff that is not spectacular, okay, or something you have been waiting for and God knows you're waiting for it and you're good to go and the thing comes up, you just plug in. It's as simple as that. It may not be necessary to show you anything. Okay. So he's asking the people of the land to also gather food. So it's not just the king doing that or the palace doing that. 61. This is the proper interpretation of that dream, and Control F if that's going to take that away. No, it's not. Let's try this. Okay, good. So this is proper interpretation of thy dream, and this is the counsel given to save thy soul and the soul of all thy subjects. That was strong to say you want to save the soul of the king. And the king answered and said unto Joseph, who saith and who knoweth that thy words are correct? By the way, the king can already tell that, wow, this is probably it. Because most times you can tell if dreams are correct. Somehow you'll be able to tell. And one of the ways can be found also in the book of Genesis when it says God will give an interpretation of peace. It means you will have some level of peace. The peace may not be that you feel super 100% peaceful, but even if the dream is still a bad dream that is interpreted, you have peace that, okay, now I understand that, okay, it's like something bad is about to happen, I need to avoid it. So you have some peace that you understand what is going on. The kind of peace we understand when we see that, oh, so this is what's really going on in the world. These are the real people of this book. This is why Africa is this way. These are the things we can do. You see, it brings you some peace. And the king answered and said, how do we know that your dream is correct? He's just trying to test him further. And he said unto the king, he went deeper. Those that do prophecy in Africa say, can I go deeper? Go deeper, Papa. So he's about to go deeper. So the king asked, and he answered, he said, this shall be a sign. Now, this is a bad sign, actually. For thee, respecting all my words, that they are true, and that my advice is good for thee. So there's something actually prophetic about Joseph showing up in that palace that day. And behold, thy wife seated this day upon the stool of delivery. There's no way he will know that that's word of knowledge. And she will bear thee a son, and thou wilt rejoice over him. And when the child would have gone forth from his mother's womb, thy firstborn son, that has been born unto thee 2 years back. So you see, there's very prophetic, very, very prophetic what is going on with Joseph. Very, very prophetic. Can someone tell me what happened 2 years before? Let me see if you're following. I'm just a radio talking seat. Or Lindsay, you can open the mic if you're there on Twitter, because that'll be a special guest on Twitter. If you're here, you're on Twitter also, please go to Twitter Spaces from there to listen to us from there. Please. If you're also on Twitter. Or Lindsay, any ideas? You can receive the co-hosting invitation. Giang, have you been listening? What happened 2 years before? Let me read that again. The king has his first son. Yes, that's what he said. But what happened also 2 years ago? Let's see anybody who is listening. There's something else that happened 2 years ago. While we're waiting for the answer, Olinze is now a co-host. Yeah. So while we're waiting for the answer, let me reread this part. So the wife is on delivery stool. That's word of knowledge. Then he gave word of wisdom after. The king has his first son. Yeah, that's the previous answer. Yeah. Okay, that's word of knowledge. Then he gave word of wisdom also. And thou will rejoice, and when the child has gone forth from his mother's womb, which is supposed to be second son, he said, thy first son, the king's first son, that has been born to thee these 2 years back shall die. And thou wilt be comforted in the child that will be born unto thee this day. Joseph in imprisonment. Exactly. Thank you so much, Adolf Gold. Although Adolf Gold is Professor Emeritus, so, but still, thank you for answering. So it was exactly 2 years ago that Joseph was supposed to come out of prison, right? I think so, yeah. And that was the time when he interpreted to that butler and the baker. And he told them to remember him when they get into the palace. And he was not supposed to do that. The Bible said he stayed 2 more years. You see, after the 10 years he has already done, he stayed 2 more years after that. So that's exactly 2 years ago. The same 2 years ago happening here, right? So it's very prophetic. It's very prophetic. So it's like Joseph was supposed to be the next son of Egypt, son of Pharaoh in that sense, and he's giving birth to fake sons, and those sons are unaliving. You see. Anyway, you could have different interpretations to it, but it's not just a coincidence. So, and Joseph finished speaking these words to the king, and he bowed down to the king, and he went out. And when Joseph had gone out from the king's presence, those signs which Joseph had spoken to the king came to pass on that day. And the queen bare a son on that day, and the king heard the glad tidings about his son, and he rejoiced. And when the reporter had gone forth to the king's presence, gone forth from the king's presence, the king's servant found the firstborn of the king falling dead upon the ground. Wow. Okay, this is the last verse before we discuss a little bit and close. And there was great lamentation and noise in the king's house, and the king heard it, and he said, what is this noise and lamentation as I heard in the house? And they told the king that his firstborn son had died. And the king knew that all Joseph's words that he had spoken were correct. You won't find this in Genesis. And there's this thing about firstborn of Egypt always dying. And I'm trying to see why. Mitzrayim, the firstborn of, the first son, I think, of Nimrod also died. His name was Hardon or something. Mardon. Okay, he died in battle. The first son of Ham is Cush. I don't know, but there's this thing about this firstborn of Egyptians always dying, especially towards the flood also. Towards the plagues rather, when Moses was there. Okay, so and there was a great lamentation in the noise. Okay, and he knew that all the words of Joseph spoken were correct. And the king was consoled for his son by the child that was born to him on that day as Joseph has spoken. So definitely God's spirit came on him. It's not something you want to gamble with and say the king's child will die and all that kind of stuff. No. So we'll read Joshua 49 tomorrow. So tomorrow's live might be a little bit turbulent again. Now, for Monday, I think I can guarantee that we will be live 10 o'clock. So it's just tomorrow that is going to be like that. Now, could it be the principle of numerology? 12 years, Joseph in prison, 12 tribes of Israel, 12 disciples is possible. Although, again, he wasn't supposed to be 12, really. He was supposed to be 10. And the 2 years was like a punishment from God, according to the book of Joshua, that because he trusted in that man that he should remember him when he gets to the king's palace, then he had to. But it's possible. There's many things that hit that 12 in scriptures, many. And those numbers have been kept as special numbers, and indeed they are. Like the number 3, the number 7, The number 10 is basically the digits, okay? That's why the counting is based on 10. When you get from 0 to 9, you go back to 10 when you get to 10, okay? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9. So 10 is like the fresh start. Then you start with double numbers, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So it's based on 10 because, of course, these are like the first counting instruments that humans would have. So that's why it's digital. And 10, based on 10 are counting. Morning, Harley. Okay, yes, thank you, Adolfo. So, but there are numbers like 12 is also special like that. 12 disciples, 12 apostles, 12 tribes, 12 years of Joseph, for example, 12 years that the age of the girl, just like what happened when Jesus was going to raise Jairus' daughter, who was 12 years old. A woman who was 12 years, this thing has started again. We'll soon end anyway, so the view will be better. Honestly, I'll just open this. Okay. So, where were we? So 12 years of Jairus' daughter was 12 years old, and this person, the woman who touched Jesus at the hem of his garment, has been in this situation for 12 years also. So there's many 12s like that. And what other number? Maybe 20 is a round figure. 40 is very repetitive also and very prophetic like that. So it's possible. Oh yeah, 40, 70, yeah, thank you, Gian. 70 is also another one. 50 is more like a round figure. So that's it. 30 also sometimes is easy for some age limit. Okay, so let's open up the line for conversations. So we can close. At least we've done the 1 hour. So tomorrow might be a little bit 12 ribs in our chest. Yeah, sometimes some of those things. Yeah. But then I'm usually very weary to get into prophetic numerology in that sense. Okay, because people can just start interpreting anything as anyhow, just anything. That's the problem you find, So there are many direct things we will see if we just read scripture the way it is, rather than trying to infer and extrapolate and all that. Before you know it, you are ending up somewhere else you didn't plan to go. But it is true that we have such numbers. If there's no guest, we'll end there for the day. It's been a nice time reading scriptures. Let's just again.
Let me just say, just like you said, when we begin to look at prophetic numerology, it becomes a big debate because people want to read meaning to almost everything, even when there is no reason to read meanings. A lot of us grew up looking at the Bible, seeing the Bible as a figurative book. So most times we try to say that, Bible is supposed to be interpreted first literally before you begin to look at it being figurative. But a lot of us that grew up in the Christendom, a lot of us were taught that the Bible is more of a figurative book. So that could inform why people would even find it difficult to accept some of the things that are being said as being literal.
Yes.
We just feel God has all the power, so he might say one thing, but is having the other way around. I remember I was discussing the aspect of the flood and the fact that the scripture wrote that, of the movement of children of Israel out of Egypt. And when Moses rose his rod, and then the east wind, the Bible records that an east wind came and blew over the Red Sea overnight so that they can walk on dry land. And the person who was discussing said, what if it was figurative? What if in the course of it, God turned the direction of the wind to go in another direction? I said, no, but if you look at it literally, when the wind comes from the east, it blows westward, and the Red Sea will not start drying from the other end. It will start from where they were at. So it's literally saying that they were on the east side, and then blowing that way means that it blew through the west. So they were supposed to land in the west side. So if you look at it, crossing the Nile that way, it means that they landed in sub-Saharan Africa, or the direction was towards sub-Saharan Africa, which which is what it's supposed to be, you know. But people find it a bit difficult to because of the way we have been brought up in Christianity and the things we've been taught. Everything is being viewed from the point of figurative instead of being the real thing or being literal, you know. So the aspect where I remember you were speaking about, you know, getting pastors to come in and do that. You know, some of these things you are teaching, with the way some of the pastors are today, it will make them lose a lot of the manipulations they have on people to make money. You know, so when they begin to see this truth coming, it will be a bit difficult for them to even want to permit it to be on their pulpits, because not all of them seek truth. A lot of people just try to, you know, create messages from nothing. You know, just put words together and try to make up messages that would appeal to the emotions of people,
Entice
for them to
people.
be able to, to entice them and respond to them the way they really want it to be done. So most of these times you would notice that the conventional pastors within our space would not embrace some of the things you're saying, because they will feel that it's going to get them out of the market. But for some of us who are a bit studious and inquisitive, for me, I've been an inquisitive person. So coming across your channel, you know, usually when I read, is God just takes me to meet people who now try to open up some of the questions I've had at the back of my mind while I was reading the scripture, to be able to expand and get to understand that this is a real depth of what I've missed. Because I read through scripture, there are sometimes I'm reading a particular, the conventional Bible. By the time you read it, you get to some places and the story is completely changed. And you expected that they are supposed to continue the story from where it stopped. Then you look to the next chapter and it's a complete new story. I also remember when I read the books of Kings and the Chronicles, you get to hear that when they are talking about certain kings, or almost all the kings, they will say, are these things about these kings not written in the Chronicles of the kings of Israel or the kings of Judah? Of Judah? So where are those chronicles? Where did they? Yeah. So where
You
are
expect the
those
reader to also know those
chronicles of
other.
the? Exactly. So where are the chronicles of the book of Israel that you're talking about that we can't find? We have never been exposed to them. We don't know where they are at any point in time, you know. So some of these things were a few of the things that kept, you know, bringing questions to my mind when I read scripture. I was not the type that shied away from any part of the Bible. You know, certain people go to some places, they feel they are boring. Especially when you're reading Leviticus, you're reading when the lands were distributed across the children of Noah and all of that. Some people, those places just feel like a waste of time. So people read those things and just feel as though, what are they talking about? So for them, it doesn't make any sense. But for me, I read through, you know, I read through and understood the scene of the scene of you know, they will say, when they talk about the king of Israel, they say this one did sin according to his father Ahab, or he did sin according to this other, I've forgotten his name, this other king that separated the land with Jeroboam. Yeah, the son of, you know, when the kingdom was divided, the guy that first ruled, the one that came from Egypt that they brought him from Egypt, that introduced them to Baal worship.
Jeroboam, the son of Nebat.
No, Jeroboam was the son of Jeroboam was.
I think my mic.
Jeroboam was the son of Solomon, the one that took over from Solomon.
That's the one. One is R, I think. But yeah. Well, I might be heard. Is my audio good? Can August confirm? No, I think you switched
now I can
you
hear
can check. You can quickly check after your comment. Okay. You can quickly check after your comment. I think you switched it. But go ahead anyways.
Rehoboam, right? Rehoboam and Jeroboam. Rehoboam is the one that ruled the 10 nations, while Rehoboam ruled the 2. Exactly. So in the course of reading, you get to see the difference between the sin, because they will always make reference to the sin of Ahab or the sin of Jeroboam. So, but you get to know, okay, what was it that they did? This one introduced burning incense on the high places, and then he brought his own prophets into the to introduce them to Baal worship. Then Ahab introduced them to Baal worship and all of that. So people find it difficult to read it. And same thing with the book of Revelation. Some people say it's too scary, something that you can't read, you know, so a lot of people shy away from it. But you see the issues that we have with a lot of Christians in our day is that they are not studious. They don't like to study. So a lot of us just is what we are told that we work with and we run with. Some people have not sat down to read. Some people have not sat down to ask questions when they read through scriptures to get to know deeper what really transpired and all of that. And when the white came to reintroduce the Bible to us, they Sunday school they taught us some things that were out of place. I remember while we were in Sunday school, when we were much younger, they would say when the devil came to Eve, Adam has gone to work, and so when he came back in the evening, she now gave him the fruit to say eat, and all of that. But scripture said that he was there with her. So all of those interpretations or teachings that we had when people were growing up was what people have carried over the years, and when you keep repeating something that is not true over time, it becomes like truth, until you come up with more tangible and more compelling reasons to be able to make people think otherwise. Most times they just believe everything that is being said as it is. But I appreciate God sincerely that I came across this channel, which has answered most of some of the questions that I've had at the back of my mind, and it's getting me back to also go in and read more, and study more and get to looking more inward with respect to some of the things that we've believed, and then looking at events as they are unfolding, and then trying to make sense of what is happening around you, all of that, So I would just say we're grateful for what you've been doing, and we can't help but keep talking, keep sharing what we are also learning, so that other people can pick up interest to want to know more and make informed choices with what they ought to do. So because there are a lot of things that people have held on to that ordinarily they shouldn't have if they had understanding based on what we now know. So thank you. That's just my own comment I wanted to make. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So a quick one on that is this matter of consumerism, and then some preachers and even politicians, like I said, it's the pastoral and the political wings, the politics and the pulpits, okay? So there is this big market that wants consumerism, and there's people ready to supply them. So what I perceive will happen, which has been happening anyway, it's not like we are the one to start it. Those who just like to just hear stories and things like that, they will keep hearing, so they will keep going to those who will tell them stories and deceive them and take their money or whatever it is. Okay? And those who like the truth will start coming out of those. Okay? So that's what I think will happen. And we also will try as a ministry not to, because we're this close to not doing that Abraham movie. Okay? And the reason was good. Partly it takes a lot of time, money, and resources and all of that. But in my mind, I was like, when the suggestion first came, I was like, I beg, if the people can't read scripture, then let them leave it. There's nothing in that movie that is not in the scripture, and there's much more there. For example, I don't have the poster here. There's no scripture that describes the face of Abraham based on what we have shown. It's just a child of this depiction. Okay? But those are the kind of things that get the attention of people, get the whole ministry big and all that. But sometimes God does not work that way. So we're very close to not doing the movie because, people tend to be lazy that way. They just want to be spoon-fed, But then it might also be a form of publicity. But when we got to go ahead, we eventually did it, and we're still doing it. But we'll try not to get to the point where we become like a fast food or fast scripture joint, where you can just come and do 10 minutes and run away. We're trying to prevent that. Okay? And usually, the people that sit down and read stuff and convince themselves exactly how it used to work when we were back then in school. When they teach you something in class, you understand it, the thing flows because the teacher is telling you like that. But that's usually about 40% of the thing, just classes, right? But when you go back and check that thing and start the formula from the start to the end yourself and convince yourself of it, okay, they're trying to get, density is equal to mass divided by volume. Okay, volume is length times breadth times height. All right, so how do we get the mass from this? Oh, it has to do with this mass spectrometer. Okay, get this and that. Okay, so the mass is taken from there and you add it to this and you convince yourself, okay, I get it. So you can flow the thought from start to finish. Those students pass more. People like that tend to be the ones that become more successful in life. They get the jobs, they get the whatever. You see, when you sit down and check the thing yourself and follow through. But the one that I just want to see it copy and our ladies are usually like that. I think it's just their tendency because they are not leaders, at least in the home. Okay, they're not the leaders in the home in that sense. So those kind of people don't really do so much. Okay, but people that sit with things and do it by themselves. So what it will mean is that our ministry will just host a lot of leaders, okay, a lot of thought leaders, which I think is brilliant. It's like you have a church in that sense, a church, a group, a platform of leaders and people who can think for themselves, not just 5,000, 70,000 people who just say yes, yes, yes. You know, that's not the way.
Yeah,
So
and it's
then we
true
can
because
yeah, go ahead.
yeah, and it's true because in the early days, especially in the days of the reforms in the church, it was debates that they had more. So it was more of studio. You bring your argument against this other person's argument. So that's how they get to know because people were reading a lot, you know. So you come with your arguments. Paul, most times it's debates that they had. Martin Luther, all of them, it was debates that they said. You know, that's when he brought his 1991 thesis of Martin. It was a debate that he wanted to let's have a conversation. So when people engage in such conversation, that's when people get to know truth. You know, but if you don't engage in reading and then trying to, you know, talk about what you know, even if you are wrong, talk about it so that you can get clarity. Because for me, I'm very open to speak. If I'm wrong, I get clarity. At least I've learned something new that tomorrow I won't say the same thing. You know, but I don't keep a lot of things to myself when I get to know them. I try to voice them out and hear other opinions with respect to it. So that way my mind is open better. If I'm correct, fine. It better strengthen what I know. But if I'm wrong, then at least I've learned something new and I know that I won't say the same the next time, you know. So people just need to be open to that. But like I said, we'll keep pushing. God that has brought up this to open up people's minds will definitely create a way that will make them to embrace every information that is coming out at this time.
Hello,
Yes,
Minister.
amen. Yeah, just a moment. I'll bring you up. I saw our ladies. I'll bring you up.
Because thank
Good.
you.
I'm sorry. Just a moment. I'll bring you up. So, phenomenon. Good afternoon. So yes, Giang, I agree. And what will happen? I discovered. I've thought, especially in the recent years, when I started discovering this thing, I want everybody to be wise. But you know what? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
True.
I want everybody to be rich. But Jesus said, the poor you always have amongst you. So that thing is not, there are
Very
people that
true.
will just be not so wise, okay? So, but then the way it's supposed to be then is that the wise is supposed to reign over the people that are not so wise. It's just that way, okay? And not in a bad way, but that's why democracy is first off a hypocritical thing. It's just a deception, right? But then even in the level where it is, it's not even practiced the way they said they should practice it because most times they are rigging the elections and all that. But the point anyway
True.
is that the wise is supposed to make the decisions for everybody. They don't take just anybody because you want everybody to feel equal. They get some guy who can't just sit down and build something simple and you get him to build your house and the house collapses on you. It's your fault, you see, for allowing him to do that. So the wise will usually rule over the not so wise. It's usually like that. Okay. So so what I see happening is that there will be some people that will not have that time. They just don't have that heart. They just want to have fun. That's their life. You understand? They want the movies. So rather than our ministry trying to compete with, although we'll try to make it as good as we can, the movies and all that, but rather than getting millions and billions of dollars to compete with Hollywood, make this Abrahamo movie, make it much better, we'll try. But hey, we'll give you the basic stuff. If you need it, just come around. You see, because those guys they literally print money. You're not about to start a competition with somebody that prints money, and you are trying to earn it by hour or by stuff. Okay, it's a lot. Okay, so I think August 14 was just before end times. But August 14, are you there? I think we can speak freely today, but not too long. If you start speaking long, I'll just say time for you, 3 minutes. Let's go, August, before end times.
All right. Okay. Concerning where we read, talking about dreams, I don't know if it's okay to just share two very unique dreams I had when I was in my early 30s. I think I was like 31, 32 then. I'm 40 now. Back then, it was even before I even started reading deeply into stuff. Then I was just trying to study Nephilims and study biblical cosmology and the biblical shape of the earth and stuff. But I had a very unique dream then. Then in the dream, there was a lady that was pregnant and she was running for her life. And then, according to the dream, I was supposed to protect the lady to the point where she will give birth. So she kept running, and I just found myself trying to help her, take her to where she would give birth. And then there were thousands of people that were running after the lady to kill her and to prevent her from having the child. So, and I discovered that they had a leader that was pointing them. As a matter of fact, he kept pointing them the direction where we were running so that they would chase and kill the lady. And the person that was pointing, I don't want to call his name, but in Nigerian, religious sector, he's usually regarded as a
Political, pastoral.
Sir?
Pastoral
Pastoral.
side.
Pastoral, yes.
I said I knew he was going to use those two wings. Is that political or pulpit?
Yes, he normally wears white suits with a red tie and white shoes. I don't call names. He's usually bald.
I get what he was talking about.
So he kept pointing in the direction where... Yes, he was pointing in the direction where the lady was running to, and I discovered that the people that were running after the lady to kill her were sort of under him. He was giving them direction. So they were chasing after the lady to have her killed before the child was born. And somehow I was supposed to take the lady to a safe place where she was supposed to give birth. So finally we got to a particular place. It was really rocky. It was rocky and everything. In fact, I had to jump down first, and I was beckoning on her to jump so I can grab her so she could give birth. So she jumped, she landed, and then as soon as she gave birth, it was more or less like they froze, and I woke up. That was the first dream. Second dream I had was the setting was like night, and then when I came out of the house, there was a figure that was just suspended in the air, I would say, even though it was really huge, and from the sides you could tell that it occupied most part of the sky. But it was standing, but it was super clear and super realistic that I think it was looking more real than I'm actually seeing with my eyes right now, because the shadows on that figure, you can actually literally see the dots that made up the shadow. It was that distinct. And then the person was wearing like a white robe, but it was looking milkish. Then had a sachet, but the sachet was made out of stars, and the stars were different colors. But I couldn't see the face in that figure, but he was suspended really large in space, I would say.
A sash like this.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. And across his chest as well.
So I can remember what is it?
Yes, across his chest. Okay. Exactly. Yes. So he was suspended. So from that very moment, I was taken to a particular building. It was a white building with like 3 stories. And then there was like a leader of that building. But during the dream, I just found out that that was Christ. But he was there at the top of the building. So he saw me, and then he came to grab my hand. So when he stretched out his hands to hold mine, I noticed his skin was brown. But at the same time, he had a cap with him, like a red cap. So he just wanted to give me the cap. He had a cap. And was trying to tell me well done for doing stuff. So he whispered certain things to my ear. I don't remember what it was in the dream. I can't recall anything. But he was telling me certain things in the dream. Then he pulled me up on the building. So after he said what he said to a group of people in the building, I noticed that I was now outside the building. Then the building was turned upside down and shaken violently and then put back in place. I don't know what that dream is about. So even the first dream I had, when I told it to, I think it was a pastor. Okay, go ahead.
3-story building. You were outside of the building, right? Were you inside of the building or outside when it was shaking?
He had a balcony. So when he pulled me up to the balcony and told me certain things, it was when he was trying to pull me, I saw his hands. His hands were like mine, they were brown. So after that, when I saw the building being shaken, I was not in the building. I was looking at it from the front of the building. It was just in front of me. So it was turned upside down and shaken violently and then put back in place.
Out of that building?
Yes, I was taken out of the building. Then it was shaken violently. There were people still in the building, and then it was put back in place. Now, the first dream I told to, I think it was one preacher I told, just one ever. And then so he showed me something in, I think it was Revelation 12 or so. So I was like, okay, cool. Because I don't really regard myself as anybody special that this kind of things would be shown to. And that was before I even came into certain things that I started reading and understanding about mainstream Christianity, as Gyang earlier put, and stuff like that. So I don't know, I just felt like sharing this since the part in Joshua we read was talking about dreams. Thank you.
Oh yeah, now tell us the interpretation now. How can you off the mic like that? Tell us. Now you go tell us.
I don't know the interpretation actually. I really do not. I really have no idea what it was all about. But I'm
How you
glad
don't know?
that recent studies are beginning to tell us that Christ's heritage was probably African. Because then I was really confused because why would he, Christ in the dream, have brown skin? I was really, because I had never ever come across anything suggesting that um the true heritage of Christ was probably African. I
Jesus was
never
African.
ever came across any writing or anything. So I was even confused in the dream because when I woke up, I think I told my mom, I was like, I saw something like a Christ figure in the dream, and he was telling me certain things. He even gave me a red cap, trying to award me for something. Then he stretched to reach to me, and I saw brown skin, and I was confused. I was like, is he not supposed to be a white man and stuff? Because then that was the understanding I had before I started reading deeply. But now everything is beginning to catch up. So I don't really know the meaning to the dream, but I know the first one I'm beginning to understand it now. I think with everything happening now
Okay.
in around me in the society, I'm beginning to understand. Because if you're actually going out for the
Are you going to church
the
tomorrow?
first people that would attack you will probably be people in mainstream
Are you
Christianity.
going to
Because,
church tomorrow?
sir?
You go to church?
Nah, man, I pulled back on that. As I am,
Okay, hang
I'm
on.
the only person in my family. I try to keep the Sabbath and all of that. I just had to have a different stand on certain things because from scripture and all of that. Oh, time's up. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, not yet. Not yet. Go ahead. 60
Okay.
seconds. I was just pointing to Gian. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So, I kind of started observing the day of rest because I'm just tired. I'm tired of people not having questions, especially in mainstream Christianity, to certain things in the Bible. So I'm just trying to do Bible things in Bible ways. Like I think I said in some, I think it was last week or so. So I sort of pulled out from the whole Sunday thing. I'm not saying maybe it's a bad thing or anything. I'm just saying I just had to. I just had to because I'm having questions. I'm not getting answers there. And on platforms like this, I'm getting answers. And then researches and all of that and books I'm reading, I'm getting answers. And then I'm beginning to see that, true, there are certain things in scripture that were never done away with. It was certain people that came and changed the times, changed calendars and everything, making us think that January 1st is the new year and a bunch of stuff like that. So I don't know. That's just where I am right now with things. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Just a moment.
Yeah. Before
All
he
right.
comes,
So,
thank you, August 14.
yeah, in fact, don't worry, I'll give you your time, Gian. I'm back. Quick one. There's a reason I'm giving what August is saying some time, okay? And that's because I believe God's Spirit wants us to discuss about it. So let me try to be a little more open with you so that it will help you also see how people can be led by, or let me say the way I am led, okay? But also how you can be led. I think almost anybody can be most times in that way. For this particular case, in this particular situation, I think in my own dream yesterday or some other place or somewhere, I can't remember where, I literally have jet lag. I mean, I've been sleeping at the same time I've been awake for the past almost 24 hours. Actually, I slept last night better. But I heard there was a word that he mentioned in the very long 3 5 minutes he spent that I heard in that dream. And the person said they wanted more understanding on that topic, which is not exactly this topic, but I heard that word. Then the word was repeated here. Then I know that we should spend time on it. Sometimes that's how you get led on stuff, okay? So, and that's why, again, to just let people know why we're giving time for this. And we'll not give some people some time. They just speak 3 minutes and we'll send them away. So they understand it's just by leading. So you people are part of the problem facing Nigeria. It's I think you are not on the topic. You say you people are part of the problem. You are on the wrong platform. Take your hate somewhere else. Okay, someone is correcting him. You can let him stay, but God will judge for eating her. I shouldn't hate. Hey, but Isade plus Holmes, just hang on and understand what we're saying. I don't even think there's any Igbo on this platform, at least not yet. Okay, right now, I mean, right here, okay? Although I speak Igbo myself and all, but, I think you're misunderstanding stuff. So, Gian, let's try. But this time, I'll set time with it. So, Gian, what do you think about those two dreams, about their interpretation? Of course, without mentioning names or describing people that he saw in the dream. Let's go. 60 seconds.
Yeah, for me, though I'm not too an expert in that, but for me, what I can deduce from it is there's a deception that had gone on through time, and I just believe that God was just trying to let people, there's always a remnant that God preserved to, expose truth to, so that in the midst of every form of lie and deception, truth can always find its way up. And then those who oppose truth are basically people who have taught people lies, who have deceived a lot, who have been saying so much with it. But there's a movement that was supposed to be bettered, and that movement, the time is here. And so I just felt that from those moments where God trying to just say the time for truth to be exposed is here. So he reveals it to a lot of people what they just need to know.
Okay, quick one. The second dream, another 1 minute. Or what do you think? I don't remember the first dream at all first. Yeah, the second dream rather.
Yeah, the second one was the one he spoke about him being in a building.
I know you remember interpretation. Any idea?
Yeah, when he spoke about it, I remember the woman in Revelation chapter 12 who was pregnant, and then the earth wanted to.
Time up. The first one is nice. The second one you don't forget. But it's right. So, but we'll go to the second one soon. Let's hear from End Times Prophecy. So she's very prophetic anyway, from the name at least. Let me give End Time Prophecy 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, I have a lot to say.
Okay, hi Minister, thank you.
Hi Minister. I have a lot to say. Okay, so I have two things I want to say. I want to talk about because I think the Gayanzi. Okay.
I'll give you 5 minutes.
All right.
Let me add the time. And also because you are one of our ladies and you guys speak a lot, so I'll give you 5 minutes.
Thank you.
I'm trying to get you to pull you.
So I'm speaking
so start from the Our Ladies problem.
Okay. Our ladies problem, you saying that we ladies, we don't read or we don't understand. No, I feel like it shouldn't be generalized because most ladies, I especially, me finding God was through research, actually. It was through me researching on flat earth. That's how I actually had an encounter with God, and I heard his voice, not in my head. Like he was speaking to me through my roof, which is another story for another day. Amazing experience. I'll never forget it. Like I'll die happy knowing that I heard God speak. Secondly, I was reading the Book of Wisdom because I think someone mentioned the Book of Wisdom. No, okay, yeah. I found the Book of Wisdom and then I found Bell and the Dragon. It's part of this old Bible.
That's in Apocrypha.
Yes. So it was the Bell and the Dragon is the completion of Daniel's story. And you know what blew my mind is Habakkuk was in that story. And I was like, oh, Habakkuk, in fact, from reading the Bible, that story, I realized that time travel is actually real. Dragons are real because Daniel killed a dragon and that was why he was thrown into the lion's den. I screamed. I was like, this is why a lot of this information has been hidden from us. Dragons are real. Time travel is real because I'm just paraphrasing for those who don't know what I'm saying. Please, why I'm talking like this so that you will go and read it yourself because it's not good to be spoon-fed in the end times. You need to, have iron jaw. So Habakkuk was actually teleported from his location because he didn't even know who Daniel was. or where the lion's den was, but an angel of God came to him. I was like, you need to go and feed Daniel. He was like, who is Daniel? How do I even know where the lion's den is? And then next thing, he was teleported there. And that was how Daniel was eating. Because, most times I kept on wondering, okay, Lord, is it that you were dropping manna for Daniel? But everything just made sense, And I also want to impute to people, when you want to dive into the Bible, get a translation you can understand. If you're a baby Christian, don't even test yourself with King James Version. You will be floored. Secondly, you need the Holy Spirit. You need the Holy Spirit to give you understanding of the Bible stories you read. If you do not have the Holy Spirit, if you're a sinner and you open up the Bible, you'll just be hearing cricket sounds. You'll just be wondering, what am I even doing here? But if you give your life to Christ, if you repent, you will be able to understand the Bible. Okay, secondly, I want to share a dream that I had, because we're in the vein of dreams. I just want to share this word. A is going to stand for anti, and then C is going to stand for Christ. So I'm going to say AC, right? So, when I found God, right, through my research and everything, there was a video I saw online. It was a very old video when, the 44th president, Obama, was president. I saw a man, on YouTube. He was screaming that, he's the AC, he's the AC, he's the AC. So it kind of piqued my interest, because I was like, that sometimes, even though the world or the crowd might not follow what certain people say, right? They might actually, the 1% might actually be in line with who Jesus Christ is. So aside that, I was listening to a prophetic channel where the lady also mentioned that Obama is the AC. I left the information like that. So I think he released a movie, something. There's a movie he released that time. I now went to the comment section, busybody. I now typed, why are you people asking about the end times from Obama? Don't you know he's the AC? I commented that and left it. One night, in fact, I woke up, the last thing on my lips when I woke up was Obama. I was like, okay, this is odd. Why would I have this man's name on my lips while waking up? I totally forgot the dream. The dream came back to me while I was reading the Bible. I think I was either I was reading the Bible or I was listening to a prophetic message. Then the dream flooded back to my head. I screamed because the enemy had stolen the dream from me, which happens. Most times you have prophetic dreams, but the enemy steals it. And it takes the grace of God and being immersed in the word of God before the Lord, by his mercy, will return that dream to you. I guess God wanted me to remember the dream. In the dream, it was as if I was in a room, but like a bulletproof clear glass room that was see-through. It was a thick glass. Like I couldn't hear from it because of, let me just continue dream. So someone was approaching, from the front side, because I was just where I was facing. And then the person got closer. The person was in the dark. As the person got closer, I saw it was the president. And then the next thing, I read his lips, because the room I was in, I couldn't hear him. He now said, if you see his eyes was like this Mortal Kombat, I don't know if it's that one that wears that cap, either the ice guy, Sub-Zero, or that master one that has the cap, but his eyes was just dark. In me, I knew that he had the power of lightning, and I knew that if I wasn't in this protective glass, this man would have incinerated, like I would have died in the physical if he had encountered me, if I wasn't inside the glass. I just somehow knew he had the lightning thing about him. Then he said, why are you talking about me? I knelt down. My position in dream is that I dropped to the floor, bent my head, and stopped looking at him, and I started saying the Lord's Prayer. I started saying, our Lord's Prayer, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. This is what I was saying in the dream, and then the scene changed. I was running to my family. I was screaming to them. I said, Obama is the AC. Obama is the AC. Obama. So it is in that screaming that I woke up with his name in my lips. So that is just what I just want to share. Everyone can take it with a pinch of salt. Anyone can digest it however they want to digest it. And because Jesus Christ is black, we should know that the enemy loves to copy what God does. We should know and not be confused when he comes back to power. And we should, if you have any love for him now, start praying that he dies, because you will be literally loving Satan himself. I think that's all I'll have to say anyway. God bless you all. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. Let's get oh, it's not morning. It's evening. Good evening. Let's get started. Let's see what we can do on Twitter. But Twitter is not. Let's copy that. Twitter is X. So it's. I may need to change this location or this position. Okay, let's try to go on spaces. Late night fellowship. Yes. So if this camera is not too bad, then we can continue. The camera is not too bad, we can continue. So this angle is not the best, really. Yeah, so we can tap the likes. Let's see what we can get. So gang, you can let me know if you were requesting intentionally, so I can bring you up, or maybe it was just a mistake. I'm thinking of changing this angle or turning off that light. I'm not sure if this is, of course. It's not really easy. What do we do? Okay. Let's test to see if that angle is better. Okay, let's see if this is better, because the angle for the night apparently is different. So it's going to be somewhere around here, which I think is better. So do we move the desk, or we unscrew? Let's unscrew. That's no idea. So tonight and the next coming night is going to be just discussions. We don't have the apparatus and facility to be able to do scriptures very efficiently. Okay, but it's good we announced that we won't be doing scriptures than we eventually do, than vice versa. So let's assume we may not be able to do scriptures. Okay. Have you been approached by the Zionist government? Not yet. Except maybe indirectly, because I don't expect them to come directly. They will send some of their boys and some of their smaller stuff. So, but most times they are not confessing directly that they are Freemasons. They are always hiding, and it sounds like what people in darkness do, to hide. So that's that. What if we don't need religion anymore? It depends on your definition of religion. Depends on your definition of religion. So maybe I'll put the Twitter there. Okay. Oh, it's upside down. So depends on your definition of religion. That's what will determine. Oops. Okay. Okay, so let's request. You can request. Let's tap share. We got 1K likes, which is great. So let's tap. Let's click share and click repost, so that we can get started. But you can also request for you as a guest already. We'll respond to you already. It's better at this angle. Okay. So we're also live on Twitter. We're also live on Twitter, so if you're on Twitter, you can join. Yang, are you trying to come up so that we can bring you up? So let's request and just talk from now till like maybe midnight Nigerian time, West African time. But that's gonna be 11:30 UK time. Because they keep track on everything to keep the narrative. Yeah, but usually they won't bother you until you have enough reach. Greetings, Minister. Yeah, greetings, Castle Laser. You're welcome, Phenomenon. I think we need spirituality and fellowship, but not religion. Yeah, so, yeah, so, those are definitions at the end of the day. Is what the people do that is important. Good evening. Have you seen the viral videos of two pastors talking about how they practice adultery? I don't get into that kind of conversation. Exactly, we don't need Jesus. I think you need Jesus. Because I think Jesus is the same person as that Yeshua. Okay? So I think Jesus is the new name. I understand Jesus is different from Yeshua or Yahusha. But it's just a new name. I think it must be the new name. Okay? So, our understanding of timeline of spiritual warfare and spirituality generally helps to understand that Jesus has to be the new name. Jesus. They try to say, well, it means this in that language, blah, blah, blah. But no. We don't need Jesus. I know you need Jesus. Okay. What's next? I can come up. Okay. Now, let's bring you up now. Again. Okay. Chinazorom. Okay, I think Chinazorom is
nice and busy in the midfield today.
The head that hates the Bible. It's like there's this match going on. They're just playing football everywhere. Let's see what else. Let's see. So let's click share and repost. There's just one share, just too selfish. There's love in sharing. You need Jesus, yes. He didn't die for our sins. Chinazorom, you have come again. That man that carries a code in the foundation of things. Can you get that? There's love in sharing. Let's share. And Mrs. Sarah, you're welcome. Charles Smith, you're welcome. Ben Israel, you're welcome. Texpect, Tenuma Mofe, you're welcome. So, we're on Twitter. If you have a Twitter account and you prefer to be on Twitter, you can join us on Twitter. If you are watching from YouTube, then you can also ask your questions and type, then someone will answer. Okay, so let's start with 3 minutes each. 3 minutes each. So who's going first? Who is going first? I have Giang, I have Chinazorom, I have Phenomenon. Let's start from the top. Phenomenon, let's give you your 3 minutes. Let's go. You're not hearing me. Is Chinazorom able to hear me? Or Giang able to hear me? Chinazorom, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so Phenomenon, why can't you hear me? Giang, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, clear.
Okay, so Chinazorom, maybe it's your network. Phenomenon, maybe it's your network. Let someone type to Phenomenon. Just reply him to check his network. Let's do some more shares, then we start tonight. Thank you, Father. After all my long journey and study, I still discover that Jesus is the way. Okay. Can I have maybe Giang will know better. Can I have a quick idea on why Trump invaded Venezuela? Is the guy really bad, or that's another Traore? I mean, another Gaddafi? Yeah.
Yeah, well, good evening, everyone. How am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. For me, I think the issue with Maduro and his country, Venezuela, has been coming. It's just that he's been a dictator for over his people. So you can see the tribulations across there. He's been, jailing opposition and killing almost at will, and then he's in pushing drugs. Though I know that the ultimate is their oil, because Trump did a video and spoke about their oil first. That I think they withdrew their license to the oil exploration and the land. So he spoke a bit about it. But again, he is also known for drug pushing and drug trafficking. So he used that as an excuse to be able to nail the guy. But again, he's been a terror to his own people. So, and that is why you'd see that there was jubilation.
Let me interject you, my brother. Who is worse between the guy and the president of Nigeria? Or what do you think?
Yeah,
I think it's worse. It's worse than president of Nigeria, right?
I know, that of Nigeria's president is a bit coded, much as he's involved in it so much, but that of Nigeria's president is a bit more coded. And then again, when the inquiries were made into Nigeria's president, the US FBI had said that the Nigerian president is an asset to them. So whatever they're using him so they're using him as an asset. So it means that there are certain concessions that they could get because of the files that he had with them. They have his records. His records they have, though his own records were in the 90s, but they have his records, so and they know. And that once a drug baron, you'll always be. They don't quit those business at all. They just metamorphose and then bring other people to front for them and all of that. Because even here, I remember prior, I think 2022 or 2021, there was a period that a certain drugstore was caught in Lagos in a particular hotel, and they seized quite a number of hard drugs. And when Tinubu visited the NDLEA chairman, that's in Marwa, they now came out to say that they've destroyed the drugs, but they did the destruction after Tinubu came around. And so when they say they destroyed the drugs, that, and then he's still there. So for him to still be there, his tenure is being renewed because it's serving him well. If it's not serving him well, he will not let him go. So quite a bit of that.
So is it right to say that what America does, perhaps even the whole of the Western world does, is that they look for people that have resources, of course, but then because I'm suspecting truly that maybe the Venezuelan president is not so good, right? But then they're just using that as an excuse. Or could it be that they are framing him up? Gaddafi himself, was Gaddafi very, very good, or was he just...
No, Gaddafi was good. Gaddafi's problem was that, much as he has his own issues, but Gaddafi's major issues were that he wanted to make Africa strong. He was a proponent of African Union. and African Union was really gaining ground, because in terms of benefit and what, yeah, he was more of a dictator, but that was what they called him. But for his people, Gaddafi, they lived well under Gaddafi. I don't think they will have any complaint with what he was doing for them.
But I think they
Because
celebrated at his death also, correct? At his assassination, as you say, by Obama.
Well, the celebration of his assassination was because they thought that he's lived he's ruled them for too long, and so maybe they wanted someone different. You get it? So maybe that is why African leaders want to sit on that place until they die. So maybe that because of that they felt he has done his bit, let him give other people the opportunity to do. But I know that they came after Gaddafi because Gaddafi was more or less trying to pull Africa together, and then Gaddafi is the proponent of the African Union. He created the African Development Bank. He single-handedly was funding it. He was putting resources into all of that to make Africa a bit independent. And so the moment the African gains that independence, then the West, Africa becomes a threat to the West. They are better off if Africa is divided. If Africans don't come together as a unit, they are better off that way. But the moment Africa comes together, it's a bigger market. They begin to do trade amongst themselves, and so they knew that their own business is going to go down, because when the African comes together, so they created the African Development Bank to begin to provide loans for countries in place of IMF. So they were doing a lot of those so that they can just detach from dependence on the West. So when they saw that particular prospect was gaining ground, the best thing to do was to get Gaddafi out of the way. And you could see that they had no excuse. Okay. It was after they killed Gaddafi that they knew that America just wanted him out. It wasn't that he had any issues. They had any issues with him, or people were complaining that they didn't like him. The celebration they would do is because definitely, in every country you are at, you always have opposition. There are people that don't like you. No matter how good you try to be, there are people that will still celebrate your demise. But if you look at it, since the death of Gaddafi, Libya has never been the same again. Libya is in shambles, so.
Okay.
That is what I feel. So for Gaddafi, it was painting a dog black to hang it, basically.
It was what? Painting
a dog black to hang it. Now, if you want to hang a dog, you accuse a dog.
Call it a bad name.
Yeah, call it a bad name so that you can just hang it. That's just what was about Gaddafi.
Right.
So they kept calling Gaddafi a dictator until they got him off. But Gaddafi's people were. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so they were divided more or less, which is you find that almost anywhere. There are even Americans that don't like Trump. So there you go. You see.
Yeah.
So now, it appears that any government or governor or president in Africa that is smart will need, first off, just do the right things. Number one, I'll still get on you, Victor. Get you on very soon. So they need, of course, to do the right things, use the right money for the right things. Then number two, you will need to be very, very concise and precise and strategic with his PR.
Yeah.
That's what African government has lacked as far as I know. But in Nigeria, PR is very, very, very bad. There's a way they think in their mind, if I'm right, that, who are these Nigerian people? And they're right, because too many people have taken bags of rice and wrappers from them to vote. So they don't respect the Nigerian people as such. You see? So if you are not very good with your PR, then your people, even if you are doing something good, they will think you are bad, right?
Yeah, and that is why they've been around. Yeah, I heard Victor talking about Brian Traore. Brian Traore is doing his bit. I think his people. You still will have people that don't like him, but I think Brian Traore is busy trying to get his things.
And I think that's because of PR. That's because of PR. Yeah. If there is no public relations, right? If there is no information flow, then people won't know what he's doing. See?
Actually.
So I think that's the balance. Because otherwise,
what Traore is doing now, they are now refining their gold in Burkina Faso. So you don't take raw gold out of there. They turn it into bars. If you need to buy, come and buy it at the rate the market sells it. You cannot come and take the raw gold and go and refine it and bring it back. They have their refineries there. They refine the gold And so if you have to come and buy the gold bars and go with it. So, and then they are also building their economy on the gold bars. So they are saving gold as their own treasury. Yeah, as their major resource. So that's what he's doing. And so he's building industry within the country, building roads within the country, supporting agriculture within the country. And so all of that is being done so that it can help fortify it. But he has to also be very careful, because what we are seeing now is that these guys are becoming bullies. With what he has done is what Trump is doing is, what Trump is doing is that he's just telling the world that I can go to any country and deal with you. I can get to any country in the world and deal with you. I don't have that's the same. It was the same that he just dropped the missile he dropped in Iran. It was about the same, Just suddenly, he just
on behalf of Israel, by the way, right?
Yeah. Destroyed their nuclear plants, unannounced, so that way. So he's just saying any country I want to invade, I can invade you, notwithstanding what you.
I suspect there's something. I suspect there's something very powerful with the nuclear program. Okay.
Yeah.
Something very powerful. I'm suspecting that it may sound conspiratorial, but I'm suspecting first that I don't think there's nuclear bombs. Okay? It sounds like I'm ignorant. But I understand, in fact, I understand even the formula that nuclear bombs work with. Disclaimer, I'm not saying I have the knowledge, so don't come and carry me and say, let me build one for you. but it's I understand the formula, and the formula is quite interesting. That's the Einstein's formula, by the way. So it gives you this idea that you can make massive energy out of very small mass. Very small amount of uranium or whatever you want to use. So, but I do not think that there is nuclear weapons as such. Okay, I think it's one of the deceptions. I'm not sorry.
In Iran,
anywhere in the world, not just Iran. I don't think it exists. I do not think that humanity has that nuclear power to destroy the world. The basic excuse, rather, the basic testimony they have is Hiroshima, Nagasaki. And people are starting to look into that. It seems to be almost gradually beginning to fall into the same category that the moon landing is falling into. They've checked the aftermath of it. It's the same thing as any conventional any conventional bomb, right? That blows up the thing with fire, more or less, with a lot of heat, by the way, which is very bad also. But that nuclear thing that we can just press one button and I think it's one lie they have amongst themselves. Okay? And then the contrary of that is that the nuclear bomb thing is not true, but the nuclear energy is possible. Okay? That is such that it's one of the important Arterian technology that has been held back. Okay?
Especially. Okay. Yeah, but Kunle, if you have your doubts with respect to nuclear weapons being developed or manufactured, but they are having access to the nuclear energies, what difference does that make? It's about the same. I don't envisage a situation where they can make weapons, nuclear weapons that can just wipe out the entire humanity, because the locations are different. It has to be at specific locations for you to be able to do that. But
no, theoretically, you can destroy the world with nuclear weapons. Theoretically, with that formula, with the things that I have learned in theory and that I understand, is a fairly common knowledge. Of course, ChatGPT, anything nowadays. But theoretically, you can destroy the world with just a very less than 10 kilograms of uranium. Is too much to destroy the world, right? When you put it into play and you convert the mass into energy, is very massive. Okay.
And it can go around the whole world.
Yes, of course. It will destroy the earth. Technically. let me explain to you. The formula is E equals mc squared. The E is energy, which
Mm-hmm.
oftentimes will be in terms of heat and light. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so M is the mass of the uranium or any radioactive element that you are trying to, deplete and use nuclear fission oftentimes to operate on to do the nuclear whatever you want to do. And C is the speed of light, right? And that is to the power of 2, you see. So speed of light is meters per second. That's the SI unit, the standard unit.
Mm-hmm.
And energy is equal to mass times speed of light to the power of 2. So if I have just 1 kilogram of uranium and the speed of light is 3 to the power of 8, right? When you raise that to raise to the power 2, that gives you 3 times 10 raised to the power 16, okay? And I don't even know how to call that number straight away because 9 zeros is a billion, right? And 12 zeros is trillion. So that's 30,000 trillion, 30,000 trillion, okay? And you multiply that by just 1 kilogram. So that's 30,000 trillion joules of energy. Now, what it takes to boil water is just 4,200, right? Thereabouts. Just 1 kilogram of water. So you can imagine, let's say water that is already close to boil, to something around that. Let's say the water is already close to 100 already, to boil it to evaporation, you see, because that's latent heat of vaporization and all of that. But long story short, that's massive energy, right? That's 30,000 trillion joules. And joules is the same thing as, let's say, megawatt. You just need to multiply the energy with time. Energy times time gives you power, right? Let me see. I'm mixing it up. Energy divided by time gives you power. So, I mean, you have never heard of 1 trillion kilowatts, or you understand that kind of thing of energy that one country is generating that, you know. But long story short, theoretically, it is very possible. But I'm just not thinking. Like I said,
I know there are a lot of things that are possible in theory, but practically, sometimes practically is on, because I still will doubt that, you know, prior to meeting you, I'd had my reservations, even with respect to the flood of Noah. You get it? Because I had said there's a possibility that was the thought that I had prior to meeting you. The thought I had was that could it be that particular event about Noah took place in a particular location? Yeah, it was a particular location because we have seen tsunami in places that never came to other locations. So I was thinking maybe the issue with the fall of because again, when you look at the description and the things that were carried, the Bible says the description and the diameters and the size of the ark that Noah developed, was it big enough to carry all the animals in the world in pairs? You know, I thought of that too.
I understand. I want us to move fast. Sorry to interject you. Yes, but I get your point. That's true. But let's leave that, you know, speculative if nuclear weapons exist or not. Okay, that's another talk. But yes, you are right. But then another question is, how many species really existed then? Do you see the point? Right?
We could say species that existed then, because in the creation, was there not any time again where creations were made again, aside from the ones that God did from the beginning, of the fishes of the sea, all in their categories, the animals on the land in their categories? Because God said He told him to pick a pair of all the animals. You know, so what are the animals that were carried into the Ark of Noah that could, you know, that still went around the entire world? And we have different animals at different locations. We have polar bears in some locations; they are not found in Africa. You know, so all of that. So that is my thought. Animals that are specific to certain locations across the globe. Yeah. So how were they pulled together and in their pairs? You know. So that just brought me to the point where I thought that there's a possibility that even the flood of Noah was localized in a particular location where humans were, and may not be across the entire world, so that other animals that were there could still be there and all of that. And then, like the fishes, the animals that were used to the water habitat could just remain in their water habitat. There will be no any change with that because they were still within their habitat. So it was just turbulence within the
I
water.
suspect he had an aquarium. I suspect he must have had an aquarium. Let's do it this way, because I suspect we're going to have a long time with Chinazorom also. He's off the line. So let's begin to set time. I'm trying not to. But, thank you so much for the comment. So, but then, if you want to check that, I've done this many times, checking one topic after the other, going to, especially now that we have Enoch, Jasher, and Jubilees. Okay?
Yeah.
You're right with the flood was local to a particular people. No, Victor, we think the flood was worldwide. It's because the book of Jubilees and Jasher was not available that we think is localized. Evolution and climate change, animals. Evolution happened that made species come into place.
Evolution?
Okay.
There's no evolution, brother.
No. Just comment. Just don't worry.
I know.
Just wait. Don't respond. Your response will be very long. Just hold on. I'm just reading comments. Don't worry. Radioactive enough to be catastrophic to nature. When you increase the mass of energy, what creates the nuclear element? It becomes potent. Okay. Nuclear energy is contained from mass. It's usable and actually safe. Yeah, it can be safe. So you're right with Titanium technology. All right. So let's begin to give 2 minutes each. Okay, just about 2 minutes each for each person as we proceed, so that you establish your point, and if there's need, we extend with another 2, like that.
Yeah. So I think I've made my own point. Other people can tell.
Yes. That's wonderful. So I was going to say something. So just to know, tomorrow live is probably either going to be in the night. In fact, tomorrow might be whenever you see us is when you see us. That's just it. So the next 2, 3, 4 days, the lives will be random. I've sent a post to address that. Okay, so let's take some more guests. But now, I think Chinazorom was here before Victor. So let's go. Chinazorom, 2 minutes. How are you doing today?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, you have a question, contribution, contradiction, what else? Subtraction. Can you use 2 minutes effectively? Are you very sure? So is it a question? Tell me. What is it?
Just,
Can you deliver it in 2 minutes? Okay, it's been a long day.
Okay.
We're trying to just do 1 hour so we can rest. Okay, let's go. 2 minutes.
Okay, yeah, if we look at these two religions, we've seen that it has so many limitations on the nature of reality and human beings in itself, right? Because
let's do something. Let me interject you. Have you watched the 4 interviews I asked you to watch? Part 1 to 4.
No.
Yeah. We are continue. I may not attend to you so much tonight, but let's talk. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So because it's crazy that the creator of this whole existence is demanding worship, and using fear as
Have you decided?
I've come
We had
to
a long
conclusion.
talk, part of which they have even posted our conversation on TikTok on my page. Do you think the God exists, or it is not a very good person? I forgot your answer the last time, but you can always change it.
Yeah, okay. But you see, the Bible God, it doesn't exist.
Does he exist at all?
No.
If it doesn't exist, leave him alone.
Yeah, so I don't think even if he exists, I would boldly say it is the devil. That's not God, because the whole expression,
You have spoken, but it's like everything we said. It's like everything we said evaporated. Have you seen our conversation?
Both of us.
Have you seen Have you seen part of our conversation? My conversation with you the last time we spoke, which was the first time we spoke.
You uploaded it? No.
Yes.
Wow, I never knew. I've not, I come and go. I'm not really, like the people I see on this app, man, they are too religious for my liking. So
I see. I understand what you mean. But then,
Mm.
go and watch that interview that Gian just posted. Maybe you should start by watching your own video because, of course, this is a public space. So, the media team got it, cut it, and posted it.
Wow.
But it's like you're forgetting the conversation. So you're
Yeah.
like a star now. Go and check. There's many views on it.
Wow. Okay.
So watch your own interviews. Watch 91 podcast interview. Then watch it with a pen and paper. Be serious with this God, right?
No, you
Or
see,
with the
I'm
idea
like
of
this is
the
what
God.
I've noticed
Because you keep
But
something.
let me just ask Chinazoro. If
Mm-hmm.
you feel that it doesn't exist, how did you appear on the earth? How did humans come on the earth? How did things happen on the earth?
That's a long question, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a conspiracy
Hold on.
theorist.
Yeah,
Conspiracy theories. Okay. Oh, okay. Go and watch the videos first.
So Gian, have you seen my conversation with Chinazorom here on TikTok that was posted by our media?
I swear, I'll check it.
Gian, have you seen it?
I will look for it, but I think I was part of that conversation, though I was on and off. But I think I was.
It's posted again. He turned on his camera. I just asked him if he doesn't mind. He said he doesn't mind. And
Okay.
He's got like Afro hair. Young man talking on this there.
Okay. I used to have. I developed dreads at the point before I barbed it. So, so. But I'll look for it. I'll read it.
So there's nothing special about his dreads, right?
I've seen it. I've not really
I had
watched
dreads
it.
before. I had dreads before and I cut it. Sincerely.
Okay. Chinazorom, have you seen your own interview now?
Yeah. Why did you upload that?
Of course, it's public. You need to pay. Do you want us to take it down? It's just $2,000 to take one video now.
Let me watch it before you take it down.
Chinazorom, the problem is they can say you don't exist. That's the problem. We want them to know you exist.
So
let's sue TikTok because it was TikTok that recorded you. Actually, what do you think? We sue TikTok for recording you.
No, you're the one that did it now.
No, it
wasn't TikTok.
No, on a serious note. This I thought you wanted, but on a serious note, this is being recorded right now by TikTok. Honestly, I don't have to do anything.
No wonder.
Go ahead.
Yeah, anytime I go out of a live, it just shows, and maybe the live end, it just shows this recording stuff like that. But then it's not every live, so I thought it was maybe some
for my own
host are setting this thing.
For our channel is every single live.
Maybe I don't understand it.
And they will even help you post. They will help you do. They will just take highlights and just post it. But it's now viral. What are we going to do now?
No wahala.
But God is
no wahala. At least in the end, I think there's going to be an emergent consciousness moving very soon, right? And I think when they say the end time, this is what they truly mean. We are the ones that is going to stand up, and we are standing up for truth, not just that we are afraid now. This is trying to understand the nature of reality, and we are going to speak out on every atrocities and every misinterpreted words in the Bible. How this whole religion have caused humanity to be so down-regulated. This is things that we need to speak about. There's so much injustice. You cannot just say somebody brought it. Like the whole thing came from somewhere, and then we have to believe this by force, without no critique, without and with fear again. I think that's then it limits we as human beings.
Chinazorom, tell me the two most important books you have read in your life in the past 5 years. The last time you told me you are 24, 26, or 19. I can't remember.
20. Yeah.
Yeah, let's say the last 3 years, the two most important books you have ever read in your life, or in the last 3 years. Tell me.
Yeah, I've read Becoming Supernatural. Becoming Supernatural.
You're off your app. I can't see. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Becoming Supernatural, and there is one
By
book
whom?
by Dr. Joe Dispenza, and
Spencer.
autobiography of a yogi.
Of what?
Of a yogi.
Yogi, somebody that does yoga. Is that what that means?
No, yeah, okay, yeah, but not necessarily yoga, but just like meditation.
Add one more. Most important books. Most important. Not just that you have just read.
Yeah, I think the most important is, Becoming Supernatural.
When did you read that? First time you read that?
I think, and there is one that is also called My Theory of Everything. That's my big two by Thomas Campbell. So
Yeah, that's a concept in physics, theory of everything.
Yeah.
But when did you read that Becoming Supernatural?
I started from
How long ago?
last 2 years. But I read it when I'm like when I have.
You have not finished it.
Yeah, I've not finished it exactly.
You've been reading it for 2 years.
See, the concept is very deep, and I have to be breaking it down.
How many pages is it?
Yeah,
800.
yeah. No, I think it's around 500 pages.
I suspect you are not someone that really, really pays attention to detail and put facts down. When you learn something new, do you have a repository that you put notes, things you have learned, things you have unlearned? Are you building knowledge, or you just emotional talk? You don't like this. Da, 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 da.
You know why I like it? Because it's practical. It is very, very. That's why it's taking me time, because I need to practicalize it.
That is the challenge. That's the challenge. Sorry, Kule. The challenge with Chinazaro is that there are people that read materials to just he likes to become supernatural and he wants to become supernatural. So he's learning and practicing what he's reading. You get it? Okay. For me, I would advise that you read with an open mind. You get it, understand the concept, then see whether it's something that you want to emulate or practice, or then you can go into doing it to practice. But first of all, get the basics about what it is about, so that you don't get yourself into some spiritism or cause that you don't even know anything about.
That is, I will recommend the book for everybody. That book. Oh my goodness! This.
Good evening now. Good evening now. Chinazorum Chief. I've read that book by Thomas Campbell.
No, not Thomas Campbell actually. But I'm just saying. We're talking about Becoming Supernatural by Dr. Joe Dispenza.
Sorry about that, but by just a moment. Chinazorum, relax yourself. Go and watch your own interview with myself first. There are things you are saying now that we've addressed less than a year ago. In fact, 2 months, maybe just late last year, and you seem to have forgotten. Okay, to me, that's not very good learning pattern. Okay, that's one. Then there's a 4-part interview I've asked you to go watch. I told you then it was still 3 parts, I think. You have not watched that. Okay, and I also asked you the third question, or the third point now. Do you have a repository? Do you write things down? Do you build knowledge? Do you have things you know, right? Even if it's conspiratorial, right? If it's theory, whatever, do you have a place you write things down? And you're like, okay, I tried this out. Kiang was talking the other time. He said he used to think that Noah's flood was localized in a place. And later, after coming to our channel, it began to see that probably it was truly the whole world, okay? That's something he has unlearned, and he's got it, okay? Right? He can even still unlearn or re-unlearn that in the future. I'm like, okay, actually, this was just crap. I think it was actually localized. Or, you know what? No, it did not even exist, or whatever, okay? So that you keep a repository, right, of knowledge. That is very important. Otherwise, you're just going to be all over the place, okay? So thank you for coming today. Watch your own interview with myself, my interview with Night One Podcast, parts 1 to 4. Then have a place where you write things down, so that you can know what is going on. Okay?
All right.
Please. So when you do that, then we come back with an updated question. In fact, even if it's a contradiction, it's
But what question? What is your field on? Like, what kind of question do you want thrown at you?
No. it's not like you're asking the wrong question or anything. There's hardly any wrong question. But you are asking questions that we have addressed in our conversation. So apparently you have more or less forgotten.
Well, initially, I didn't want to ask any question. Like I said, I just wanted, I was not trying to
You had
ask
a
a
contradiction
question.
then.
Huh?
Yeah, the same thing. You had a contradiction then. It wasn't a question. You had a contradiction also then, which you have brought about tonight. And I thought we had addressed that, but you're bringing it up like we're just meeting for the first time.
What
And we
was the
spoke for at least.
contradiction?
Do you know how long we spoke?
Yeah, I can't remember though.
My God,
But
have we even
like,
met before meeting somebody else?
you
No,
said
no,
I had a
seriously. Have we
contradiction,
met
but
before? No, have we spoken on TikTok before?
yeah.
Uh-huh. So thank God you remember that. So go and watch your video, bro. They're already telling you. Go watch it, okay? Then come back. I hope you're able to
You
store it
see,
still. I don't know how those
sorry. I sometimes it could be the way I speak ill of God that could trigger some kind of thing, right? Because I think people don't really want to hear this whole thing about,
You have missed my
saying
point. You have
derogatory
missed my
words
point.
about.
No, you have missed my point, my brother. You have missed my
Yeah.
point. My point is not how you spoke. You said you hated God. You said you hated the Bible, clearly. In fact, go and check the title of the video. It is Young Bible Hater, part 1 to 4.
Yeah, I saw it.
Uh-huh. So it's not like your
So
question was
but then
wrong.
okay, let's address it. Let me see what I got wrong.
No, go and watch the video. See, my brother, go and watch it.
Okay, let's have watched the video now, right? Like I could
And
still
after you
remember.
watch it, no, you can't say you have watched it when you have not. You can't assume that. Just watch
All
it.
right.
Don't worry. In fact, you know what? I'll probably be here in the next 30 minutes. If you can watch it real quick and come back, we might have a conversation.
Okay.
Please. Thank you. Let me have Victor. 2 minutes, Victor. Please, let's stick with the time, okay? Victor, let's go. It's localized. What's the next point? Just a moment. I'm trying to help you manage your time. Forgive me. What's the other point you want to mention? We'll address that. Okay. But do you have any other point other than that?
And the other one I want to talk about is the Maduro, the way people are thinking about Maduro.
What's Maduro? Is it the Venezuela?
The Venezuela president, yeah.
Okay, any third point?
No, that's
Before we
just
start,
2 points. Yeah.
2 points. Okay.
Oh
good.
yeah,
I'll
and the
still add
third
to your
point,
time.
and the third point, and the third point is that God exists, because
Oh,
you
no,
can see
that
it
one is
around
a
you.
public knowledge here. That's a public knowledge here. So that guy,
Yeah.
we have had a conversation. Let him go and watch his own video. Okay. So
God
let's
exists.
stick with those two. I'll add 2 more minutes to what you have now. So let's start with the Noah and the Venezuela in that order. Let's go, Noah. So why do you think it's localized? Real quick.
To be honest, I've been thinking about this, and when we started this conversation tonight, and it's just my perspective has kind of changed just today. And the way I'm thinking about it is because I'm thinking about Europe. There's no proof, if you look around you in Europe, that there was any flood in Europe. Maybe Africa, maybe America. Definitely not the Antarctica side of things where there's so much snow. I think that's another phenomenon. But definitely Africa and America. And I was on your show one time, and I did mention that I watched a documentary that actually said the empire of Egypt actually spread into the Americas, but they've lost that history, or they've done a cover up that America is just America for the Indians. Yeah. Okay.
I'm trying to learn something from you, and I want to move fast. So if I think you have answered my question, I will interject you. Do you have do you have a video, a document, archaeological stuff that suggests that there was no flood in Europe? Is this something you can remember or pull up now?
No, I can't. I'm sorry. I can't.
Okay.
And you know, talking to China Zorum about, you know, having that kind of structure when you see something or learn something, write it down, make a mark. I have a bad
Yes.
habit at
Yes.
that. Like I
Yeah,
did
it's
tend to
good.
save my I did tend to save my documentaries on my YouTube account, but it tends to
Yeah.
disappear after a couple of years, and then I lose it, and I don't know
Yes.
where to start from, you know.
Yes. It's fine.
But
Not everybody has to be super extra academic like I am or like we are in our ministry, but
yeah,
hey, it's important. If you show me something now that suggests very importantly that there is no flood really as such in the whole of Europe, that covers the whole of Europe because it's supposed to be something very cataclysmic that the people of Europe should know,
yeah,
etc. Then that's probably going to
it's
get in
meant
my
to be.
notes. Yeah, it's going to get in my notes and I'll need to go check it. So I'm
Yeah.
not about, in fact, the truth is my laptop is flat now. It's a long story. But
Yeah,
I mean, it
yeah.
will go in my notes. So I'm not about to pull out my laptop for something I'm not. You understand what I'm saying? You know?
Because if you look at the way the land mass of Africa has changed over the centuries, you can see signs of flood, and in the Americas as well, you can see signs of flood, of the way the land mass have changed, the mountains and everything. But then if you look at Europe, and then up to the Scandinavian countries and down to Antarctica, I think it's another type of phenomenon. It doesn't look like the flood situation. And then, you know, we
Okay.
were talking about the animals that were put into the ships that Noah built. The kind of animals, if you look at the kind of animals in Europe and the kind of animals compared to Africa and America, it the ones in Africa and America seems like the one that will go into the ship, not the ones here in Europe, you know?
Okay. Quick one. Quick one. The Europe flooding is just like Giang's. I don't know if it was Giang asking that question or he just mentioned it, but long story short,
Okay.
I want our 1 hour to be worth it. I want people to come when they've got very
Okay.
tangible stuff that is going to get me and the
Yeah, I
team
get you.
studying and checking. So, if you want to check that, you are going to need a timeline. You're going to need the actual size of the arc, which I don't have in my
Yeah.
head. I think it's 30 by 50 by 50, okay? Which is cubits. Is the
Yeah.
cubit then the same thing as now? Are the species then the same thing as now? Check the timeline and things like that. Then you
Yeah.
search that way.
And
Then, you know, you can pull
I
stuff
know
out.
they did say they found the Ark of Noah in, I think, somewhere around Armenia, around that area.
I've read that before.
There
I've
was
read that before.
Yeah, there was a documentary I watched. It was a long documentary, and there was this white guy that found the shape of the Ark of Noah, and then when he started
Is it
digging,
Ron White, isn't it? Do you remember the name?
yeah, that name sounds familiar. That name sounds familiar.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let
and he
me
started
think.
digging that area. Okay.
Yes, he did. He did. I think it's Ron White, you know. So, but then um, that singular thing is anyway. What the point is not even the location of the art, so that's even a different topic. To be fair, so
And
what I
then you have
need.
to ask, and you have to ask the question, how big? I know the Bible gives the measurement of the ark and everything,
Exactly. My
but
point too.
you know, but when I try to put that measurement in my head, like how big is this ship that contains all the animals that we were supposed that exist now? Because
But
when
it's
I think
pairs,
about
remember.
this, yeah, it's pairs, but not all the animals that we have today went into that ship. Let's just accept that. Not all the animals that
Not all the
went
species,
into
you
that
mean.
ship. Yeah, all the species that we have today in
So
this
this thing needs to be.
past
It needs to
generation, this
be.
is
Yeah. I'm sorry. The way my
a
brain.
long day for you.
Maybe because I'm tired. What I need
Yeah.
is somebody who has checked the size, because I'm not going to go into that. I've got a lot more
Yeah.
proofs for the case than against it, and it's going to take me too much. And I can even come back. I do all the research, tell the person the answer, like, "Oh, did we talk about no? I'm sorry, I forgot. I was eating chips there, and I've gone 5 hours research for nothing." No. So what I need is somebody who would have checked that and they're seeing contradictions. They're like, "Okay, minister, we've seen this, this, and that. it looks like Noah's Ark has got a problem. Okay, and well, okay, let's look at it. Tell me the figures you have. Tell me. I don't know. Well, I don't even want to mention that. But then when I get that, then I know the person has pushed to a certain. That's why I dismissed Chinas more or less. Okay. So when I've got the figures, the person has done that search that like Gian probably would do. Then okay, bring the figures and like, okay, tell me something I've not heard before that is fact and you've checked. Like I can still remember the size even by heart. Then I don't think it's easy to make a point against it if you have not checked. It's unfair to the Bible and the writers. Let me hear from Baba Ifa. Baba Ifa, good evening. Baba Ifa, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Good evening, Mr. Kunle. We've spoken before. Yeah, good evening, sir. How are you doing? Talking about
Fine. Maybe
the
you change
Ark
your
of
name, your account name. Should we give 2 minutes? Will you be able to use the 2 minutes?
I will use probably 1 minute. I didn't even want to say anything before. It was because of Chinazuru, I came up.
Okay, let's go.
So, talking about the Noah's Ark, the only proof I have to say that it was localized because a lot of African stories have been twisted or rewritten, and that is what we are reading now in the Bible, in history. And for me, I'm still very much open, but I want to say it was localized. I'm talking about animals that went into the ship. Let's not forget that a lot of animals have gone into extinction, and a lot of animals have families. So this thing has happened thousands of years ago. So one animal can probably actually, as time goes on, then you have a lot of animals from that animal. So I want to believe it's localized, but I'm still very much open to facts. So like you said, I'll do my research and I'll come back and I'll tell you. And as for Chinazuru, you should be very careful about what you ingest. I think he's pretty much confused. The reason why we are here is to learn
He's
this
young.
hurt. So is he?
And he's
Hello?
a young man. Also. He's young, like
Yeah. So I've
20
been.
something.
Yeah, you should be very careful because I've read those books before. So for you to digest some information, it takes a level of maturity and a level of depth. If not, you go into depression and you'll be confused.
Very true,
So
Baba.
yeah, so I've read Thomas Campbell, My Big Toe, and How to Live David Icke and all of them. I know all those things. Journey Out of Body. And when I read those things back then, I knew something just told me no. It's like somebody who is in GS1, you are trying to suffer that amount of SS3. You would confuse yourself. That's the reason why a lot of people should stay in religion, because their brain cannot process what is outside religion. So my advice for him is to take it easy on himself. He's going too far. At the end of the day, you get lost. He should start step by step, and he needs guidance. If not, he will make a mess of himself. That's what I have to say. He's a very smart guy, but he should be very careful. We are here to learn. So what you know, Mr. Kunle, to take some people another 4 times to come, they will come back into this earth 4 times for you to learn it. We are human beings, but we have different level of we evolve differently. There's a book about that. Butterfly in a wheelchair. It tells us we have adult child, we have man child, we have people who are young, but their mind is bigger than what you think. So that's just all I have to say. I'll do my research and I'll get back to you on the Noah's Ark.
Yes, okay. Thank you about that. So, quick one. Do we have? I think you've watched most of our videos. I guess at least Have you watched the 4-part interview to part 4?
I've seen all of videos. I've seen every of your interviews. I've seen. It's just sad that interviews like this are not going viral. Our youth are not investing their time into things like this. When I sit and I think about it, it breaks my heart because it's not just what you are doing is not just for us. It's for the next generation. It's for the entire race. So when things like this don't go viral, it just pains me. But I've seen it. I've even watched another one that she interviewed another guy talking about. That's what I want to watch now. Things like this interest me a lot, so I can tell my children to awaken their spirit on who they are.
Okay. So, is there anything that maybe we disagree on? Maybe your position is slightly different from mine, apart from the Noah's Ark, which you are still trying to check.
So the last time we spoke about when Jesus Ella was born in the first, when I said Olorumeta, and you said you haven't read it in any book.
That is Irosumiji, like the third and the fifth.
So when I went to do my research and I called a lot of
You were the one
babalawos,
that told me those
they said
factors, right?
yes. When I called a lot of babalawos, they said
Okay.
the enlightened ones that are educated are saying this is a problem that they had. A lot of words that came down from those men were not documented. Do you understand? So some people will argue that no, like some people will argue that Orunmila now, Oromiyo is a grandson of Orunmila. Some people are saying he's his son directly. Do you understand?
Okay, so unwritten history gave them the problems.
Yes. So, but I can only show you a video of when one man that is the Babade boy of Ifa in Yoruba land said, Olorunmeta is vast. This is now very elderly. So they are now taking down all his voice notes, everything they can say. They're trying to document it because of things like this. So it was when I heard it from, and he said,
the man has he written a book.
his name is he's very popular. His name is I will try and remember his name. He has written a lot of books. I'm sure, yes. I'm trying to remember his name. So when I remember his name, I'll just share in the comment section and then probably the link of a YouTube video where he said it.
Okay, is it like the Araba of Araba or Shum, I believe?
Babara. Yes. This man, you did try. You did try. Do you sleep at all? so yeah, walking encyclopedia yourself. So
okay, go ahead.
So you're walking encyclopedia. You're doing very well. So it was what he said, and that was why I now said, "Oh, it's." Do you understand? Because there are some when I consult Ifa for me at times, there are some things that they say that I've not heard before, and the man, some people will tell you that, just like some pastors are there's some pastors are deeper in scriptures. That's how it is with Babalawos too. So why I ask them this question is sometimes I sit down and I relate it to physics, chemistry, because they don't know, because they don't have our kind of education. Do you understand what I mean? That's just what I tell you, the law of gravity, what goes up must come down. Do you understand? But they can't interpret to what we know because of our level of education. So that's why I asked them a lot of these questions to see how deep it was. So that's why.
Okay. People just need to learn how to do research. It's a skill, literally. You know, I should even say it's a grace. But then, if there is really that Baba like that knows so much and we need to learn from, and I don't know if you say, or when you say, for example, that they have his voice notes, is there really a storage of that? Or you're just like people are trying to hear from him constantly? Or is there really a storage of that? Is there really making attempts?
This is a problem with will I say Africa? So
I see.
Now, my grandma would teach me when I was very much young. There's a way I would stand in the sun and my shadow can tell me the time.
Yes.
I wasn't paying attention to her. I would just bluff her off. I was a child.
But that's fine.
Do you understand?
That's fine.
So now that I'm much older, I wish I could just hear from her again so that I can document
she's
it.
gone now.
She's gone. She's way gone. Now she will tell you, dúró báyìí. Tó bá dún sápá ọ̀tún ẹ, ó máa sọ fún ẹ pé So it will tell you the time. It will tell you this. They were highly evolved human beings. They knew a lot of things. I was just saying, my boy, familiar Jari, you want to go and play ball. No, now that they are all gone.
But then you were young. I mean, I'm sure you were less than 20 then. So that's just a
I was a kid. So now they left with a lot of acts, with a lot of tricks, with a lot of now some of them are now leaving. We are not documenting. So when some of these white men come and they document and they send it back to us, we start crying.
Okay. So that's
so that's why I want to believe that. That's why I want to believe that the Noah's Ark must have happened in Africa, because a lot of these stories, the stories that you've said, everything you've saw the videos you have watched, I went to verify all of them. I don't just download. But I found out that they are hard to. So now that they are all gone, you see, there's no documentation. So if that takes someone like us to raise a project to study these things, to document them, and to make sure that to make the next generation that these things are from us, we own them.
It's not that bad, to be
Like
fair.
this,
Although it's bad that
like
those people have left, but it's not that bad. So I would say action point now is from your side, since you come here frequently, once in a while, once, twice in a week, or sometimes. You can just remind us of the Baba's name, or go check his name, and
yeah, I'll go check. I'll go check. Like when I saw
so
Saudi Saudi people are trying to make artificial rain. Our fathers do this thing. They even still do it locally. They call rain, they stop rain, but we demonized it. But Saudi
yes,
Arabia is doing it. We are happy. Do you understand? So a lot of these things, I'll try to get more on your show, not because I want to, because we need to help the next generation. I want to document these things.
yes. So another thing is, if people just are not, I don't know if to say they're not ready, but if what I was going to ask is, if you had the Baba's voice note, like, maybe 20 hours of voice note compiled in one place. There's so many tools in this age. You can just take that, drop it on a very good tool, then to change it into is Yoruba is fine. It will change the Yoruba for you. Yeah, that's what AI should be for, right? It will change it to Yoruba for you. Maybe a little bit somehow, but because you understand the language, you can tell where something is going wrong, and then change it back to English, and then you'll have a book. Not necessarily a book to sell, but you've got something you can search. You can, I mean, that's how to do research, really. But it takes readiness and willingness and those kind of things. But thank you for that, anyways. We'll keep pushing it forward, and that's it. So, okay, Chinazorum is back. Okay, so let's hear from Chinazorum. Chinazorum. Oh, hope we didn't miss any point, Baba Ifa.
No, sir, we didn't miss any points. We didn't miss any points. We didn't miss any point.
Okay. Yeah. So Muthoni, come up. You are asking a question. I've not been able to read it. Just come up, Muthoni. You are in Kenya, maybe in the UK, but either way, I mean, you are here, and I don't think you're at work. So just come up. I know you're always shy of the camera. You're not even turning your camera anyway. Chinazorum, have you watched? How many videos did you watch?
Yeah, I watched like about 4.
Okay. So let me give you.
We spoke much, oh, unbelievable.
So you see that you can't. Let me give you 2 minutes. Do you have a question now, or a contribution, or a contradiction?
Okay, my question is, why do we need religion?
Okay. Any other question before I give you the time?
And why do we need Jesus?
Okay, what else?
Um,
Don't worry, I won't record this one. Or if they post it, I'll tell them to take it down. But those ones, they have to pay $2,000 for each. That's 8K.
Yeah.
Or pounds. Anyway, so take your time. What I suspect is that you're not, really writing things down. For example, this question you might still forget. And for example, if you say, why do we need religion? We may need to define religion a little bit. But for me,
okay, let's like Christianity. Like, why is Christianity important?
Why is Islam important? I'm asking. Or any of them, right? Is that the question?
Yeah.
But another question is, why did you start with Christianity? You see the problem?
I'm on a Christian platform, so.
No, it's not. Well, anyways. How do I do this? You need to. Do you have any place where you write things down? Anywhere? Google Drive, notebook, journal, any?
I have a journal, but but it's not for religious stuff.
Oh, come on! Is it for fact and truth?
It's just it's just for my own personal discovery, and it's just about self.
When was the last time you wrote anything in the journal? And when did you start?
I started everything last 2 years. So though I've not written, I didn't really write much last year. So I've been focusing on something different, so I don't really have time to start writing.
Okay, let's make it quicker, easier for you. That's why you've got this info, what's it called, this thing, technology. Try to convert everything in your journal over to your Google Drive, okay? And a quicker way to do that. How many pages have you written so far, by the way?
Like, if I'm to just maybe like 20 pages.
Okay, so to make it easy for you, you can snap your 20 pages and upload it on GPT or some other tool to convert it to text for you. So you have it on Google Drive. That's first. Then going forward, when ideas drop, when things happen, you put note. You might even have an app that can deal with this for you. That will tell you the date as you're writing it. It would already timestamp the date for you. Do you get my point?
Mm-hmm.
So all you need to do is flip out your phone, bring out the app, and then open it, and even use voice to text. You just tap to your Google Voice text, right? Today I'm in da 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 da. I did this da 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 da, and I think Noah's Ark is this way, that way. And it records it.
To be honest, I grew up in a Christian family, so
do you understand what I said?
Yeah, I understand, but like I'm not really doing this religious thing too much. To be honest,
you're not understanding me. Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned Noah's Ark. I just gave you a tool. I just gave you an insight, but it's just flew past your head. Anyway, but it's fine.
I think sorry, Kule. I think his challenge is he doesn't like to.
He's not the kind of person that will write and write. Is that the thing? Is he writing as a?
No, apart from that,
unless it's meaningful to me. If it is worth writing, I write it.
Yeah, because meaningful is subjective. Everything is subjective. Some of those things you're saying, and I just feel that you have a mindset about religion, Christianity particularly. I don't know
all of them.
I don't know the kind of background.
Aside Buddhism.
Yeah, I don't know the background you grew out of, and where you grew up and the kind of things you heard while you were growing up. Because that could be informed why you have a kind of a reservation towards religion and all of that. But if you have an open mind, converse within yourself to ask yourself certain truth about what you are thinking, whether it is or not. I think it will help you. And then what he has said, try to put it down. Try to just some of the things you are thinking in your head. Try to record them in something that you can easily transfer and read them later, or do more research about. It will help with all of the questions you're asking, because what you've been saying is here and there. You are catching here, you're dropping here, you're catching here, you're dropping there. So you need to have a concrete idea and a mindset that goes towards something you believe in. Because at this, you don't believe in religion, what do you believe in?
You understand? Even if it will be so what do I believe in? I think Baba Ifa also wants to say something. Even if it will be atheistic, conspiratorial, right?
So Chinazuru, are you there?
Mm.
You might have a concept with religion and what it does to people. But the day you block yourself out of that, do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
The concept of religion and what it stands for, the doctrines. Now start one by one. Don't rush yourself. The idea of our entire existence here is to learn. The day we stop learning, we die. So what is religion? Start with that. The concept of what is supposed to do to man. It's supposed to enslave us or free us.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's talk about the doctrines. Now you understand that doctrines, what I want to talk about, a lot of what we do in the world is wrong, like the birth of Jesus Christ is not biblical and all of that. By the time you start breaking it down, you can start sieving what you want and what you don't want.
But like, what if what if there is another alternative?
Now wait. By the time you now understand that, okay, this is not for me, I don't like the doctrine, I don't like then you can now free yourself from it.
Sure, I've freed myself already.
Hold on. For instance, now the religion I don't say I practice, not even a religion. I understand that you will not see Yorubas going to other people to say, come and accept Orimila. You will not see them saying to come and bring offering. There is no place where they say everybody's gathered to worship. So you understand that
there's not been a Yoruba religious war, by the way. I mean, it's rather territorial.
Just like Islam that came to kill people, if you collect Islam, you must die. It doesn't happen here. So there's not been anything. Okay.
Sorry to interject you. I want to do something because I've spoken with Chinazoro for a while, and there's a more fundamental problem that needs to be dealt with more than because I spoke with him more longer than this, and he literally could not remember that we spoke that long. So you're about to start the journey I've been, and I don't want you to waste your energy.
And I maybe Chinazoro, please. I don't know. I see like my younger brother. Do not go into anything that will harm your health. Forgetting things at
About
your
the
early
spiritual
20s.
Yeah,
Yes.
you know,
And apart from things you take into your physical body. If it's too much Fanta, you know what I mean. Please stay away from them. Stay away from all these books you are reading and start apoko, little by little. Some people are 50 years old, they don't know what you know. Some people will have to come back to know what you know. Whatever you are taking is that affects your health and that will affect your mental health. Stay away from it.
Yeah.
Please.
So let me say this,
Please.
Chinazoro. Thank you so much, Baba Ifa. So Chinazoro, how do I put this? I'm not trying to, what's the word? Advocate for Christianity necessarily. Okay? I'm not about to do that. I am saying even the bad thought. I started this thing, I'm telling you, when I was younger than your age, Chinazoro. Excuse me, I think you told me you were 24 or 19, I can't remember, but I think it must be between 19 and 25 or so, what you told me. But I started younger than any of those ages. Well, maybe not, okay? But there are things I wrote down when I was, let me say, a teenager, and I checked them just a few years after. Sometimes just 1 year after, I'm like, did I write this? The only reason I believe is because it was, I can tell it's my writing and nobody, are you still there, Chinazoro?
Sure.
Yes, so please, if we can have a conversation that long, right? Almost up to an hour, it was very long. And you can't remember the things we discussed, that's not very good, okay? That's not very good. So, whatever
Sorry.
you feel, write it down. Huh?
Why would you say it's not
Whatever
very
you
good?
feel. Of course, it's not
Are you
very
saying I have short
good.
memory span or?
No, not necessarily. That's not the point. The point is just that I mean, you should remember the things you've said.
Let me help you. Let me help you, Kule. Kule, let me help you. I think what he's trying to say, Chinazoro, is that you know, when you have conversation with people, you should weeks later, days later, be able to remember what the conversation was about, what was the discussion about, what the questions you were asked were, the answers you gave, and all of that. That's what he's trying to say. If you don't have that, then you should have somewhere to be jotting so that you could remember that. Because if your memory doesn't get some discussions they've had, but if you have that, it's good to just write it somewhere or keep it somewhere so that you could always remember. Because sometimes you'll be shocked at the things you said that you can't remember you said them. Like now, you may not really remember your conversation with him until you went back to read to watch that video, and now you are shocked at what you were saying.
Surprised.
Yeah, you are shocked and surprised about at what you're saying. And for me, I just believe that man was created. For me, I just believe man is created to the ideology of God in man is by default. You are either, there's just a way you have, either you are serving God, you are serving something else. There's no how you can just be in a vacuum. There's something that has to do with divinity that always attracts you. Every man has that in him. You know, that's my own belief, that every man has a link with the divinity. So it's just like in your computer, you have the default, that the moment you try to, rebuke yourself, or you try to do everything about you, the aspect of God inside the man, the craving to worship a deity, is always in every man. You get it. There's always something that attracts you to be able to want to, belong to a particular deity or serve a particular deity. There's that in every human. It's not like any other.
And at the end of the day, he will end up worshiping himself if he doesn't worship.
Exactly, because definitely you have something that that makes you want to watch. Because even this inquiry that you don't believe religion, you don't believe God exists, it's still something that's making you
about that.
Yeah, it's that yearning that's making you feel that way. You get it. So the day you come across it, or what you feel, you can now begin to even argue and try to convince people that this is what you think with respect to that in terms of divinity. So you no human can say he's in a vacuum. There's no human that can come, because even God said, everybody will have that within your subconscious, that there's something that you need that is divine or supernatural that you need to have connection with.
Thank you, gang. We need to begin to wrap up, boys. Like we're having fresh. Okay, I need to bring Aki Konju up. Thank you so much for that, gang, for the time. The ideology of deity worship just comes of another to honor to be not. So just come up, Aki Konju. So Chinazorum, I suggest I'm thinking you just need more experience in life. You know, I can tell maybe you have not lived alone before. Have you had to work before and pay bills or stuff like that? Tell me. I don't think so, right, Chinazoro? Is it yes or a no? It's just a no.
Okay, let's say yes.
Okay, good. So you're paying your rent right now as we speak, or you've built a house?
Yeah.
Which is it? You've got a house. You have a house in the UK or in the US. Where were you? I think you moved. I think you're in Eastern Nigeria or in the UK. I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm in Spain.
So you've bought a property in Spain, or you've got a
No, you're on my property. No, you pay rent
so
now.
take your time. Take your time. Yeah. So like I would say, write things down. That's just the way forward. And let me close with this. Go and watch those interviews. Like I said, you have done one, which is great. You have watched 4 TikTok videos, like they do in UK schools. Wow, you are a star. They clap for you for doing these simple things. It's where the primary school, they'll make them stupid that way. So I will school my children. Oh my God. Let's drop that. But then my point is, watch the 4-part interview videos. Watch it and try to learn from it. And another thing is write things down. Okay, you will be surprised that the things you wrote if you could, like I said, it's not like about you have short memory. That's not the point. But if you could forget an interview, the conversation we had was almost 1 hour long, and you can't remember very important details in it, you were very surprised to just watch that. You probably will forget things you write down. Now, let me flip that logic back on you. If people live the way you are living, Chinazoro, you need to give your life to Jesus. If people live the way you are living, there will be no history in the human race. Fake or true.
That is, but you don't know how I'm living now.
No, I
You don't know how
know,
I'm
my
living.
brother. I know, I can tell. No, not the living. Oh, maybe I was just joking. My point is,
No, like how I live my life, right?
No. I was just kidding. The life part, that's a different thing. What I mean is, if people just have conversations and not write things down, we are not even going to have a fake history to work with. Do you get my point? That's what I mean by the way you're living. I was just kidding. So get these things written down. Write things down, even if the most crazy thought, like, okay, I think Anunnaki is the grandfather of Moses, whatever. Write it down. Then go back to it some 2 weeks, 1 month. You'll be surprised about things you write down just 6 months before. Very surprised. Then when you notice a pattern, how come I'm always writing random things like this? That's the way a human being grows. I can't do more than that, Chinazo. Thank you very much.
All right.
Try to come back after those 4 hours. It took me time, a lot of money to put that together. Just watch it. Just a video, All right, then. Thank you very much. Come back after that. Those 4 also. It's like 4 videos for 4 interviews with you. Then 4 interviews I have with 91 podcast. That's another 4 to check. And we talk further. Okay? Thank you very much. Castle Lizzie, let me hear you. They didn't bring Gaki Country up. I hope he's not gone. Or Gaki Country has run away.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm trying to get Akin Konju. I think he left. He just wasn't patient enough. Anyway, we're closing. So, just a moment, Kasolisi. Just a moment, please.
Okay.
Tony, why are you not coming up? Don't be so self-centered, right? Come and teach us what you know, Tony, or just come up. So, Kasolisi, let's give you you need 2 or 3 minutes.
I won't say much, anyways.
Is it 2 or 3 or 1 or 5 or
2 minutes
3?
is okay.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah. So all I wanted to say was it's because of thing as well. First of all, when you have an intense conversation like that, even me that is here, I was here that day. Even though I didn't write it down, I can still remember some of the things you guys discussed, right? What it shows that we are not even listening. We are just hearing what the person was saying, but we are not listening to what they were saying. Even if you didn't write down, it's a conversation. You should be able to remember a lot of things. And it shows that you are not really interested because it's interest that when you take interest in something, that's when you pay attention and listen. But if you don't take interest in something, it just passes the ear and you just hear it, but you do not listen to it. Then about all the books he's reading, uh, some of those books I can't even go close to them. The reason is because um, I'm not prepared for it, right? The only book that I read by those people, maybe some of this Robert Greene and all those books that talks about psychology and all that, just to understand human beings. That's all. But once it passes that stage, going through stage of leave your body, do this, how to become supernatural, it's not coming from the Bible. Sorry, I'm not the age. So if you just pay attention, please write it down. Me, I usually love to listen even more than I like to listen because I remember things a whole lot. But when it comes to not remembering my conversation with somebody, it means I wasn't even interested in that conversation.
I see. Okay, thank you so much. This
Did
agriculture has gone.
did you read the Bible today?
Okay, scriptures today, earlier today, right? No. You mean
Okay.
on live, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it's when you came online that I came to because I
Yes,
just stumbled on you. Then
yes.
before I
And
started
that's what
bringing
we're
people
saying.
up.
Yes, thank you so much. So that's what I'm saying that the next 3, 4 days from now, the live is likely to be just very random, okay? Because of situations, I'm in transit and things like that.
Okay.
So the next few days is going to be random. In fact, tomorrow is going to be definitely we are not coming 10 o'clock tomorrow. That's like 100% sure. Okay.
Okay.
There'll be a meeting by then, so which is something that is of course beyond what we can't be able to postpone or something. So yeah, so that's the way it is for the next few days.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. Okay, so I think that brings us to the end of today's live. I said I was going to be here till like 10:30, 11:30 Nigerian time, West African time. So thank you so much, everybody that has contributed. So let me see if the guy is gone. So maybe he just doesn't want to spoil our fun in that sense because he thinks that he will tell us things that will discourage us or something. I don't know. But that's not the point. It's not like Baba Ifa is trying to tell him that it's not about confusion. Okay, so Mutoni, you're not coming up. I don't know why. That's not nice. And you're not a visitor here. You've been here before. You can't come up today. What is the reason? Are you at work? Are you tired? Because you need to know how my day has gone. And you want me to start reading comments and replying you with comments. Or it's not nice. And there's something you say you saw about millennial reign and you have not, you are not sharing it. Just come up. It's not mud flood and the Terran Empire. But anyway, it's fine. When you're ready, you will. So the next few days will be a bit random. Tomorrow we are not going to go live by 10, but we'll probably still go live somehow. It's not that bad. Please, Minister, when is your interview with Hebrew Israelite guys? How did you know we have an interview in the first place? Maybe I mentioned it. Maybe this year. I don't know. Maybe this year. I mean, of course, if it's going to happen, it probably will be this year. So we're still back and forth, certain time. We'll see how it goes. I mentioned it, so we'll see how that goes. So, any question? Do you think AI is biased in research towards this course? It's not impossible, Lalekon and Ojo, Lalekon John. It's possible. It depends. What did you type to AI? It's possible. AI is also learned. It also learns by what it has been trained to say. It's not okay. If you ask it serious questions like moon landing, it will defend moon landing. It will generally defend mainstream. Okay, so you need to understand that. So except you prepare the mind and tell it, you know what, I'm just doing a conspiratorial blah 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 blah. So if this is this, given that we are just discussing conspiracy, not like we are. No reading. No reading. Sorry about that. I didn't know you guys really listen to the reading that much. I know you do, but my point is, well, actually we've been on Twitter and nobody has joined from Twitter. So if or when we'll be coming live next, I just don't like reading when it is not the standard 10 o'clock time. So people won't miss the time. You understand? So that's what I'm trying to avoid. Okay. Rema, are you trying to come up? Oh, I've put it up already. Anyway, so it's gone off. So that's that about the reading. So please, for these next few days, we'll just do conversations. It won't be reading, so we don't miss the chapters. Okay. So that's it. Sorry about that. And most times when we read at a time, maybe like tonight, let's say we decide to read tonight. Somehow, if we were going to be going live tomorrow morning, I would have felt a need to still reread that because people be like, oh, you read that, we didn't know. So it's random. So once it's random, we make it conversations. And I know people can easily forget conversations like the young man we had the other time. So, but then sometimes it's good to just have conversations. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Tech Spect. Because it's actually powerful. It's not like anybody can go read on their own, but they can, but it's somehow it's when it's interactive like that, it helps. It helps because you see perspectives, and maybe I also will bring, since I've read them before, I'll bring perspective, easily link them together, so it makes it easier for the listener. Then we'll be reading the first and second book of Adam and Eve also, which is interesting. So, and that book really, I think, is scripture. Okay, so it's in the category of so-called lost books. Okay, but I think it's scripture. There's just too many things that are linking. Okay, it seems very, very scriptural. But then what I do is, if it's a history book, it's not a spiritualist book, occultic kind of witchcraft stuff. Of course, don't touch those. But if it's a historical book, let's read what the guy is saying or what the people are saying. Then we can discern. Most times you'll be able to discern. Okay, the spiritual one, I don't know. I don't even touch those ones. But the simple, natural, historical ones, you can tell. Right? You'll be able to tell. Reading it before. Yes, reading it all before, but hearing, you can discuss. Is like I never read before. Yes, it feels like that. Even for myself, reading the game feels fresh and all. So a time will come, to be honest, we will still read Genesis, just the book of Genesis. That's when your mind will start telling you that Genesis is a book on its own, right? As against maybe the whole Bible. So we might still there will be a time maybe after that, what's it called? First and second book of Adam and Eve, we'll then read Genesis. Just read Genesis. After reading Genesis, we'll then read the book of Enoch, just following after it, or maybe Jubilees. Something like that. So we'll keep reading like that until... like I said, it's likely we'll be going live for the whole of this year, daily like that, when there's time. This year is a special one to be. I mean, better at least is what I mean for our ministry and everything. So that's it. But we'll be going live, still doing this daily live thing till probably the whole of this year. So that's what we have. Okay, thank you everybody for joining. Tomorrow, random, likely to be night, maybe this time. Okay, so usually just try to check 10 o'clock UK time, 11 West African time. And if not, because things can change and all, but I don't think I'll be coming up 10 o'clock tomorrow. So check the 10 every day. You're late. Oh, yes, you're late. Mutoni, nobody is stopping you. Say, allow you to join tomorrow, please. You can join any day you want. Just don't be so selfish with your guests joining. That's my own. Marmy, okay, you're late. Yeah, this Marmley. Yeah, so you can join tomorrow. So tomorrow, check by 10, but it's not likely you'll be there by 10. Then check at 8 p.m. No. Anyways, it's just random, okay? Like I said, it's a few people on live, so it's easy to talk. I'm not selfish, I'm happy to share. You're not sharing, but just come tomorrow. But then tomorrow is random, so you may not meet us. So flight cancellation, I've said it in the post also. Flight cancellation, sleepovers, they're not rescheduling yet, to be honest. So they have not rescheduled the flight again. It's just, I'm wondering why. Please, Minister, how did you get to know how to communicate? Nice. But then, because okay, so is what they call fruit of the spirit. That's what I can. That's the way I understand it. So that's the way I can explain it. Okay, although I won't say the although now, but that's an answer, young Zilly. That's my sincere, the way I understand it. Okay, so thank you so much, everybody, for today. Let me appreciate those who are on live. Exactly, I know I'm supposed to teach this at least starting from my family. Oh yes, show your family things. If you can homeschool your children, if you're outside the country, if you're in West Africa, I think you should do the education thing as much as you can. Let them do their WAEC or teach them at home for their, I don't know. But if you're in the UK, outside, come on, just homeschool them. There's nothing in that school really, but you know the way it is. Even if they want to travel out of West Africa later, and you are in West Africa currently, or I think Africa generally, they will need all those GSC, all those things. And they need to be able to pass those their funny exams for them to be able to, move to other countries with a better footing. Okay? Except you are the one moving and they come follow you as dependents and all that. Yeah, it's real thing. Yeah, so that's that. Teach you. So please, very important, teach your family, let them understand. But you may not be able to teach your spouse or your wife. Okay. Yeah, God bless you. Good night. So you may be able to teach your spouse. Just your spouse is for a different. As long as they are fine with you, your relationship is fine. Don't mess up your relationship with your spouse with some revelation. You're better losing an argument with your spouse than losing them. Okay, so that they're not quite connected with you. You see, when we started, also, I mean, for me, started a long time ago. My partner was not, my wife was not quite catching it because this thing is a little bit strange. It required quite some wisdom to do that. But thank you so much, guys. Almost midnight. Need to sleep now. I've got a meeting tomorrow and a series of things. God bless you, everybody. Love you all. See you when I see you, but very likely we'll find a way tomorrow. If not, then just keep watching. 2-3 days is going to be random. Prophet Dawood, thanks for coming. FP, thank you. Architect, thank you for coming. Temiloluwa Femi, thank you for coming. Marmalade, thank you. Texpect, thank you. Gian, thank you. Mthoni, thank you. Young Zile, thank you. Tenuma, thank you. Babaifa, thank you, everybody. God bless you. We'll see when we see, likely tomorrow. Speaking some channel, I end up crawling. I won't quarrel here. Thank you, Young. All right, then. God bless you, everyone. See you tomorrow. By God's grace, or just random. Then you can keep checking also if there are changes. We will we'll make a broadcast and we'll know what's going on. Bless us. Bye bye. All right. Good evening, everybody. Let's begin to tap the screen to move things forward. Holy. Okay, so let's tap the screen. Sorry about that. Okay. Let's tap real quick so we get started today. So just keep today at discussions. That makes it simple. I'm thinking we will not even need this stand 47. Okay, so please let's tap so we move. Kolapo, good evening. It's evening here. So let's just tap to get to 1,000 likes. And we'll get started. Who else is there? Sauyero, good evening. Demiche Movado, good evening. Team Sauyero, PLK Gokani, good evening. Okay. Okay, so let's get started. Let's tap some more. Jesus, so sweet. Okay, happiest new year. Yes, happy new year, Tim. So I think Brimo or Kolapo Brimo has taken all the 1,000 likes already. And who else was tapping? Is it Tim? So we got that 1K already. Okay. Olusha, you're welcome. So please let's click share and repost. Let's quickly share. There's love in sharing. So let's share. How do we do that from here? Okay. Let's try to go live on Twitter. Yeah. Okay, if there are questions, you can bring them up. If not, we might just, but we have to discuss. So let's stop. So we'll fill our 1 hour today. Oh, grace. Okay. PW. Okay. Do you have any information about Melchizedek? Ah, come on. It's on the internet, isn't it? If you're talking about, we have that interview already. So maybe if you have watched it and you have a question about that, then yes. Forgotten Shalewa, you're welcome. Is it Shalewa? Let me check. Maybe I mixed up the name. I think I just passed it by. Okay. Yeah. So if you have watched and you have question, then you can. Vincent, you're welcome. Then you can ask. Yes, of course, it's on 91. It's on 91. Everybody knows it's on 91 podcast. And it's also on our channel, to be fair. It's like a collaboration, so it's on both channels at once. So that you don't have to go back and forth. Let's copy. Yes, please, just go through it, then we can. So why is this live not going so much? Maybe because it's not pre-announced. Yesterday it was almost also like around 15, just about 15 viewers. Yes, it's late. I know it's late, but if we can do some shares, it might fly. If you're less busy. So I understand that's like 11 p.m. or midnight or something like that, or 10 o'clock. So, but I'm trying to keep that daily live so that we keep it going. Enable video next. Start now. Okay, so we're still live on Twitter also. Come on. Okay, if there's no guess, we just do scripture. Only that we'll probably repeat that scripture again tomorrow. So tomorrow, so we're live on Twitter now. Tomorrow we can 11:17 OIC. Tomorrow might be about this time also. Then the day after we'll come, we should be back to normal. So today is how do we explain today now? Today is a Tuesday. What? It's because of transit. It's because of availability. Big Agun. Sorry about that. But we made the announcement so that I'm trying to see if we can get a better lighting. Henry, you're welcome. We're also live on TikTok, by the way, Henry. Oh, Henry, are you from TikTok? Henry on Twitter. You can unmute yourself so you speak. So just say hello, Henry, from Twitter so people can hear you. Also, I can know maybe how you got to know about it. Yeah. So Big Aguns, tonight will be this way. It's already this way. Tomorrow night will be about this time also. Maybe 10 p.m. Right? Because I'm looking at 10 5 14 2 plus 4 2 plus 6, that's 8. So maybe 10 p.m. UK time tomorrow. That'll be 11 p.m. Nigerian time. Excuse me. So it's likely to be around this time tomorrow. So please but then from Wednesday, this is Tuesday, right? So Wednesday night will be like that. So but from Thursday morning, we should be back at the regular stuff. Okay. So Henry, you can let us co-host just for a moment while you're here, if you don't mind, Henry. And if you have any questions. So that's it. So any questions from TikTok or any conversations? If not, we read some things to refresh. Finally, laptop is charging because it's been difficult getting I didn't have the traveler charger, so that's been a little concern. So we can as well read scripture tonight, then we'll still read again some other time. Okay. Nice. Okay. So Joshua 49. Henry, you can turn on your mic so we can hear you, if you don't mind. Does this help? Yes, it does. Does this help? Yeah, that should help, I think. Let's see how it looks now. Is it worse or better? It's the same thing. It's Kunle ministers everywhere. Well, I don't think this is better. Kunle ministers everywhere. So it's Kunle ministers everywhere. Okay, this should maybe hopefully do the trick. Sorry about that. Well, sorry about that. Okay, so Kunle ministers is the handle everywhere. So we'll do at least maybe around 1 hour as usual. The basic thing we do. Henry, you can co-host if you don't mind. I'll also mute. Just to say hello, to say hi. We want to try to push the Twitter spaces a little bit so that we can begin to expand the presence on Twitter, because some people just prefer the Twitter spaces than TikTok. Let's try to share on TikTok. Let's see. Yes, the share button is back. Just change it. Any questions? Let's get started. If there is none, then we'll let's read. Joshua 49, that's where we stopped. 10:24, 11:24. Okay. Henry, I still wish you can say hi, because I like, let's meet who we've got there. Henry on Twitter, can you just say hi if you don't mind? So this is 11:25, so we'll 11:25. So we'll finish around 12:25. Let's pray so we start. Wow, thank you, Father, for this amazing evening, or whatever time of the day it is, wherever the people are. As we read your word, as we read the scriptures, cause them to change our hearts, strengthen us from inside out, purify our hearts, give us direction, give us inspiration, give us light. We give you thanks, Most High God, in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen. Joshua 49, Joshua 49. After these things, the king sent all his officers and servants and all the princes and nobles belonging to the king. Let's read the next chapter, just to be fair on those who have read this already, or those who were here when we read that. So read Joshua 50. Okay, it's still good. Joshua 50 will take us many places, but it's still good, because that way you can start. Yeah, we have the opportunity to read it many times. Let's see how many verses to be long. Not so long. 39 chapter verses. So let's do it. At that time, this is after the time that, let me see where Joseph is at. And Joseph gave unto his mighty men all his host, shields and javelins and caps. We have not read this. So we're actually about to read 49, so it's just the right one to read. So the thing that just happened recently is, in the last reading, is Snow Multimedia, you're welcome. What just happened in the last reading is, and there was a great lamentation and noise in the king's house, and the king heard it, and he said, what is this noise and lamentation that I have heard in the house? And they told the king that his firstborn son had died. Then that's Pharaoh, and the king said, and the king knew that all Joseph's words that he had spoken were correct, and the king was consoled for his son by the child that was born to him on that day, as Joseph had spoken. Okay, so Joseph gave a word of knowledge, like a word of wisdom also, and the thing happened. That was the details you're not going to find in the book of Genesis. So he gave that, and then that happened. Okay, so that was just about when he just interpreted that dream. So let's proceed to 49. After these things, the king sent and assembled all his officers and servants and all the princes and nobles belonging to the king, and they all came before the king. And the king said unto them, behold, you have seen and heard all the words of this Hebrew man, and all the signs which he has declared would come to pass, and not any of his words have fallen to the ground. You know that he has given a proper interpretation of the dream, and it will surely come to pass. Now, therefore, take counsel and know what you will do and how the land will be delivered from the famine. So it's like, you guys have seen it, just go decide what we're going to do about this. Seek now and see whether the like can be found, in whose heart there is wisdom and knowledge, and I will appoint him over the land. So he's still trying to look for somebody to solve the problem. Okay, just as Joseph suggested. So verse 5, for you have heard what the Hebrew man has advised concerning this, to save the land therewith from famine. And I know that the land would not be delivered from the famine, but with the advice of the Hebrew man, him that advised me. I mean, this is multifaceted wisdom. Multifaceted wisdom, very powerful. Very powerful, multifaceted wisdom. Because it is first one level of wisdom to have that supernatural insight, to have that word of knowledge, and then word of wisdom, that this will happen, that will happen, for you to know that what I'm telling you is true. Excuse me, guys. I don't think it's going to help. I don't know. Okay. So it says those things will happen. Nah, this light is too hard. Anyway, so it says those things will happen, and they happened indeed. And not just that, he gave him counsel on how to do that. I mean, exactly. And that is why The book of Joshua makes it more clear. I said, and the Spirit of God came upon Joseph. It came upon him at that instant. It was beyond just his regular conventional dream interpretation. The Spirit of God came upon him. So these things are supernatural at the end of the day. And it's helping us to read scripture in the right perspective. It's supernatural. You cannot remove the supernatural from it. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. Okay. For you have heard what the Hebrew man has advised concerning this, to save the land therewith from the famine. And I know that the land will not be delivered from the famine, but with the advice of the Hebrew man, him that advised me. And they all answered the king and said, the counsel which the Hebrew has given concerning this is good. Now therefore, our Lord and King, behold, the whole land is in thy hand, and do that which seemeth good in thy sight. Okay, so they basically tossed the ball back to him. Okay. Him whom thou choosest, and whom thou in thy wisdom knowest to be wise and capable of delivering the land with his wisdom, him shall the king appoint to be under him over the land. And the king said to all his officers, I have thought that since God has made known to the Hebrew man all that he has spoken. Okay. Because I'm learning stuff myself. Okay, so he said that and the king said to all his officers, I have thought that since God has made known to the Hebrew man all that he has spoken, there is none so discreet and wise. Exactly the Hebrew Genesis scripture now. There is none so discreet and wise. Let me shift this a little bit. Twitter viewers. It's working. So there's none as discreet and wise. Just a moment. Okay. In the whole land as he is, because a lot of people have been trying interpretation and it's not been going through. They'll be wrong. So there's none as discreet as wise as he is. If it seems good in your sight, I will place him over the land, for he will save the land with his wisdom. Now, in conventional mainstream history, they have more or less wiped out, or at best perverted, the history of the Hebrews going through Egypt. Right? They are saying that there's a way, because there's a Neteru guy that came, or what they call this Kemetic kind of religion guy that came one time. I was saying all these things, but was the kind of guy that would still listen. So I still kind of listen to him. So he was saying that the Egyptians also did circumcision. So I'm like, what was the situation that surrounded the Egyptian circumcision? There's no story behind it. But the Hebrew circumcision has a clear story, how God told him to do this. In fact, it's a perverted, really very perverted story. Very dangerous, by the way. They said it was the Egyptians that circumcised either Moses or Abraham or something like that. Very funny stuff, you know. And again, there is no book or compendium of books that has human history like that has that history like that accurate, you see. So let them bring out the Neteru book or the Kemetic book. You just see books here and there, Egyptian book, the book of going forth by day and by night, and you are not going to find a full story there and telling you genealogies, right? And I like using Yoruba cosmology to compare those books and say, you know what, you are better off with Ifa cosmology, Yoruba cosmology, than doing those Egyptian confusion. You are much, much better. Okay? I mean, the Yoruba, the Odu Ifa is far more clearly written and more advanced than Enuma Elish. But they don't want it to come to Africa, so, But I suspect as knowledge and truth advance, they will start shifting their grounds. That's how Satan works. Or anybody really who is deceiving people. They will shift there. The moment you corner him into a place, he will shift his ground. You move again, you shift his ground until he has no more grounds to shift. And he'll keep losing people that he has been deceiving. You see. Anyway, so if you please you, I'll appoint him, you save his land, the land with his wisdom. Verse 9. And all the officers answered the king and said, but surely it is written in the laws of Egypt, and it should not be violated, that no man shall reign over Egypt, nor be the second to the king, but one who has knowledge in all languages of the sons of men. You see, so it's emphasizing that there's really indeed 70 languages, right? All languages of the sons of men. So I need interaction at this point. Was there anybody that was there when we're trying to establish the idea that there was indeed 70 languages after Babel? Please unmute and let us know. Okay, all well, fair enough in the chat. Boy, it would be better if you come. Good evening, Sean Cole. It would be better if you come up. Okay, so interaction helps. It helps me know if I'm just by myself or we're making progress. Inside with you. For me, small. Anybody. Snow, can you remember anything we spoke about 70 languages? So I know where to start from. If I have somebody I can interact with, then I start from where the person knows, then we build from there.
I can't remember right now.
It's fine, probably not there. But okay, let me explain it this way then. I'll just paraphrase it. Are you in a place where your mic can be on, or you are busy at the moment?
Yeah. My mic can be on.
Okay, thank you so much. So the way it is I think I'll send this thing to someone. Okay, so the way it is that we were reading just this same statement some moments ago, well, the previous chapter before this, and they said that the person that has to be king over Egypt has to understand 70 languages, because the throne of Pharaoh, at least at this time, had 70 steps. Okay, and apparently, in fact, definitely, that is talking about 70 languages that anybody that wants to be the king of Egypt must be able to know. Okay, you mentioned 71 angels, yes. So 70 angels plus one, it's like that one was the most high himself, because he said, come, let us go. But I'll get to that point very soon so I can carry Snow Multimedia along and anybody else. So that began to remind us, and I remember that, okay, there was a time I could tell that I had it in my mind somewhere that there was 70 languages in all the world at a point, and then the Hebrew language was the 71st language. Okay, but let me just run it from start. Okay, as if I'm just explaining that. So at the Tower of Babel, he said, come, go to, let us go and confound their language. When he said that, of course, that was the Most High saying that, but he was saying that to, what's his name now? He was saying that to the angels around him. So, and he says, he gives details in the book of Joshua that there were 70 angels, you see, and they went and confounded the language. Of course, that was what happened. And another thing is that he said somewhere in Jubilees again that, I mean, these are the kind of links you wouldn't make if this was a false story. But anyway, in the book of Jubilees, it says somewhere that the language of creation was taken from amongst of the sons of men. So it wasn't as if there was one language people spoke and that language broke into 69 more and is now 70 in total. No, the original language was taken off. Apparently, the language that Adam spoke was taken off and 70 fresh languages were introduced. Maybe they'll be linked together somehow, some way. Okay. And how did I know it's 70? Is this scripture I'm reading, right? At least about 70, corroborated with the 70 angels that left to come and cause the confusion at the Tower of Babel. I don't know if I'm making sense. No multimedia.
Yeah. So does it mean that the 70 angels speak each language?
That's a possibility, because. So
if they speak different languages, how did they?
I know.
They might not be communicating with each other.
No, I don't think so. In that realm of the spirit, sometimes you don't even talk. You don't even articulate words. You just transmit information and reality, so to speak. So it's almost impossible to lie in the spirit realm, you know, because you are known as you know. Okay, in the spirit realm, everybody knows everybody, and everybody knows their level. Okay, you mentioned 71 angels, yes. So, so in the spirit realm, sometimes there's articulation is sometimes unnecessary, but then there might be some logistical necessity for it sometimes because there are tons of angels. That's where I'm going. Okay, so, so it is not impossible that God borrowed, right, lent the tongues of angels to men temporarily. It is possible each of those angels belong to some. How many shepherds were released? 70 shepherds, right? Just give me a moment. I'm trying to link something. This is how study looks like sometimes. How many shepherds in the book of Enoch? Is it 70? Just give me a moment. So that sometimes you may not remember this thing, but you remember you have heard it somewhere, and and you look for it and find it. So forgive me that I'm saying things that seem random. Book of Enoch. It's either here. 70 shepherds. There's 70 weeks, right? 70 weeks. Then there were 70 years of Jeremiah. Then there's 70 weeks of Daniel. How many shepherds? Control F, shepherds. Just permit me, guys. 70 shepherds. Interesting. You see? Although 70 is another, we're talking about numerology, and I don't like to enter numerology so much, prophetic numerology, because anybody can interpret anything as anything. Once you start entering so-called prophetic, the prophetic I like is the prophetic you tell somebody by word of knowledge what Joseph did. But although we can't necessarily eradicate this other one, but it's important. He called 70 shepherds, okay, and I saw 70 shepherds overlooking for 12 hours. Okay, that's Enoch 88. So if it's not sounding too long and too, if we're not digressing too far, there was a time when God appointed shepherds over his people. Normally, the Israelites, the Hebrews, any family that God chooses is supposed to be at the top of the world and rule the world, okay? So, of course, Nimrod, okay, straight to Abraham, 20th, Israel was next. Israel went to Egypt. This is what is about to happen. They came back and they started their nation. There was Joshua, there were the judges, the last judge was Samuel, they were kings. After the kings, they split into Israel and Judah. After that, we had Israel and Judah. Then we have the captivity of the northern kingdom. Assyria came to take away the northern kingdom, okay? Shalmaneser came to take northern around 720 BC. Then the southern kingdom was also taken away by Nebuchadnezzar. So around that time is, according to Enoch, if you try to match the timeline, should I show you guys? Let me show you. I'll try to show on TikTok also. Just flip camera. So it doesn't sound like I'm just making stuff up. Okay, I know you guys don't think so. Let me try to show some snow also. Now, how do you flip here? Okay, same, so that we have the same experience with everybody. Snow Multimedia, can you see the screen?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
Yeah, I can.
So this, now one hand is, I don't have any hands free. But anyway, so this is, can you see the 70 shepherds there from the Twitter?
Yep.
Okay, so there's a point in time, let me show the TikTokers first. There's a point in time when God had appointed 70 shepherds over his people. And I'll just keep talking. But I know you guys, you catch it in your spirit, the best, you're welcome, greetings. So it appears that the Caucasians, that's too harsh, but then Caucasians here were appointed as shepherds over the African people. Okay, from experience is why I'm saying that. I don't have direct thing, but it's something we can infer. It's like they were appointed as shepherds over Africans. And these shepherds, they were told, you must not kill some people. You should only honor life. People asked you to honor life. So there were 37 shepherds at a point. Okay, they finished their period. So there was not 70 shepherds at once. It was not a parallel government. It was a series government. You finish your own, you go. You finish your own, you go. Like that. 70 shepherds over the people of God. Okay. So that's just by the way. But then I think the shepherding time started around from Babylon straight away, from that Nebuchadnezzar guy. God just made him, that's when God started calling bad guys his servant. Or let me say, unchosen guys, okay, his servant. Like, there's a time he said, what's the Babylon guy? Nebuchadnezzar, my servant. There's a time he said, Cyrus, my servant. And these guys were not Hebrews. So God had to go that far when his own people were messing up. And I suspect that's something that is happening now. So Trump is kind of doing God's work. Is unconventional for me to say, honestly. But then you have to admit. But then you can do God's work wrongly. And I was going to speak, is Kasolese, I wish Kasolese was here, or August 14. When God lifts people, hardly can anybody get to a height without some level of God's permission somehow. Or without him touching some legalities, okay, that makes him attain that. And I say that to say that even the ministers and the politicians, because those are the two wings. It's really hot, isn't it? Let me try that. Just a moment. So even the politicians and the so-called the pulpit and the politician situation, you can't just say, these politicians are just this and that, they're just that and that. Sometimes God put them there. Okay. Hello, who's that? Hello, Hali. Let's come around. So, anyway, that's by the way. So it's difficult to speak to people in authority. Some of them need to be removed, but then sometimes God put wicked people in charge of other wicked people. When you are a bad people, God wants to judge you, gives you a foolish king. Anyway, I said all that to say that this 70 is kind of weakly linking the 70 languages, because this 70 we're going to be, in fact, it's so close. Someone can tell me if I'm making sense or I'm just by myself. Because like I said, there's apparently 71 languages, because the Hebrew language was brought back to Abraham. So there were 70 languages, and there are now 70 shepherds, and all of them were not Hebrews. You see what I'm saying, my brother? Snow. Yeah. So that's how scriptures link, and that kind of link. Let's even say the link is wrong, okay? But you don't have that kind of link for just some weak story and some. I mean, we need to remove that impression now. I understand the Bible has been used terribly, to deceive people and all those kind of stuff. But to say that it was just concocted by some European people to deceive Africans, that simply cannot be true. All you need to do is to read it. Just read the text. Just read it. You can tell, no. This thing is not. It's not a joke. Okay, so that's just interesting to know. But then it's good the way we are just saying everything, right? It's just like church. Church, you don't get so much explanation. So, but then it's better. This place is so much. So, but then it's good we have that. So you remember somewhere you have heard something like that. So it helps. Eventually you remember at some point. Sorry guys. Let me just. Okay, let's go. If you have any questions, you can interrupt. It should normally be a conversation, but there was no guest, so we entered into straight scripture reading. Where's the noise coming from? Okay, maybe from Snow. All right, so let's proceed. Yes, so, and all the officers answered the king and said, but surely it is written in the law of Egypt, and it should not be violated, that no man shall reign over Egypt, nor be the second to the king, but one who has knowledge in all the languages of the sons of men. All the languages of the sons of men. In the other time, it was not so sure. It was saying something like, the 70 languages. So it could be, the 70 languages of Egypt or of Africa, but now it says all the 70 languages, all the languages rather, of the sons of men. Now therefore, our Lord and King, behold, this Hebrew man can only speak the Hebrew language. And how then, something supernatural is about to happen there. And how then can he be over us, the second under government, a man who not even know our language? We pray now we pray thee, send for him and let him come before thee, and prove him in all things, and do as thou see fit. Okay, so just test this guy and see if he can really sit in that throne. Okay. And the king said, it shall be done tomorrow, and the thing that you have spoken is good. And all the officers came on that day before the king. Okay. So they said it's good. So now they're going to meet tomorrow. So you're going to see what's going to happen now. I've cited this before, but we're about to read it in real time now, that the Yoruba happen to, there seem to be a lot of Yoruba that are Ephraimites. Okay. There seem to be a lot of Yorubas that are Ephraimites. And some Yorubas, to be honest, are from the higher branch of the family tree, like Oromio, which we are suspecting to be Israel himself, okay, and we are suspecting to be Abraham himself, okay. So, but I'm thinking maybe the reason why Yoruba has this language thing, because you will discover that Yoruba's accent sometimes is maybe about the best. Now, English is not the standard for anything per se, okay? But if Yorubas sometimes are very good at catching languages from other places. So it makes me feel as if there's this anointing of language that has come over them from this Joseph thing that happened here, okay? So they're usually good with languages. Then it is within their language that many of the stories are written, aka the Yoruba cosmology, Yoruba oral history, etc. Okay, let's go. And on that night, the Lord sent, oh my God, we'll soon start entering into the spiritual realm of these things. Because let me tell you one secret, which I've said before. Freemasons have Bible in their lodges. Those Freemason lodges. There are many occultic people that use scriptures. But if you are believing in the true God, you should be able to tap into the power in it. These kind of books are not books that are outside like that. That should be outside, but it's the end of the day, so you must be outside. Right? Not just Jasher, even regular Genesis to Revelation. They are quite esoteric. It really shouldn't be read casually as such. So, but if you can perceive it, you can catch it. And on that night, the Lord sent one of his ministering angels, and he came into the land of Egypt unto Joseph. So this thing has logic. There is space and time, even in the spirit realm. Okay. Anyway, he came into the land of Egypt. So he didn't just disappear from heaven and appear in his bedroom. He came into the land of Egypt unto Joseph. And the angel of the Lord stood over Joseph, and behold, Joseph was lying in the bed at night in his master's house in the dungeon. So he was sent back to the dungeon, to the prison. Well, to confirm his prophecy, if it's going to be true, which they have confirmed, but they're thinking about exalting him now. And behold, Joseph was lying in his master's bed in the dungeon, for his master had put him back into the dungeon on account of his wife. That's Potiphar now, put him back, which is like 12 years ago, for what he didn't do, and they know he didn't do it. And the angel roused him from his sleep, and Joseph rose up and stood upon his legs, and behold, the angel, that's quite detailed, like this person is watching he stood upon his legs. Of course, he's going to stand upon his legs. Anyway, he stood upon his legs, and behold, the angel of the Lord was standing opposite to him. So this must be Joseph relating this to the writer of Jasher, or wherever Jasher copied that from. And the angel of the Lord spoke with Joseph, and he taught him all the languages of man in that night. And he called his name Jehoshaphat. Well, let me not bore you guys with, otherwise I would have go check, because it sounds similar, Jehoshaphat. Jehoshaphat. Let me not take too much of your time. I would have said we search into that and see what's happening there. That's how you get to learn things, though.
Wait, so does it mean he changed Joseph's name?
That's what I'm about to search, but I don't know how ready you guys are. I've got a flight myself, so
Let's go.
you should go. Okay, TikTok, as you can speak for yourself. Twitter wants us to go ahead. So now, Jehoshaphat. Let's try on face value. Joseph means. What does Joseph mean? Joseph. What does he mean? He adds. Joseph means he adds. Ephraim means multiply. Okay, or fruitfulness. Let us go. Okay, so Yoro wants to go also good. So let's learn, let's dig this thing. And this is how really, this thing should be, studying scripture, etc. Okay, so let's try GPT. Sometimes it knows what it's doing. Okay, Russell, let's new chat. No, not that. This, yeah. New tab, yeah. Oh my god. Let's quickly sort on the internet. Okay, let's start connect. So that is going to be BW SOAHO at 2021. Okay, let's go. Do you want to be discovered? No. Okay, good. So we're gonna ask a question. Let's go. Answer very briefly. What is the meaning of Joseph? Let's see if we can find that. I think it means he adds. Okay. Hey, Tolu, you're welcome. It's nice to have you. Sorry, I didn't call you. Sorry, Tia, I didn't call you. Joseph means he will add or God will increase. Okay. Just quickly. Very briefly, what is the meaning of Ephraim?
Let me make you laugh. My baptismal name is Joseph. I don't even know the meaning.
Oh, I know it happens. It happens. In fact, when you ask, especially when you ask Western people, these are European guys. Ephraim. Let's see. So when you ask the European guys, I asked one, what's the meaning of Elisha? He said it's just a name. I'm like, really, like a label. Your name should have been X2105 then. Just like a label, like a, what they call that thing, barcode. Ephraim. Let's go. So at least you know that you are supposed to have a name. For them, I have a meaning rather. For them, they don't. So Joseph means he adds. Ephraim should mean something like more fruitful. Yeah, fruitful. Double fruitfulness. That's more accurate. The double fruitfulness. Because Ephraim is Ephraim. Okay. So Ephraim means fruitfulness, expansion, just like in Yoruba, right? Expansion, Ife. Okay. So expansion, fruitfulness, sometimes it means ashes or dust, but then when you blow the wind on ashes or dust, it begins to expand, you see, and begins to go like that. So so fruitfulness is all connected. So now, is there a meaning, or do you know the meaning of Jehoshaphat? It sounds like Jehoshaphat. Let's see very briefly.
There isn't a widely recognized name Jehoshaphat. Yes, names often do have deeper meanings. In the case of Ephraim, you're absolutely right.
Okay.
The name comes.
You are talking too much. This is what I meant to say. What is the meaning of Jehoshaphat? Very briefly. So, just to quickly check it. So it's trying to change the guy's name again. But then I discovered that name changes are usually, they just tilt the name a little bit. Jehoshaphat. This thing's getting hot. So, just like Abraham, Sarai, Saraph, Yasaph, Joseph, Yadaf, Adaf means together. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yahoshaphat. other platform you live? Twitter. The other platform is Twitter. So Joseph is Jehoshaphat is okay. It's a rare variant of Joseph. Another thing I'm thinking is that no, that won't be correct. I was thinking maybe the Joseph is a post. He must trust that the name he was given at this time is used to call him from birth because this thing is written with hindsight. So Seth means to add. Okay, Jehovah adds. So now, what I'll check is Jehoshaphat. Okay, Jehoshaphat. Jehoshaphat means Yahweh has judged. Judge. Shaphat. I thought judge means Dan. Dan is the word for judge. Is Dan or Dean not the Hebrew word for judge? Because, by the way, just flow with me, you would enjoy this, I believe. Because you will see how languages link together, Dan or Dean. You see how things, because Dean is indeed the Hebrew word for, because I know that, right? Dan or Dean is the Hebrew word for judge, okay? Dean or Dan, well, D-I-N or D-W-E-N or Dan, means to judge or judgment. So the root word is D-Y-N. Okay? Okay. Okay. So I'm saying that to say this, that one easy way to remember that Dan means judgment is that you remember the dean of the faculty, right? The dean of a faculty, it might have been borrowed like 2 layers off, right, to get to English, where dean still means something similar. So dean, yeah, as judged, okay. So dean means to judge. Some of these things, if you're somebody that remembers words, it will just stick to you somewhere. You know you've heard it from somewhere. You can always thank you for some of these tools. You can always pop it up. But anyway, back to where we started. Jehoshaphat is almost same thing as Joseph. You know. So maybe the difference is that he just added the Jehovah or Yahweh to the name, as against his mother just calling him something random. Anyway, let's get back to that. Okay. So it can get boring for someone that is not interested, but if you enjoy it, you will really, 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 really enjoy it. Let me read that again. And the angel of the Lord roused him from his sleep, and Joseph rose up and stood upon his legs, and behold, the angel of the Lord was standing opposite to him, and the angel of the Lord spoke with Joseph, and he taught him all the 70 languages of man in that night, and he called his name Joseph. So, there are mosquitoes here. I don't understand what's touching. Anyway, so Jehoshaphat. So the thing is, what God did for Abraham, what he's doing for Joseph now. Yes, Yusuf, yes, the same thing as Yusuf. Yakub is Jacob. Yusuf is Joseph. So what God did for Abraham is to restore that one singular special language, Oluwagbenga to Oluwagbemiga. Yeah, something like that is what it looks like. But then, hey, when God changes your name, something is about to happen. When God changes your name, something is about to happen. And I'm trying to see what sometimes an equivalent of that would be in our day and age. I don't like the way this thing is getting hot. I close. VLC is open, right? Let's close it. Excel, we're done with you. Goodbye. So that should be better. It's really getting hot. Okay, so anyway, so he got another name. So God restored the language back to Abraham, but what he did for Joseph already understood the Hebrew language. Then he taught him even the 70 lost or confusing languages, taught everything to Joseph. Also, which you might already know, the language that was written on the wall for Daniel, many, many shekel we've mentioned that many shekel Perez Ufasin is actually Hebrew. And many of them were not Hebrew, so they could not catch it. But of course, God must have written it down because he knew there's a Hebrew man who will be able to interpret it. He does that, it solves the problem, as it were, or puzzle halfway and lets you finish it. So it looks like you are getting the credit to some extent, and you'll be that servant of God that people would flow through. Okay, so that's powerful. He calls him Jehoshaphat. And the angel of the Lord went from him, and Joseph returned and lay upon his bed. So this is a physical thing. And Joseph was astonished at the vision. He still calls the vision, which he saw. Similar to what that brother gave, the testimony he gave that he was that he saw Jesus, skin was interestingly darkening Jesus, and he spoke to him some things, and he woke up from his sleep, and he could tell that a light just left, like the way you feel when you turn on your eyes after a bright light has just been taken away and his things are dark, you see. So definitely somebody was in that room with him. The bright light was in that room with him. So maybe it's that kind of mixture of things here. And things that happen like that in the negative supernatural also. Tayo, you're welcome. How is the US doing? How are you doing? Tayo must be around must be around maybe, I don't know, 2 p.m. or something. Okay. So, and the angel of the Lord went from him, and he returned and lay, and he astonished at the vision which he saw. And it came to pass in the morning that the king sent for all his officers and servants, and they all came and sat before the king. And the king ordered Joseph to be brought. And the king's servant went and brought Joseph before Pharaoh. And the king came forth and ascended the steps of the throne. That's the 70 steps. And Joseph spoke to the king in all languages. And Joseph went up to him and spoke unto the king until he arrived before the king in the 70th step, and he sat before the king. Because of course that's the procedure. There's a procedure for step 3, there's a place for 30 steps, and that's the maximum stuff, 70 steps. And the king greatly rejoiced on account of Joseph. It's like, man, this guy is going to be disqualified. I wish he could be qualified. But let's just run through the interview for just running its sake. And people have used this scripture to get jobs, by the way. Plenty people. But then you can get something deeper than jobs with it. Okay, depending on how far your vision is. And how, I don't know, depending on a few things. But these things are very spiritual. He rejoiced on the account of Joseph, and all the king's officers rejoiced greatly with the king when they heard all the words of Joseph. And in fact, the detail of that conversation is not here. It would have been very interesting if he pulls it out for you. So if Egypt will be sincere with so if there's anybody here now, for example, that knows the depth of Egyptian history, and they tell you there's one king somewhere, one assistant pharaoh somewhere, that the pharaoh spoke 70 languages to, just know it is the Hebrew guy, but it's more of the story is often perverted. Okay. Because those real Egyptians are now in South Sudan, in Sudan generally. And now you've got like hybrid Arab guys mostly there. And the thing seemed good in the sight of the king and the officers to appoint Joseph to be second to the king over the whole land of Egypt. And the king spoke to Joseph, saying, "Now thou didst give me counsel to appoint a wise man." So meaning all that dream must have given the interpretation by an interpreter. So interpret the dream and they interpret your language. So you deciphered everything. Now that this gave me counsel to appoint a wise man over the land of Egypt in order with his wisdom to save the land from the famine. Now therefore, since God has made all this known to thee, and all the words which thou hast spoken, this is not through the land there is not rather throughout the land a discreet and wise man like unto thee. And thy name, this is one I'm more familiar with. And thy name no more shall be called Joseph, but Zaphnath Paneah. Now that is Egyptian language. Let me trouble ChatGPT if you can tell me something. Okay, so that's Egyptian. It may be difficult to get that um, meaning. Oops. Okay. This thing is getting really hard. So. Revealer of secrets. Okay, maybe. God speaks and he lives. So that's what GPT is telling us the meaning of Zafnat Pania. The exact meaning is debated, but it clearly relates to wisdom, revelation, and life. Okay, let me quickly ask. Very briefly, what language is that name in, and what is the proof that those are the meaning, or were these interpretations just inferred from the context of the situation? I don't know if I remove the charger, if that will make it cooler. Ancient Egyptian, not Hebrew. Proof. No definite proof. The meaning is inferred, not certain. Okay. The name is preserved only in Hebrew transcription of an Egyptian hieroglyphs. Not Egyptian hieroglyphs, rather. So scholars match it to likely Egyptian names, pattern Joseph's rules, dream interpretation. Bottom line, the meaning is scholarly reconstructed based on linguistics and context, not proven translation. All right, fair enough. Okay, so we are now... Okay, it's getting cooler by disconnecting. Hey, hello, Jordan. How are you doing? So, let's go. So, Zafnat Paneah shall be thy name, and thou shalt be second to me, and according to thy word shall be all the affairs of my government, and at thy word shall my people go out and come in. So you see, this has been happening to him the moment he left his father. The same thing was what he did in the house of Potiphar. Yes, house of Potiphar first, they just gave everything to his hand. When they got to the prison, also the dungeon, they just gave everything to his hand. So that pattern has been following him. So the moment he got here, and there's a little bit of that blessing of Jacob also coming on him. The one of the languages from Abraham is coming on him. The one from Jacob, where he's in Laban's house, and God blessed Laban because of Jacob. God is also blessing Potiphar because of Joseph. You see, so all of that is coming on him. And when you are a child of God like that, particularly with these things you are discovering, if you can really catch it, and you are really a child of God, child of the chosen generation, these anointings can come on you, these graces can come on you. You see, when we finish reading, then we'll take guests so that we don't go too long. I have to rest a little bit before moving. But you can still request as guest, though. We'll pick you up. But White Power is trying to request here. White Power, can you let me know if you're actually requesting, or it's just a mistake? So, also from under thy hand shall my servants and officers receive their salary, which is given to them monthly. Monthly salary, no be today. And you soon see some things, that's read, you soon see some things that are done in today's world that has been happening since that time. Okay, like the schemes that the Western world uses to keep Africans bound in the Western world, and keep changing their wages, keep switching things on them, right? And Africans can't settle properly. ILR, aka ILR, green card, immigration rules, or stuff like that. No be today. It's been here for a while. Also from under thy hand will they receive salary, and to thee shall all the people of my land bow down. Only in my throne will I be greater than thou. That is very big. And the king took off his ring from his hand and put it on the hand of Joseph. And the king dressed Joseph in a princely garment. So I think the preparation time was 10 years. For Moses, which is much later, it was about 40 years. He was a king in Edom, Moses, when he left Egypt. He was a king in Edom, and when he left Edom, He was a prisoner too. I think it took him about 10 years also with this man that had the sapphire staff. That staff, that rod that was used to make miracles. What's his name? No, not Potiphar. The Midianite man, father-in-law, Jethro. Okay. So Jethro also kept Moses. In fact, he actually locked him in prison. But I think we'll still read that part. He literally locked him up for 10 years also, if I'm not mistaken. Jethro, thank you, Sarayero. Jethro, or the second name he has again. Someone can also remind us of that. So, so he locked him up also for 10 years. So 10 years is quite something in these calendars. But Joseph's own extended to 12 because he trusted in that wine man, that butler. Okay, that's a long time. And the king commanded his servants, and they made him write. Let's see. No, and the king took off his ring, put it in the hand of Joseph, and the king dressed Joseph in princely garments, and he put a golden crown upon his head, and he put a golden chain upon his neck. God will test you. God will test you. And you would think that, God, you made this thing to be perfect now. Won't it be perfect? When we start reading the first and second book of Adam and Eve, that book is wonderful. It will show you, it will shake all this super, hyper, pseudo grace doctrine. Aye. It will first shake everything off. Because the fallen Adam, the actual fallen Adam is better than many Christians today. Oh my God, it was still so powerful. I mean, it's even apparent. What are we talking about? It lived 930 years. How many of us have been able to use our faith to live 250 years now? Except those old mothers who think they don't understand the New Testament. They live longer than It was so we are in a very different dispensation. There's a lot of deception. It's a different ball game we're dealing with. Very different ball game we're dealing with. So, but these things have to be is a shock, as it were. So we have to start entering into it gradually. And most people will defend that and say, "You want to block our faith, you want to destroy our faith." No, we are supernatural. We can fly. We can. Okay. Meanwhile, you're still buying fuel. You're still, like I used to say, without trying to be disrespectful or mock people's knowledge, of scriptures, whatever. Most of those so-called understanding is only real as long as you're in that building. The moment you turn off the generator, everybody switch off the light. Even the gate man that is from northern Nigeria that is securing your church for you, you can't speak that kind of Christianese to him and he will understand you. Say, cool. You can't understand what you're saying. Not because you don't even understand the language, but your whole logic will not hold. I'm really addressing the hyper grace people or pseudo grace people. The whole thing is only real to those of you that also speak Christianese together, and the light always has to be on and the generator within the church context. When you get out there, you're just like anybody else. In fact, you're coming from club the previous night club. So what are we talking about? So it's mostly too much of it is self-deception, particularly pseudo grace. Now there's a true grace doctrine, of course. But the pseudo grace is what we're trying to just deconstruct, as it were. Okay, back to the text. We are like 15 verses to go. So put a crown up so he would test him. I said that to mention that God tested Adam rather. And Adam was basically perfect. If you know how quick Adam fell, man, I can't even say it now because you need to prove it. He fell real quickly. It didn't take time. By quickly, I mean from the time it was created to the time when he ate the fruit. It's ridiculously a short amount of time. Ridiculously short. Almost embarrassingly short on behalf of Adam. Okay. But that's what happens when that's the test, but the fall was too far. But anyway, when that time comes, we'll read that book. Okay. So someone is also requesting you need to be a little patient, okay? But let me know, Yahuwah, are you trying to what's the actual TikTok name? Lester, Okay, let's start on white power. Let me know in the comments if you're actually requesting, because some people mistakenly tap sometimes. So let me know so that I know if you're really requesting or it's a mistake. So that's that about Adam, the perfect man. And the king commanded his servants, and they made him ride upon the second chariot belonging to the king. And okay, that went opposite to the king's chariot. Okay, opposite, maybe in front or behind. Okay. And he caused him to ride upon a great and strong horse from the king's horses. So horses is like equivalent of cars now, I would say. And to be conducted through the streets of the land of Egypt. And the king commanded that all those that played upon timbrels, harps, and other musical instruments should go forth with Joseph, 1,000 timbrels, 1,000 mechalot, and 1,000 nebalim. It's like a plural of Nebal. Nebal sounds like the word for foolishness. Nabal. Anyway, Nebalim went after him, and 5,000 men with drawn swords glittering in their hands, shining swords. And they went marching and playing before Joseph, and 20,000 of the great men of the king's gird, with girdles of skin covered with gold, marched at the right hand of Joseph, and 20,000 at his left hand. Okay, 2020. And all the women and damsels went upon the roofs and stood in the streets playing and rejoicing at Joseph, and gazed at the appearance of Joseph and at his beauty. So this beauty must have been very peculiar. He's mentioning like the seventh time now. And the king's people, let's see, the guest requesters are still not saying anything. Was the fall of Adam of 200 years before creation? Before creation, you mean after creation? After creation, it wasn't up to 100 years. I said it's embarrassingly short. You can't guess it, except you guess like 3-4 times, but I won't let you go that far so you don't spoil the fun. We're going to read the first and second book of Adam and Eve, so we'll tell the exact time. But let me give you one more guess. Just one more guess. But try to push it a little bit. 100 years is too much. It's way too much. It is surprisingly short, except it's figurative, which I doubt. Like I said, we don't do so much figurative Bible translations, okay? So much figurative, to be fair, but we take it the way it is first, okay? So give another guess, Jordan. Thank you for the guess. Let me see. 10 years. I said something. 10 years is still too much. Oh my God. If it was 10 years, maybe they would have had children, of which, again, the way they planned to give up, the way they planned to have children was by light coming out of Adam. Light. He was covered in light. It's part of why he felt naked, and he knew that he was naked. He was clothed in light. Oh my God. Angels used to be afraid of Adam just to stand before him. And in a short time, Adam now is now afraid of angels. Not because they're holding swords, just almost any angel. Now it's a privilege if you and I see an angel. Can you imagine that fall? Bro, it's painful. Kai. Except, we'll read it now. Don't worry. Relax, we're here. By God's grace. This angel, if an angel shows up in my camera and I'm like, it will go viral. But before, if an angel saw Adam, our forefathers, they will be afraid because how much glory was given to him. The fall was too, it was, let me say, so bad. I don't want to use too bad because it means I'm the one judging what is too bad or not too bad. It was very bad. No. It was too bad. Too bad. Anyway, morning, Chikazo Media. So, that's morning AM, by the way, early hours. So, let's see. Anyway, let's get back here. So, did you see the man whom... So, just a moment. His beauty, okay. 27, and the king's people went before him and behind him and perfumed the road with frankincense and with cassia. So that's what I'm saying. These books we are reading. In fact, you don't even need these books, but you just help wake people up, especially Christianese. To wake us up, wake them up. to understand. Yes, you can, like I said, and I've said it before, it doesn't nullify faith. There's where you can stretch your faith and you begin to have encounters, okay, and push into that place because there's still residual of the whole thing in you, okay? The fire is still there. The you can flame the ember to fire because you're actually a burning fire at a point, but now it's just embers left. So you can fan it, keep fanning it, keep pushing, keep fanning it. You might see some sparks of flame from this physical body, okay, and physical experience, but that's just completely too small from what it was. Okay, that's too small from what it was. Let's go. And the king's people went before him and behind him, perfuming the road with frankincense and cassia, with all sorts of fine perfume, and scattered myrrh and aloes along the road. And 20 men proclaimed these words before him throughout the land with a loud voice. Do you see this man whom the king has chosen to be his second? All the affairs of the government shall be regulated by him, and he that transgresses his orders, I'm sure it's death, they'll finish it, or that does not bow down before him to the ground shall die. That's £1,000 fine. They can easily just kill people then. Equivalent of 1K fine now. For he rebels against the king and his second. Okay. That is second, sounds like a colloquial Nigerian term. And when the heralds had ceased proclaiming, all the people of Egypt bowed down to the ground before Joseph and said, may the king live. Wow. Also may his second live. Okay. And all the inhabitants of Egypt bowed down along the road. And when the heralds approached them, they bowed down. And they rejoiced with all sorts of timbrels, Mechol and Nebal before Joseph. So Nebal is supposed to be an instrument, not people. And Joseph, I think we're going to 39, this is 30. Sorry, we're going to 44, this is 30. And Joseph, upon his horse, lifted up his eyes to heaven and called out and said, wow. So this is probably where that scripture came from. He raised the poor man from the dust. He's not calling himself a poor man, not the son of the mighty Jacob and his powerful sons that destroyed Shechem. And he's the one to rule even over those powerful men like Judah and Reuben. He's now the poor. Spent 12 years in prison. He raised the poor man from the dust and lifted up the needy from the dunghill. O Lord of hosts. You find that in Psalms, I think, by the way. O Lord of hosts, happy is the man who trusted in thee. I will trust in the Lord. I'll trust in the Lord. You can see your own too. And Joseph passed through the land of Egypt with Pharaoh's servants and officers, and they showed him the whole land of Egypt and all the king's treasures. Okay, so they're beginning to show him basically induction into his new job role. And Joseph returned and came on that day before Pharaoh, and the king gave unto Joseph a possession in the land of Egypt, gave him a possession of fields and vineyards, and the king gave unto Joseph 3,000 talents of silver and 1,000 talents of gold and onyx stones and bdellium and many gifts. That's 3,000. And on the next day, the king commanded all the people of Egypt to bring unto Joseph offerings and gifts, and that he that violated the commandment of the king should die. Okay, and they made a high place in the street of the city. Okay, let's see. And they made a high place. Let's see, in the street of the city, and they spread out garments there, and whoever brought anything to Joseph is put it into the high place. So they made a place, they basically collected just stuff for him, which usually happens when somebody just had something good happen to them. They just drop things at their feet, like presents and gifts. Okay. And all the people of Egypt cast something into the high place. One man a golden earring, the other rings, and the other rings and earrings, and different vessels of gold and silver work, and onyx stones and bdellium, high marmalade. Bdellium. Okay, what else? Let's see. Okay, did he cast upon the high place? Everyone gave something of what he possessed. And Joseph took all these and placed them in his treasury. So now he's got a house, he's got stuff like that. And all the officers and nobles belonging to the king exalted Joseph, and they gave him many gifts, seeing that the king has chosen him to be his servant. And the king said to Potiphar, now that's the man who was locking this man up just 24 hours before. The king said to Potiphar, the son of Ahiram, the priest of On. So I don't know if the priest is his father or the priest is Potiphar himself. Someone can confirm that, please, especially if you can quickly check Genesis. So Potiphar is son of Ahiram, the priest, Ahiram, priest of On. So I think Ahiram is the priest. And the king sent to Potiphar, okay, the son of Ahiram, priest of On, and he took his young daughter Asenath, and gave her unto Joseph for a wife. So I think it was Pharaoh that commanded, hey, give him your daughter. That's the man who he has accused of sleeping with his wife. Maybe it's a way of consoling him, kind of, for those 12 years, I think. Okay. And the damsel was very comely, a virgin, one whom man had not known. And Joseph took her for a wife. And the king said unto Joseph, I am Pharaoh, and beside thee none shall dare to lift up his hand or foot to regulate my people throughout the land of Egypt. And Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh. And Joseph went out from before the king, and he became the king's second in Egypt. That's the end of that appointment. Verse 39, we have 5 more verses. And the king gave unto Joseph 100 servants. Okay, that was gold. 100 servants to attend to him in his house. Now, the kind of house where you even put 100 people in the first place, you know, it's going to be one kind of house. Just to tell you that there's been a lot of civilizations and so-called technology way gone. More spiritual power be granted to you in Christ's name. Amen. Thank you, Philip T.W. So the house to just keep 100 people, it's not a joke. It's a serious business. Okay. So, but then you see what we've got. Thank you, Father. Watch this. And the king gave 100. Okay, and Joseph also sent and purchased many servants. They could buy people then, but like I said, it may sound like I'm trying to advocate scriptures, okay, or but sometimes the so-called buying servants here is maybe just as good, maybe even better than so-called employment you have today in some countries, in some places, even the so-called advanced countries. Okay, because like I said one time, and we see in scripture, Eliezer would have very conveniently taken everything that Abraham had just by right for serving him for that long. There is none of the employees that will take over the company because the CEO died. I don't think so. So just imagine that, by the way. So he went and bought 100 servants to attend to him. See, like he employed them. And Joseph also sent and purchased many servants, and they remained in the house of Joseph. So that house is bigger than to take 100 people. And Joseph built, this thing is making this thing out. Joseph built for himself a very magnificent house, another one, like unto the houses of kings, before the court of the king's palace. And he made in his house a large temple. So, of course, this is speaking posthumously, or with hindsight, rather. Okay, when he's just telling you everything that has happened over time. Quick summary. Very elegant in appearance and convenient for his residence. 3 years was Joseph in erecting his house, okay? So that's the 3 years fast forward, okay? And Joseph made unto himself a very elegant throne of abundance of gold and silver, and he covered it with onyx stones and bdellium, and he made upon it the likeness of the whole land of Egypt. He drew the map of Egypt. He made upon it the likeness of the whole land of Egypt, and the likeness of the river of Egypt that watered the whole land of Egypt. So that's the one coming from the south. flowing to the north to Lower Egypt. Okay, so which is confirming that this kingdom at this time probably went as deep as Ethiopia, maybe even Uganda for Egypt. And Joseph sat securely upon his throne in his house, and the Lord increased Joseph's wisdom. See, on top of all that, there was still increase of wisdom. He increased his wisdom because that responsibility is very big, right? And all the inhabitants of Egypt and Pharaoh's servants and his princes loved Joseph exceedingly. That's favor. For this thing was from the Lord to Joseph. And Joseph had an army that made war, you see. So it's not another thing you see with Christianese and pseudo grace, right? Pseudo grace, pseudo New Testament teachers is everything is just talk. When you talk about wars and important things like what is happening in northern Nigeria, which we have taken off, we'll put it back maybe next tomorrow, right? They immediately fall back to the colonizers or to the colonizer system, aka police, armed forces. I'm not saying take the law into your own hands and all that, but everything is just nice. They don't know that Samuel killed people, even the prophet Samuel. It's there in the book of Samuel, 1 Samuel, 2 Samuel. He took the sword and hanged Agag in pieces. That's Samuel the prophet. So these things we read it and just say, well, that's Old Testament, that was just God being figurative. Okay? So you are now the real thing and you can't prove anything really. Even just your act, just righteousness and holiness, you turn the thing upside down. You can't do that. You say everything is figurative. Okay? Come check what you're saying. Check what you're saying. Okay. Anyway, how did we get there? So he hired troops to fight wars, going out in host and troops to the number of 40,600 men. 40600. 40,600. He had an army that made war. Surprised how this second in command can have his own army. That's almost dangerous. He can plot a coup. Okay, going out in host and troops to the number of 40,600 men, capable of bearing arms to assist the king and Joseph against the enemy. Watch this. Beside the king's officers and his servants and the inhabitants of Egypt without number. Okay, maybe it's not here, he said it. But Joseph would go to war. He will go to war for the kingdom where he's at. And Joseph gave unto his mighty men, of course, that's the point of hiring the army anyway. And Joseph gave his mighty men, that's the last verse now. He gave unto his mighty men and to all his host shields and javelins and caps and coats of mail and stones for slinging. So he equipped them. So that's chapter 50. So tomorrow night we might repeat this if we don't have so much guests and conversations going on. Probably won't go to chapter 50 yet until we are properly settled. So he's about to talk about some wars going on outside of Egypt. Okay. So are the guest requesting still there? Let's close. We need to White Power, let's quickly hear from you. Question, contribution, 3 minutes. Are you there? Okay, it's gone. Okay, so let's send just one random guest very quickly. Let's talk 2 minutes very strictly. We need to shut down. Yeah, thank you. Okay. If there's no, let's just appreciate those who are there. That makes it easier. But it's been a wonderful read. It's always wonderful. So if you are, although most people like that don't stay so long. But if there are people that still think that maybe the Bible is deceiving us, it has just been used to deceive, but it is not. It's a real story. It's a real human history story. Let's check this. So let's appreciate those who are alive, then we close. Then we should be able to continue tomorrow by God's grace. Oh dear. Let me refresh this. It's gone. Cancel. I literally forgot that. Okay, so let's appreciate those who are alive. So thank you so much, Snow Multimedia, for coming on Twitter. Then thank you, Diego. Thank you, Aliu. Thank you, White Power, Dams, Marvy Flame. It's been a while. Thanks for coming. Unique, Ara Light. Thank you for coming. Those became a tongue twister. Oh dear, I need to attend to this. Okay, Benjamin Lopai, thanks for coming. Philip, thank you. Connoisseur, thank you. Hali, thank you. Tolu Aderemi, thank you so much. God bless you. See you soon. Ibikunle, Ibikun Michael, thank you. Marmley, thank you for coming. Tenuma, thank you. Sa Oyero, thank you for coming. So that's just about all. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. God bless us all. We're going to see. It is likely to be same time tomorrow. Okay, so I need to quickly rest some more then, so we can move. Thank you so much, everybody. So we'll see you tomorrow. God bless us all. 11 p.m. Likely to be 10 between 10 and 11 p.m. UK time, Nigerian time, thereabout. So God bless us all. See you next time. Thank you very much. Yeah. All right. Let's get started. So just make it into discussions today. 7th of July. Today's 6th actually, so tomorrow will be 7th. So if you're watching from YouTube, you can tap the screen. So let's hit our 1,000 likes. Then we discuss a little bit, then we go. Before Ed and I go to sleep. Let's tap the screen. So we just discuss a bit, then we go end the live for today. Okay. Okay, let's keep tapping. Thanks for joining today. Let's see if we'll be able to do it. Okay, let's tap. Let's just so we'll just be on for about 1 hour for the day. And that'll be it for this evening. Let's share. I think sharing will work faster. Okay. Let's share. Let's share the live and we'll share it then. It goes faster. So how's been our day? I think most of us are at night. Anyways. So how's been our day? Hope the day has been fruitful. Hope we've had a fruitful day so far. Okay, let's read another chapter real quick. Sorry, the camera is just Anyway, I'll keep you stable now. All right, so let's just read 50 then. Joshua 50. We would have repeated 49, but it's not fair for those who have been here. So tomorrow we may try to do both 49 and 50. Tomorrow we'll just continue. If anybody came particularly for a question, they can ask already. Came particularly for a question, you can ask already. Then I'll respond to the question or comment or anything. Tiny, you're welcome. Shia B. Welcome to Numa. Thanks for the likes. Yola, thanks for coming. Shia B, we've mentioned that. Marmalade. Then Mancia, thanks for coming. If there are no questions, let's do 50 again. Or should we have done 49? 49 won't be fair on those who were around yesterday. Let's do a fresh one, 50. We'll probably repeat the 50 tomorrow. Perhaps 49 and 50. Let us pray. Thank you, Father, for this day, for all you've done for us, for your covenants, for your promises, for your faithfulness, for your truth. We appreciate you. As we read these words, let the power that are deposited in these words change our hearts and mind, cause us to be more like you, to strengthen us from inside out, to cause us to be fit to do the reasons, to fulfill the things you brought us to this life for. Give you thanks, our God. In the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, we have prayed. Amen. Exofa, you're welcome on Twitter. So those who are on TikTok, if you're also on Twitter, you can move to Twitter also, because we are live on Twitter and TikTok at the same time. Joshua chapter 50. At that time, the children of Tarshish came against the sons of Ishmael. The real Tarshish is Spain or Iberia. It used to be Spain, and it is currently Spain and Portugal. Before that, it was called Iberia. Before that, it was called Tarshish. I think that's just about all. It's called Tarshish. Yeah, so anyway, so Tarshish is more of Spain and Portugal. All right. So those from Spain came to fight with the sons of Ishmael. The sons of Ishmael will be around present day, just to the top of Sahel, just basic Sahara Desert, because currently it's desert, and made war with them. And the children of Tarshish spoiled the Ishmaelites for a long time. So the battle must have been across waters. Okay. And the children of Ishmael were small in number in those days, and they could not prevail over the children of Tarshish. And they were sorely oppressed by these Tarshishites, of which all of them were probably still regular Adamites at this time. So this is not a matter of some Europeans stuff. Europeans we see today probably were not the ones in Europe at that time. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, where are we? And the old men of the Ishmaelites sent a record to the king of Egypt, saying, "Send, I pray thee, unto thy servants." So Ishmaelites now, the smaller ones around Sahara, is sending to Egypt, and saying that, "Send, I pray thee, unto thy servants, officers and hosts, to help us fight against the children of Tarshish, of Spain and Portugal. For we have been consumed away for a long time." Verse 4, and Pharaoh sent Joseph with the mighty army. So this is where this links to Joseph. Sent Joseph with the mighty army, or with the mighty men and host which were with him, and all his mighty men from the king's house. And they went to the land of Havilah, to the children of Ishmael, to assist them against the children of Tarshish. And the children of Ishmael fought with the children of Tarshish, and Joseph smote the Tarshishites, and he subdued all their land, and the children of Ishmael dwell therein unto this day. So the children of Ishmael went to Tarshish, right? To live in Tarshish. To live in Spain. Present day Spain. This is familiar. I've heard in history somehow when the Jews collaborated with the Moors to fight the people of Europe, especially Spain. This looks like a repetition of that. And when the land of Tarshish was subdued, the Tarshishites ran away and came on the border of their brethren of Javan. And Joseph with all, which is another European place, present-day Europe place. And Joseph with all his mighty men and hosts returned to Egypt. Not one man of them was missing. So all the hosts came back. Verse 7. And at the revolution of the year, in the second year of Joseph's reign over Egypt, the Lord gave great plenty throughout the land for 7 years, as Joseph has spoken. For the Lord has blessed all the produce of the earth in those days for 7 years. And they ate and were greatly satisfied. And Joseph at the time had officers under him, and they collected all the food of the good years, and heaped corn year by year, and they placed it in the treasuries of Joseph. And at any time when they gathered the food, Joseph commanded that they should bring the corn in the ear. Okay, and also bring with it some of the soil of the field, that it should not spoil. So they harvest the thing together. So this is an agricultural skill he's doing. Okay. Ojo, are you actually requesting, or it was a mistake? Brought him up. Were you intentionally wanting to say something, Ojo? Ojo, are you there?
It was a mistake.
Oh, okay. Okay, so so they should bring the soil with it so that it should not get spoiled. Verse 10. And Joseph did according to this year by year, and he heaped up corn like the sand of the sea for abundance, for his store were immense and could not be numbered for abundance. And also all the inhabitants of Egypt gathered all sorts of food in their storages. So these are the people now doing the same thing, but you soon see that they were not very successful rather. Food in their storage stores in great abundance during the 7 good years, but they did not do unto it as Joseph did. And all the food which Joseph and the Egyptians had gathered during the 7 years of plenty was secured for the land in the stores for the 7 years of famine, for the support of the whole land. Verse 13. And the inhabitants of Egypt filled each man his store, and he concealed place with corn to be for support during the famine. And Joseph placed all the food that he had gathered in all the cities of Egypt. And he closed all the stores and placed sentinels over them. That's like prefects over the food. And Joseph's wife, Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, bare him 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. And Joseph was 34 years old when he begat them, sounding like they were twins. And the lads grew, and they were in his way. They went rather in his way and in his instructions. Okay, and they did not deviate from the way which their father taught them, either to the right or to the left. And the Lord was with the lads, and they grew up and had understanding and skill in all the wisdom, in all the affairs of government. Wow. And the king's officers and his great men of the inhabitants, and all the king's officers and the great men of the inhabitants of Egypt exalted these children, right, these lads, and they were brought up among the king's children, because their dad is like the second king. And the 7 years of plenty that were throughout the land were at an end, and the 7 years of famine came after them, as Joseph had spoken. And the famine was throughout the land, and all the people of Egypt saw that the famine had commenced in the land of Egypt, and all the people of Egypt opened their stores of corn, for the famine prevailed over them. So now the boys will be around maybe around 7 years old, at least 7 years old. It's like they were twins, and they found all the food that was in their store full of vermin and not fit to eat. That's the one that regular people did. Their food got spoiled, and the famine prevailed throughout the land. And all the inhabitants of Egypt came and cried before Pharaoh, for the famine was heavy upon them. And they said unto Pharaoh, give food unto thy servants, and wherefore shall we die through the hunger before thy eyes, even we and our little ones? Verse 22. And Pharaoh answered them, saying, and wherefore do you cry unto me? Did not Joseph command that the corn be laid up during the 7 years of plenty for the years of famine? And wherefore do you not hearken to his voice? And the people of Egypt answered the king and said, as thy soul liveth, our Lord thy servant have done all that Joseph ordered. Okay. For thy servants also gathered in all the produce of the fields during the 7 years of plenty and laid it in stores unto this day. And when the famine prevailed over thy servants, we opened our stores, and behold, all our produce was filled with vermin and was not fit for food. 25. And when the king heard of all that had befallen the inhabitants of Egypt, the king was greatly afraid on account of the famine, and he was much terrified. Because imagine if Joseph's testimony failed, experiment or preservation technique failed. And he was much terrified, and the king answered the people and saying, since all this has happened unto you, go to Joseph, do whatever he shall say unto you. Do not transgress not his commands. And all the people of Egypt went forth and came unto Joseph, and said unto him, give us unto us food. And wherefore shall we die before thee through hunger? For we gathered in our produce during the 7 years as thou didst command, and we put it in the store, and thus has it befallen us. And Joseph heard all the words of the people of Egypt, and what has befallen them. And Joseph opened his stores of the produce, and he sold it to the people of Egypt. And famine prevailed throughout the land, and the famine was in all countries, but in the land of Egypt there was produce for sale. And all the inhabitants of Egypt came unto Joseph to buy corn. Okay? For the famine prevailed over them, and all the corn was spoiled. That's the one that the people kept. And Joseph daily sold it to all the people of Egypt, and all the inhabitants of the land of Canaan and Philistines, and those who are beyond Jordan, and the children of the east, and all the cities of the lands far and nigh, heard that there was corn in Egypt, and they all came to buy corn, for the famine prevailed over them. There was corn in Egypt, so from the east land they came from everywhere. 31. Let's go. And Joseph opened the stores of the corn and placed officers over them, and they daily stood and sold to all that came. And Joseph knew that his brethren would come to Egypt to buy